home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
A lot going on this time of the year in the sports world. Yep. Just came out of Draftmas. Got a baseball team that's fought its way back to 500 after a rough start. We got NBA playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs going on right now. World Cup right around the corner coming to Seattle. There's a lot going on. Maybe the Kentucky Derby snuck up on you, but it's this Saturday, of course, from Louisville, Kentucky. And we have an annual tradition on this radio show, and that is to check in with the legendary Dick Girardi, national horse racing reporter and columnist for the Philadelphia Daily News for years, 40 years of experience as a thoroughbred racing public handicapper. And he is our guest every year before the Kentucky Derby to chat about his thoughts. How are you, sir? Good to have you on.
I'm great, guys. How are you?
Oh, terrific. If I remember, Dick Girardi loves the Kentucky Derby, hates mint juleps. Am I accurate right there?
100%. That's my exact. I love the race, hate the drink.
I've picked up a thing or two about Dick Girardi's profile here over the years. All right, well, let's dive into it. I'll say the first thing that sticks out to me about this field this year, and I know you don't care about this at all, but these are some of the greatest horse names ever. The Puma, Commandment, Chief Wallaby, Renegade. I mean, these sound like superheroes. They don't even sound like race horses in a horse race here, Dick.
It's a very impressive group of names, I agree. And I love those one-name horses, right, like Secretariat, Citation. Then you got Renegade, Commandment. Yeah, they sound like regal horses, right?
Incredibolt and Pavlovian. I mean, I'm not making these up. These are real horses that are going to be racing this Saturday.
Yes, they will. There will be 20 of them. We actually have 2 scratches out of the main body of the race. The 13 Silent Tactics was scratched yesterday, and the 20 Full Effort just scratched this morning. So we'll have 2 horses come in off the also eligible list: 21 Great White and 22 Ocelli. Not quite Commandment or Potente, not the kind of names we're looking for, but that's what we got.
Well, let's talk about who might be the best horse in this race. Doesn't look like there's a heavy favorite in this one, but the odds I'm looking at has Renegade and then also Commandment and, there's one other horse Further Ado. So are those the favorites in your mind?
Yeah, they should be the favorites at betonline.ag at the moment. Renegade is 5-1, Further Ado 11-2, which is basically 5.5-1, and Commandment 6-1. So you're right; it's really close. I don't remember a year where we're liable to have a 5-1 favorite in quite some time. I think it tells you about the depth of the field and the fact that there's just no overwhelming horse, say like Justify, the Triple Crown winner in 2018, or American Pharoah, the Triple Crown winner in 2015. We just don't have that horse this year.
What is the best horse? And that's not necessarily your winner. I mean, we've seen plenty of times in the Kentucky Derby where the best horse doesn't end up winning the race. But in your estimation, what's the best horse in the field?
I think the most logical winner, it's not going to be my pick, but if you just said, give me a horse that's almost certainly going to run well, it would be Commandment. He's won 4 in a row. He won the Florida Derby, which I think was the strongest of all the Derby prep races. So, again, if you're just looking for a horse, you don't want to feel bad, like the horse is going to give you some effort, Commandment's probably your horse.
What kind of Kentucky weather are we looking at Saturday afternoon, and who does that benefit or hurt?
Yeah, I think at the moment, I think we're going to get a fast track, but subject to change. As many times I've been down there, it can be sunny and beautiful on Friday, and you wake up Saturday morning and it's pouring, and they didn't even predict it. So I wouldn't want to tell you for sure what it's going to be. I don't think it's going to – certainly if it's a fast track, it's not really going to affect anybody one way or another. If it does rain, then unfortunately not many of the horses have run on and off tracks. You'd be kind of guessing at this point. But yeah, that's kind of, I wouldn't be too concerned about that. There are other more important things to worry about.
What are some of those other things? How much stock do we put in great jockey or a great trainer, how much does that factor into your decisions this time of year?
Trainer more than the jockeys. Look at it this way for sports, right? So the horses are the players.
Mm-hmm.
The trainers are the coaches. The jockeys, not that they're not a factor, because they certainly are a factor, but they spend very little time with these animals. They get on them in the paddock and then they ride them. And look, would you rather have Irad Ortiz or Flavien Prat or one of the best guys out there on your horse? Yes. But it's called horse racing for a reason. You'd rather have the fastest horse than the best jockey.
Give me a horse that a lot of people like, but you're not seeing it, that you would advise maybe stay away from this horse.
It's one of those years where there's nobody, there are years where I can just tell you, I'm throwing this horse out.
Yeah.
I could make a case probably for half a dozen horses or more in this race, which is kind of unusual for me. So, yeah, I don't want to dodge your question.
Yeah.
But
fine.
Realistically,
I think that's an answer.
That are single, all the horses that are single digits, I wouldn't want to throw any of them out this year. I just don't have that feeling like, hey, this horse has no chance. It's not that kind of a season for me.
Dick Girardi is with us, national horse racing expert, and our guest every year right before the Kentucky Derby, and it's good to catch up with him here today. All right, so let's put it on the line here, Mr. Girardi. What's your pick? Give me your trifecta for Saturday.
So I like the non-Bourbon, the Japanese horse, number 7. At the moment, about 15-1 at betonline.ag. I suspect that's what he'll go off at in the race. And Japanese they came really close to winning this race 2 years ago with Forever Young. He probably was the best horse in the race. He just had enough difficulty that he didn't finish in first. But I mean, watching the non-Bourbon's 3 races in Japan, when you see a great athlete in sports, whatever it is, when they're just different than the other ones, that's what I'm seeing on the videos with the non-Bourbon. It's interesting. He's Japanese owned and trained, and we'll have a Japanese jockey, but he's a Kentucky bred, so he's coming back home to Kentucky. So that's my pick to win it. I like Further Ado for sure. I think he's the most. The chance to run maybe the best race of any of the American horses. He's the 18. He'll actually move into the 17 post now with one of the scratches. So that's my exact is 7-18. And if you want a third horse, it would definitely be Commandment, the 6. So 7-18-6. And if you want to have some fun, get on betonline.ag. They got all those prop bets. I mean, like what's the winning margin over a length and a half? Will some horse break Secretariat's track record, which is held since 1973? There's probably 3 dozen of them out there. So if you're into prop bets, BetOnline's your place.
All right. Well, I'll close with this. You're the expert. I'm a bit of a novice at this horse racing thing, and I'm not going to presume to think that I've asked all the right questions. What is another factor out there or another bet that you want to make on Saturday that you think needs to be in our conversation here today?
So the Kentucky Oaks is tomorrow. That's the race for 3-year-old fillies. That'll actually be on in prime time in the East for the first time. They're going to run it at night. And BetOnline also has a great Oaks Derby double odds out there. Let's say you like Meaning, who's going to be one of the favorites in the Oaks with Renegade. You can get 25-1 if both of them come in. That might be a fun bet to make. Get yourself live in a Derby Oaks double. And Mike Rapoli, who's the major benefactor for St. John's basketball, he owns Zany in the Oaks and Renegade in the Derby. And if you put those two together, you also get 25-1 if Zany wins the Oaks and Renegade wins the Derby.
Do you at least like bourbon balls?
I do not. I like the non-bourbon. The 7 horse.
I love that.
But,
you love the Kentucky Derby, but only the horse racing. Sounds like
correct.
Yeah.
The gambling. Yeah. No alcohol for me. Thank you. And you know what the cool thing is, if you can stay sane down there, you're betting against everybody else, and a lot of them are not necessarily as sober as you are. So this is a good thing.
It's strategy more than anything else.
Exactly.
All right. Well, thank you. Have a great time at the race, and we appreciate having you on every year, Dick.
You got it. Sounds good. Thanks so much.
All right, Dick Girardi joining us right here on the radio program, Bet Online AG, as he breaks it down for you. I actually, I don't like the mint juleps. He's right about that. I've been to the Kentucky Derby 3 times. They're terrible. They taste like earwax in a jar.
Jeez.
But I really do like the bourbon balls. I mean, I didn't even drink at the time, so I didn't even really know what bourbon was supposed to taste like when I went to the Kentucky Derby, but that was enjoyable. I liked those. Yeah.
The bourbon balls.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah. Became my nickname in
The
college.
mint juleps look good.
They do look good.
They're
I'm
not-
not
they don't taste
disputing
good?
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
They taste good? They don't taste good, though?
They didn't. I didn't like them. I didn't
Okay.
like, and I just tasted them. I wasn't a drinker back then, so I
Yeah.
just kind of tasted it.
Yeah.
But not exactly my cup of tea.
Okay.
All right, coming up next here on this radio program, this is another topic that came up yesterday, actually, and we did discuss it, but there's so much to it that it's such a big story. We can't just spend a little bit of time on it. So we're going to get into that field of 76 next on KJR. right, it's Chuck Powell and Anders Hurst filling in for Ashley Ryan today. Bucky's still out. Coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to chat with Andy Avalos, who is the defensive coordinator at TCU. So we're going to get some information on recent Seahawks draft pick Bud Clark, 64th overall selection. I think he's already done the car wash through Seattle. I think he's already been on a few times. I think he's probably a little weirded out by how interested we are in Bud Clark.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm sure he'd love to talk about his former player that he had.
Yeah. Well, we'll chat with him coming up at 8 o'clock. Also, ABC's of the M's and Spencer Hawes will be with us today. So we got a lot to do. I just think this story, I mean, we did do a segment on it yesterday. We put it in the headlines yesterday, but this is a big, significant shift in the college basketball landscape. The decision to go to 76 teams in the NCAA tournament. And you do get the impression that they're not done expanding it. As I said yesterday, Anders and anybody that didn't hear it yesterday that's listening right now, I just don't like any business making the decision. We have one awesome thing about our industry and then just tinkering with it until it's not the same product.
Until it's not awesome anymore.
I mean, to me, I think there's a lot better time spent trying to figure out how do we make the regular season awesome again, because once upon a time it was.
Right.
And I don't think it's bad. I think college basketball is still really good. I watched a lot more college basketball this year. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
That said, the lack of familiarity, players bouncing around so much. When you get a superstar, you know he's only going to be there for 1 year. It certainly just doesn't have the magic that it once had when Patrick Ewing stayed 4 years at Georgetown and Ralph Sampson stayed 4 years at Virginia and Michael stayed 3 years at, even Magic and Isaiah stayed 2 years. And they were outliers for leaving that prematurely. And so when you don't have the familiarity, when you can't count on things, you're just not going to like it as much, just period, end of story. And so what are you going to do to spice up the regular season? That's how I'd spend my time, trying to make it more appealing from November through February versus messing with the one thing you do have going for you. But they're going to keep expanding it. This is what seems to happen. Adam Silver's doing it in the NBA as well. Yes, everybody, the season begins with the NBA playoffs for a lot of fans out there. So let's make the playoffs bigger, longer, and more dragged out.
Yeah.
And then you reach a point where it just becomes silly. I do wonder, Anders, if you're going to go this far, and we know the inevitability that it's eventually going to go to 96. Just put everybody in it then.
Just have one long tournament throughout the entire year.
Yeah, why not? Why not cut your regular season in half?
Well,
and then just start in January. Maybe you even do best of 3. I don't know. Maybe the whole season's a damn tournament. If that's what we're going to do, and we're going to bastardize the beauty of the NCAA tournament a little piece at a time, then why not just put everybody in it? Start the tournament in February, and then by the time we get to March, now we're down to a field of 64.
Yeah.
And now we can actually start March Madness. If we're going to go this far, then let's just go the distance. Why keep anybody out?
Well, yeah, it is funny because you mentioned March Madness is the name, and that's how everyone knows it. If you're going to this many teams, eventually 96, it's going to have to go past March, I feel like.
Wouldn't have to, no.
Maybe not, but...
No. You can play those games pretty fast.
Yeah, and then you can extend it the other way,
You would just have more play-in games.
Yeah.
You're going to have 4 more play-in games.
Yeah, I liken it to when they expanded the World Cup field as a soccer fan. 32 was so perfect. It felt like, you had a couple teams here and there that didn't, end up making it, and they felt like they should have been there, but at the end of the day, it just had such a perfect format. And of course, this year is the first year they're going to 48. So it's same kind of thing. More games, more teams, more money, all that stuff.
And they're saying the reason they're doing it is so that the major conferences can get more teams in the tournament. What? Isn't that really the crux of the problem?
It is the problem.
Is that, we kind of recognize that they're better, but we can't give them the benefit of the doubt. They still have to kind of prove it during the regular season. We can't be putting, 14 and 17 record teams in from the SEC just because they finished 11th in the SEC, and they're probably better than the best team out of the sky.
I didn't watch a ton of college basketball this year. I grew up actually a huge UW basketball fan more than anything else because I lived in the area and I was actually a ball boy for them for a while. So
Cute.
Thanks.
Yeah,
It was during their
adorable.
heyday though when they were going to tournaments like consistently. Do we really feel like the UW basketball team deserved to be in the NCAA tournament
Well, of
this
course
year?
not.
No, but
They didn't even make it into the NIT tournament.
exactly. But I feel like if it expanded to 96, they'd be at least on one of those bubble teams, right?
Well, again, maybe
It's just
if we're going to go this far and we're going to include teams that have no business competing for a national championship, then
Just do it all
just do it. Start in February.
yeah.
Have a big tournament of all of the other teams, which we kind of already have.
We do.
But go ahead and just seed them all and rank them so everybody can have the experience, and then play it out in February while the big conferences play their conference championships. And then we can seed them after that, like who survives out of the February frenzy. So we have February frenzy, and then whoever survives that gets plugged in with all of the major conference teams.
Yeah,
So if that's what we're going to do, I mean, let's just go ahead and separate them permanently. Like, you have to earn your way in if you're not in a power conference in February, and then we'll take like 12 of those teams, and then they can face off against the major.
They just had such a
conferences.
perfect structure and like way to do it. And
I know.
I'm totally with you.
That's just it.
Why would you mess with such a good thing? And I don't think there's anyone out there that thought that this needs to change.
Well,
Not a single person.
It's plastic surgery with beautiful Hollywood starlets. It's like, okay, maybe you are getting a little older, but here's what's going to happen. You're going to do your lips, and it's going to change the way your face
It's
looks.
gonna look worse.
And then you're going to try to adjust and try to keep up with, well, now my eyes don't match. And then you're going to do your eyes. And then somebody's going to, then you're going to look in the mirror and they're like, oh man, my nose. And then you're going to do your nose.
Next thing you look
and then
like
the
Zac
next
Efron.
And the next thing you know, you've gone from a perfect, beautiful 64 team tournament. And now the NCAA tourney looks like a cat lady.
Cat lady.
And I'm not talking about a woman that has cats.
No.
I'm talking about a woman whose face now looks like a cat.
Next thing you know, you're Zac Efron.
I don't want
Jeez.
college basketball's postseason to look like a cat woman.
No, that would not be good, Chuck.
I mean, is that so wrong of me?
No.
All right, Andy Avalos next on KJR. When I say us, it's Chuck and Anders today. Bucky's still out. Ashley took the day off for a field trip with her daughter here today. So she's eating sandwiches without mayonnaise, that's for sure. We know that much. Don't know much else, but we know that much. We also know what our Grand Slam cash word it is. It is COIN, COIN. Enter it at 93.3KJR.com for your shot at $1,000 in Grand Slam cash. That is COIN at 93.3KJR.com. Enter it today. We'll have another keyword for you at the top of next hour. You know what we won't have at the top of next hour?
What is that, Chuck?
TCU defensive coordinator Andy Avalos, because he's joining us right now on the radio program. That's right. Time to talk some Bud Clark with the Horned Frogs DC. Andy Avalos joins us here on Chuck and Buck. How are you, Coach?
Doing awesome. Just out running around. Getting a little bit of recruiting down here in the Houston area, looking for the next guys to bring along.
The next Bud Clark.
We're searching, definitely. We're turning over every stone to find the next Bud Clark now. There's unfortunately there's a few and far in between Bud Clarks out there, but we're going to do our best to find another young man of that caliber and that talent to bring on.
Let me ask you something, because I've heard you I think you've done a couple of other interviews already in the market. Are you surprised at how interested we Seahawk fans are in Bud Clark?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I mean, and I'll tell you, for all the reasons, I mean, we miss the guy already, not just as a football player and one of the leaders of our defense and being in and around the facility every day. But, you know, as we're out on the road recruiting right now, yeah, there's a certain level of measurements that you're looking for, talent level that's going to fit a role and all the things that you can develop. But more importantly, you know, we're looking for the right people. Sorry, as you can hear the bell ring at the school I'm at right now. But, you know, Bud's got these intangibles that are just off the chart as a person. His charisma, there's coaches that are going to want to coach him because of the type of person he is. There's teammates that are going to want to be around him because of the type of person he is. He's an extremely hard worker. I mean, shoot, over the course of the 2 years that we were together at TCU, I can't remember a time, guys, when his GPS wasn't the highest in a workout or in a practice. I mean, Bud works, and I think people are going to be very excited to see how he comes along with this great coaching staff that he gets to be developed by.
Andy Avalos is our guest here on Chuck and Buck, defensive coordinator for the TCU Horned Frogs football program. He coached Bud Clark, who the Seahawks took with the 64th overall selection in the draft on Friday at the end of round number 2. And so we're trying to get to know Bud Clark a little bit better through a guy that's guided him here to some of his football success that he had in Texas. All right, so let's talk about his experience, because I love this for the National Football League. It kind of felt to me that for a while teams were drafting the younger player that they could mold. And maybe since COVID, Coach, we're seeing a trend toward, no, we want the guys that have racked up the most experience possible at the college football level. I know the Seahawks are leaning that way. I think it's a credit to you and the college coach today that we trust what you've taught them, what we're seeing on film, and we love the fact that Bud Clark has a lot of experience, even if he's a little older than our normal draft pick. What is your take on that?
No, 100% experience wins, right? Like having guys that understand and know what to do, when to do it, have shown and proven, you know, through the course of years that they're capable of doing it. They have a skill set and a talent that the good Lord's blessed them with, but that they know how to use it. That goes a long way. You know, we talked before, and we're looking for similar things in players here at TCU. We're looking for smart, tough guys that are going to be consistent with what the good Lord's given them day in and day out. And I think when you look at a guy that like Bud, who's played as many snaps as he has, and not only played, but played at a very, very high level, I know you know exactly what you're going to get going forward. And with Bud too, you know, he has the ability. He's got position flexibility. There's many people from the NFL that, you know, were inquiring about him playing corner, not just safety, because of his cover skills, his man-to-man cover ability, and obviously he plays all the zones already as a safety. And so we're just excited to see, you know, what Coach McDonald decides to do with him. And, you know, part just being a fan of what he's always done and the defenses he's ran. And so, us too down here in Texas are going to be watching from afar to see how Bud progresses.
Well, what's something about him that only somebody that's around him every day can know and appreciate? It doesn't show up on film where a scout can study that, but as somebody that intimately has worked with him every single day for the last year or so, what's something about Bud Clark that the Seahawks are about to learn once they're around him every day?
Well, I think you, myself, everybody, you want to go to work. The people you're going to be around every day, you want to go to work with. You want to be around them. You want to help them. You want them to help you. You want to work together as a team. And Bud just, again, has that charisma, that not only with his coaches, but his teammates. There's going to be coaches around him that they're going to get a guy that's very passionate about what he, very passionate about this game and how he goes about preparing himself. And his teammates are going to see that as well, that, he's passionate about being the best he can in each and every day. And I'll tell you what, he's going to have that smile that's going to put a smile on your face too. You guys are going to love covering him, and he's going to bring that joy to you. And even in times when, there's difficult tasks that need to get done, there's things that need to get sorted out, it's always fun to find your way through it with a guy like him.
Andy Avalos is with us, defensive coordinator at Texas Christian. Used to be a defensive coach at Boise State, where he coached a guy by the name of DeMarcus Lawrence. Have you called DeMarcus to tell him, hey, take care of my boy Bud?
No, that was one of the first things to do. That night when Bud got drafted by the Seahawks, that was one of the first things to do. Very fortunate to be a part of DeMarcus's life and see how he's grown and the things that he's done and the man that he's become. And, it was really cool to see what the Seahawks were able to do last year, obviously being a fan and rooting from afar, but now being able to have another player that we're close with and being able to connect these two and make sure, they help each other. It's definitely helps to have mentors and people that have been in the league and done these things and know what it takes and the consistency level. And so it's like, Marcus, you got a little brother.
Yeah.
Bud, you got a new big brother. You guys take care of each other, make sure we have the right people around ourselves. We're doing the right things so we can succeed. So there's two guys right there. They're, some of the hardest workers that we've been blessed to be around, and hopefully they can have a huge impact together.
Yeah. I see on your resume you were also, of course, at Oregon. Are you relieved to have washed that stink off of you?
Well, I'll tell you what, I've been blessed to be at a few good places that I'm very grateful for. And to be honest with you, just the people that we've been around. And, and that goes, that's an even bigger blessing for these guys going, that they get to be around leaders in an organization like the Seahawks. I mean, John Schneider it's been pretty cool to see again from afar and how he's rebuilt the Seahawks over the last couple of years, and to bring it all together last year with the coaching staff that they brought in there is pretty cool to see.
Well, let me ask you along those lines, as a defensive coordinator yourself, I mean, is everybody in the industry, college, pro, are you studying what Mike McDonald's doing defensively? Are you foolish if you're not trying to figure out what he's doing to change defense right now in the National Football League?
Yes, of course. We have been for a few years.
Yeah.
We've had people that have worked with us that have worked with Coach before in the past, and we fortunate enough we have access to all NFL film and even some of the college stops that he's been at, and so we have been able to do that. We're coaches, we're pirates, we're always trying to pirate things that can fit us and that we can do well, and it's just it's the way the game goes. You're always trying to learn and grow, and definitely that's one coach that you keep your eyes on.
All right, well, tell us before we let you go a little about TCU football. How are things going? What kind of season you expecting? Who's the next Bud Clark that we'll talk about next year?
Yeah, of course. We we're fortunate to have a few guys drafted off the defense this year, so this spring was huge into filling in a couple positions and letting guys compete and creating experience. As we were talking on earlier, we have a fair amount of guys coming back. We got some talent to fill where guys went on to the NFL, and we had a really good spring ball on defense. We got a new offensive coordinator who's doing an excellent job, and we're really excited to take what we did and all the growth we had in the spring and lead into the summertime and keep going, because the Lord only knows August is going to be here in a blink of an eye, and we're going to be ramping up and getting ready to go.
All right. Well, you got any dirt you can give me on Bud before we let you go? Like some funny story that I can run past him to training camp when I get to meet him?
Oh, man, just ask him. He'll know. Just ask him if he's 195 pounds yet, because that was our ongoing joke. Bud runs so much, his GPS is so high that it's hard for my man to gain a little bit of weight, and he was always struggling to be 190, and we were always on him about his body armor, the way he plays the game, the way he attacks ball carriers. And so I would always joke with him that I'm not calling you Bud, I'm going to call you by your given name, Jadarius, until you get to 195 consistently. So I hope he is that. I know he is that now, and I'm looking forward for you guys getting to meet him and be around him and see the type of person he is as you guys cover him, in his career up there.
All right. Well, that sounds great. Well, thank you, Coach. We appreciate the insight. Enjoy the off season, however short that might be for you, and good luck next year.
Well, we appreciate it. Thanks for having us.
All right. Andy Avalos joining us right here on Chuck and Buck in the Morning. Of course, Coach Bud Clark there at Texas Christian University, one of the newest Seahawks, and joining us here on the program here today to talk about that player. And so, yeah, I'm excited about him. I think this is something that the Seahawks are doing really well right now, and along with other organizations, other defensive minds, you better be studying what Mike Macdonald's doing. You better be pirating some of his concepts, and maybe you won't be able to ever have that mind, but you certainly can tap into some of the things he's doing and take advantage of that. I think it'd be foolish not to. And another thing that I think NFL teams should be tapping into, and this team, I think, turned over a new leaf a few years ago. They got tired of drafts that weren't turning out as well as they once were. And I think they grounded themselves, and they really made a conscious effort toward character. They really made a conscious effort toward lovers of football, guys that had passion, really made a conscious effort toward experience, really made a conscious effort toward loyalty. Bud Clark spent his entire time at TCU. We heard some of these things going into the draft, and then certainly they drafted that way again this year. And I would think I'm kind of glad to see that NFL teams are leaning this way. And I think the Seahawks learned their lessons, a few of them the hard way. And I think it's a big part of why they've had this speedy return to glory under Mike and John, and why they've been able to mend some of their fences and fill some of their holes. It's with this sort of mindset, and they're doubling down on it going forward. And so that Bud Clark fits the Seahawks culture and the Seahawks way. We'll see if he can play.
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant wasn't one of our best players. He was a damn good player.
Very good and very important to what Mike Macdonald does. So.
Right. And so this is sort of what Bud Clark's going to be challenged to do, like be our next Kobe Bryant.
Right.
And maybe he won't be as a starter right out of the gates. I don't think Kobe was either. But certainly this is the opportunity that you have, this hybrid safety / corner that might be able to fill those shoes, if not immediately, eventually. And the experience that he has and the character that he has, that's why he's a Seahawk right now. And I love it personally.
Yeah, and you mentioned kind of the draft philosophy that the Seahawks have shifted towards in the last couple of years. And I think, honestly, you look at kind of those late 2010s drafts, there's a couple reasons for it. When you're consistently in the playoffs and kind of battling for, division championships and stuff like that, you're going to be picking towards the end of the first round more often than not. And not just in the first round, every round, as we've seen now. It's not a serpentine draft or anything like that. But, you have a less of a chance to really improve your team if your team's already good, right? But you also, the Seahawks, for whatever reason, kind of shifted away from the quote-unquote consensus board. And I feel like they've kind of shifted back towards like, hey, the people that everyone seems to think are really good football players, we don't have to try and outsmart the room here. We can also just pick the good football players. You know what I mean?
I think that's fair.
And that's one of the reasons why their drafts have been so good the last few years. And you look at teams like the 49ers who have kind of gone that direction where the Seahawks were and kind of shifting away from the quote-unquote consensus board. I don't know. That rang a lot of bells for, the late 2010s drafts the Seahawks had for a while.
Oh, yeah. Believe me. And covering them all.
Yeah.
And a little too cute. And then wanted to show everybody their genius.
Yeah.
Versus, maybe the consensus. There's a reason that's the consensus.
Right. And you are going to still have some misses in that, obviously.
Sure, of course.
There's people, there's players that everyone...
And I don't ever want you to draft according to the consensus.
No.
But you better not be drafting against the consensus.
Specifically, yeah.
Just because you don't want to give them the satisfaction of taking somebody you think they think you should take.
Yeah, and there's a way of doing it in your own way where it's like, hey, they're like, just scout people and whoever you think are good football players and good fits. That's the other thing. You can pick a good football player, but that's also a good fit for what you feel like is going to be good for your locker room. And I feel like the Seahawks have done that in the last few years, and they've kind of doubled down on that this year with a lot of similar types of personalities, especially in the secondary. The Bud Clark, the Julian Neals of the world that are extremely confident, but also very smart. I think they picked like 3 or 4 of their 8 draft picks were all academic in their conference, which there's another, kind of common theme here with a lot of these picks.
What is wrong? I want smart, skilled, passionate football players.
Yeah.
That seems like a pretty good direction to go in.
I think so.
And they're not the only team doing it these days. They're not the only team making that adjustment. I mean, I present to you Exhibit A. Xavier Harris, who is a defensive lineman out of Ole Miss. I mean, this guy's 6'8", 330 pounds, and Ole Miss was putting up with all of his offseason nonsense because Lane Kiffin really doesn't have a soul. And so they were putting him on the field. And when he was on the field, I mean, they were using him like Howie freaking Long, for goodness sake. God. One of the greatest of all time. Yeah. I mean, they're putting him at the 5 technique. They're putting him at the 3 technique. They're lining him up over center. I mean, they were using him as a weapon. Like, we've got a beast, and he's got some agility, and he's got size and strength, and you don't ever know where he's going to line up. And so this was the type of player that Ole Miss was showcasing the past couple of years. And I would think under normal circumstances, when you think about what Mike McDonald tries to do defensively, how much would he have loved a 6'8", 330-pound agile defensive lineman that can line up and down the defensive line?
Yeah.
Like the kind of mismatches that his mind might have been able to create with a Xavier Harris type.
Yeah.
But never a consideration. Had 3 arrests when he was in college. Some people had him graded as like the 50th best player in the draft. He didn't get drafted at all. It wasn't just the Seahawks who, climbed the top of Moral Mountain.
Right.
It was every team. They got up there, and every National Football League team was either right behind them or at least seeing the merits in the path that they were taking to the top of that mountain. And nobody took Xavier Harris.
Yeah.
Like I said, in some mock drafts out there, they were talking about certainly day 2, a day 2 pick, even with all of the red flags. And every single 32 organizations said, no, we don't want that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so they didn't take him. So I think it's great. I think that that's what you should be after. And I think it's terrific that we're not really in this mode right now in the National Football League of, just give me the guy with speed and power, and I don't care about anything else because I can coach him up.
Yeah.
There's a lot more of, no, I'd kind of like to have the guy who's already skilled, loves football, and I don't have to worry about when he goes home after practice. Ta-da!
Believe it or not, that helps your team.
Right? Why were we not doing that? It was out of pure ego.
Sure.
That's what it was. Oh, well, yeah, they couldn't control him, but I can. No, now he's going to have millions of dollars in his pocket.
Yeah.
And and it's going to be even more difficult to control him and contain him. So I love it. I love it for the league, and I certainly love it for the Seahawks, and I really love that the Seahawks seem to be ahead of the league in doing this.
Yeah, and I like your point about development, too, because it's not just about, okay, you want a finished product already. You can still develop even if you are an older prospect as well. I also think the narrative around those kind of guys that maybe have troubled pasts, that you can coach them up and get the most out of them, is a little bit skewed, because the guys who end up being more coachable, believe it or not, are the academics and the guys that maybe stayed in one place for all 4 years and end up being the high character guys. And those are the guys you can actually get more out of, even if their measurables aren't exactly there all the time. So yeah, I agree with you. I think this is the right way to go.
All right. Hey, I want to talk about measurables. Colin Ray is going to be performing at the Tulalip Resort Casino on June 4th. That's my birthday.
There you go.
So what you ought to do is celebrate my birthday by going to the Orca Ballroom at Tulalip Resort Casino and check out all the measurables, the upside. Colin May's got a great motor. Anybody that's ever seen him on stage knows that motor runs hot.
It keeps
going.
Never
quits. All right. So Love Me in This Life, not that different. If I Were You, just some of his musical catalog singles and hits. And you can get tickets to see him. You can get him by going just to everythingtulalip.com. How about that? Tulalip Resort Casino, Quilceda Creek Casino. Last day of the Carnival of Cash, by the way, so you may want to take advantage of that before it slips through your fingers. All right, coming up next on our radio program, Anders and I are going to go through the ABCs of the M's for you on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. ABCs of the M's family, Sunset Auto family. We are merging families. The brand new sponsor of ABC's of the M's, brought to you by the Sunset Auto family in Sumner and Auburn. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that.
Boy, they do like that.
I really like that
Yeah.
slogan. That I've heard it now for a decade here.
Yeah.
And now I get to say it every day. This is a daily segment. I don't know if our salespeople told you, Sunset Auto family, but the ABCs of the M's is daily. You're going to get a lot of bang for your buck around these here parts.
Yeah, I think that's
and people do like that.
The people. It's true. They do. Great to have him on. Thanks for joining the ABCs. The
I love it. I love having the Sunset Auto family part of Chuck and Buck. So here we go. Let's get to the ABC. Let's show them how we do it.
Let's do it.
I mean, normally it's a girl by the name of Ashley Ryan that's here, Sunset Auto family, if you're listening for the first time. Possibly.
Sorry to disappoint.
Yeah, but I got Anders Hurst here. Usually we have a former Mariner on this show, Sunset Auto family. But our family's missing a couple of its pieces.
Yep.
But you're going to like this Anders Hurst guy. Yeah.
He's all right.
Oh, yeah. He's really, really good. I like it when he fills in. And people do like that, too. Yeah.
I wonder what people we're talking about now.
Oh, a lot of people. All right, let's get to the alphabet. We left off with the letter M. M is for Miller. We talked earlier in the latest episode of the Emersons about how this numbers crunch is going to work itself out.
Yeah.
Well, Bryce Miller is not really. I mean, they can stretch this out a little while.
Yeah.
They've got an ability to buy some time. There's still a belief that he's a couple weeks away. That's 3 starts. Okay. So 3 starts, Luis Castillo could prove a lot in
Absolutely.
3 starts. Emerson Hancock could prove a lot. Emerson Hancock could slide back to the Emerson Hancock we've known in the past, and maybe it ends up making it easier, when the time comes. So they've got a chance to just all right, Bryce, just take your time. Let's make sure you're right. I think in his last outing, he threw just an inning and 2/3 in the inning. I don't think he had a lot of success. I think he gave up a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
But they're not necessarily worried about that. They're just trying to get his work in, trying to get his velocity up, which was at 98 miles per hour. And they're trying to, of course, build up his arm strength, his conditioning, so that when he gets here, you've got a starting pitcher that can go, 6-7 innings if you need him to get there. So that's what they're doing with Bryce, and I don't think they're in any rush. But have we left him out of this conversation as possibly he's the guy that comes back to the bullpen? I mean, Bryce didn't have a great year last year. Now he was dealing with injuries, and he was pitching through injuries. And then by the end of the season, he was our best pitcher in the playoffs a year ago.
Yeah, he was.
So I was expecting really big things out of Bryce. I think he was. I know the organization was as well. And yet you now have this sudden numbers crunch. You don't really want to demote Luis Castillo, and you don't really want to step on Emerson Hancock, who's been arguably your best starting pitcher so far this year. He's at least in the conversation. So you're already buying time by just taking your time with Bryce through the rehab process. Could you buy a little bit more time by bringing him up and he's the bullpen piece? I mean, there's a chance, Anders, that could be without Matt Brash for a little while.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Based on what, we learn about Matt Brash and whatever that injury is that he suffered yesterday. Good thing is that it doesn't sound like it's an arm injury.
Right.
But even a labrum or an oblique, as we know with Bryce, could keep you out for a couple of months.
Yep.
So you might have a hole to fill there in your bullpen, and I wonder if that is something that we should explore with Bryce and his talents. I mean, I know he'd be a great reliever.
Yeah.
I know he'd be a great reliever. I don't know if I want to put him there because I'd rather him be a great starter.
Sure. Yeah. And we've seen this with Emerson Hancock last year as well. That's where he started to have a little bit of success once they put him in that role. I do see, a lot of talk. I think this is before the Matt Brash injury. Now, without him, I think the 6-man rotation is kind of out of the picture in my head. Because you now need an extra reliever anyway because Matt Brash is going down. So
I've been really bothered if they went to a 6-man rotation. Now you're messing with everybody.
Yeah, I didn't absolutely hate it as much as I usually do because I normally don't really like it. But I still would not be a huge fan of it. And now especially no because Matt Brash is down. There's a couple ways to go about this. You could do like the whole Phantom IL thing with Luis Castillo if you really feel like something's off and you need to give him a little bit of a rest. Give him like a couple weeks off, something like that. And once Bryce Miller's ready, I do think the idea of kind of ramping up Bryce Miller in the bullpen makes a lot of sense. And especially
we haven't talked about a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, he certainly has the stuff that I think he'd be a hell of a weapon out of the bullpen.
Yeah.
Of course, you also can't just use him in high leverage 1 inning at a time.
Right.
He'd have to be like a 2-inning reliever for you.
Yeah.
Because you can't let you're working on getting him up, his pitch count up,
not down.
Yeah, exactly. And you certainly don't want to use him as a long reliever. Long relievers are guys that mop up in the modern game.
Yep.
And so that's not the role that I want him in. But is there, we've talked a lot about demoting Castillo. We talked a lot about the possibility that they have options with Emerson. And so that seniority-wise, that would just put him back down in Tacoma.
Right.
I hate that option.
I don't like that either.
And yet we haven't spent a lot of time wondering, is that something for the time being that Bryce Miller, is that a role that he could fill as some sort of 2-inning specialist for a little while until everything becomes clearer? If Castillo continues, we get another struggle bus month of Castillo, then it's going to be obvious.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that's keeping him in the rotation right now is him and the organization saying he's just proven it so many times. Why would we abandon it? He's in a slump. Let's give him a chance to get out of that slump.
Well, and as of right now, there's no one else, right? Because Bryce Miller's hurt.
Right. Well, there is one other guy.
Yeah, his name's Kate Anderson. He's pretty dang good. But yeah.
Who might be better than all of them.
Yeah, right now he might be better than all of them, which is weird, but it's true.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm sure they're exploring every possibility.
Yeah.
But Bryce looks like, in the meantime, he's still a couple of weeks away.
Yeah.
From being activated one way or the other.
Yeah.
But if he was a reliever, you could probably activate him sooner.
That's another good point. You could bring him in now, and that's how you ramp him up. Not having
he could pitch 2 innings.
Starts.
He could pitch Brash's role and then go throw more bullpen afterwards.
Especially if Castillo continues to struggle, you wouldn't have to leave him out there just to be like, all right, just get 5, even if it costs us 7 runs. You could be like, hey, you give a couple and doesn't look good, bring Bryce Miller in for 2 innings, 3 innings. So I don't know.
Or maybe just steps into the Brash role.
Yeah.
And then he works afterwards, just a longer bullpen afterwards. Just goes back out and throws. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to spitball here.
I am too. Yeah.
But I have a feeling Bryce Miller could do the Matt Brasha. And I have a feeling Matt Brasha is going to be out for longer than 10 days.
Yeah.
Just
probably.
based on the way that he looked.
Well, and just.
But he did say, Matt did say that he didn't want to be taken out of the game. So that's a good sign.
Yeah.
All right. And as for next is the Kansas City Royals. And look, I mean, I know the Mariners got off to a rough start. I kept trying to point out to people that a lot of teams with high expectations are off to worse starts than what the Mariners got off to. The Boston Red Sox, for example. The Toronto Blue Jays are still 2 games under 500. The Philadelphia Phillies are 9 games under 500. The Mets are 10 games under 500. But the Kansas City Royals are coming in town starting on Friday. They were expecting to win the division this year, and they're off to a 12-18 start so far this season. So things haven't gone exactly swimmingly for Kansas City. You hope they don't get well starting on Friday. Bobby Witt Jr. had not hit a home run until I think it was 2 games ago. Right. It was his first home run of the entire season. I mean, they're coming into town, and that's really all you think about when you get ready to face the Kansas City Royals. They have one of the best 5 players in Major League Baseball all around in Bobby Witt Jr., and you just hope he's not heating up at the worst possible time for us.
For us, yes.
Yeah. Very selfish.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a stud. It is what it is. You're going to watch a shortstop that can, we talked about JP earlier defensively. This guy is not that. He is the opposite of that. He has unlimited range. It seems like he gets to everything. He has a great arm. He's a great speed. He's starting to get the power. He already has 2 home runs now. So even though he just had his first a couple days ago, he hit his second, I think it was yesterday. So I agree with you. I think this may be a tough time to be facing the Royals. But, hey, maybe they need to come back down to earth a little bit, too, after their, 6-game winning streak, something like that? 5-game winning streak?
Who?
The Royals.
They're 12-18. I don't think they've had a 5-game winning streak.
I I know their last.
Oh, they did have a 4-game winning streak.
That's what it was.
Okay,
that's what it was.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. No, you're right. So I guess they have been playing better as of late.
Yep.
Finally, O is for omit. If Brendan Donovan's coming back on the homestand, and I kind of get the impression as early as tomorrow, then we can omit Leo Rivas from the starting lineup going forward for a while. And this is good. This is good for everybody involved. It's going to be great to get Donovan back. And it's going to be great to get Leo back into the utility role where he belongs. And so I'll admit I was getting a little tired of seeing him play every day. Even though I like him and he obviously has a little bit of a clutch gene in him.
Yeah, he does.
I think he's much better suited to be in a utility role. And that's the role that he went into spring training trying to claim.
Yep.
So he won that job back in spring training. Maybe Mastroboni's injury contributed to that. But, you've had to put him in the starting lineup here with Donovan out. Because we really didn't have another third base option in the organization, apparently. And so not only do you get Donovan back and we get him back into the top of the lineup, we also get our utility player back.
Right.
We get Leo Rivas back. So it's kind of a 2-for-1.
In the role he should be, as you mentioned earlier, right? And I like him coming in as like a defensive substitute late in the game. A pinch runner would actually ended up working out really, really well for the Cole Young game-winning hit because he's the one who stole second base, and that would have been just a 1-run single instead of a 2-run single without Leo Rivas coming in to pinch run for Dom Canzone yesterday. So that's a little underrated part of the game, but I think that's the exact role he should be. So, yeah, I agree with you.
All right, last thing, just quickly, P is for a podcast. As people may not realize, but a lot of you do. Anders and I do an off-season podcast called Stove, and there's just been a lot of people that have said, can you do it during the regular season? I mean, why don't you do anything during the regular season? Well, Anders and I put our heads together, and we're going to do something starting today. And I don't know if we're going to do it bi-weekly or monthly.
Yeah, something around that.
Right now, though, we're just going to call it the 30th.
I like it.
The 30th is the 30th of every month, we do a podcast, and that way we kind of update all of our thoughts on where the Mariners are. I think there's no point in doing it once a month. We'll probably end up doing it twice a month.
Sure.
So the name might become the 15th and the 30th. But nonetheless,
good name.
we're going to start that today.
Yep.
After the show is over. So for those that have been asking for that, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's nice to hear.
Yeah.
And then secondarily, we've heard you, and we're going to put something together. So that should be out a little bit later on today. All right, coming up next on our program, the NBA playoffs are going pretty well. It's been entertaining. And I probably owe the NBA a little bit of an apology because the first round's been a lot more entertaining than I thought it would be. But obviously, we've got other things to fix with the National Basketball Association before the Sonics take the court again. So we'll talk about one of those things next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Chuck and Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Basketball. Not quite the same song, but yes.
Basketball.
Chuck Palladanders Hurst with you. Ashley went on a field trip with her daughter. What was your best field trip when you were a kid?
Ooh, good question.
So I'm going to start with the show with, and then we had all that nonsense.
I actually went on one, I think it was like 3rd or 4th grade, where to the Museum of Flight, and they did like a whole simulation on going to Mars. Which was really cool. Everyone had like specific roles. It was really cool. It was I kind of forget the program that they did it there, but I definitely remember that seared in my head.
Fancy.
Yeah.
Look at you.
It's like all the mathematics and everything obviously dialed down,
Yeah.
but for a 3rd grader. But
Yeah, we didn't have things like that.
Yeah.
It was like, we're going to go to the cow barn.
it's a good field trip.
Yeah. Let's head on over to the wheat field. Pack a sack lunch, kids. We're going to the wheat field.
What'd you learn there?
Well, how bread is made.
Hey, that's valuable.
Yeah, exactly. I found out one other thing about field trips. It doesn't go over well when you crash one.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't say.
Yeah, as an adult male. Where you just show up and you've got a sack lunch and you just try to blend in like at a wedding, like Wedding
Just walk
Crashers.
along with them.
Yeah, Field Trip Crashers was a movie that never made it to Hollywood. It just was a little too creepy.
Yeah.
When you think back about how creepy Wedding Crashers actually
it is.
even though great movie.
Great movie.
Very funny
Vince
movie.
Vaughn, Owen Wilson, classic.
But when you step back and you're like, that's pretty creepy what they were doing.
Yeah.
Pretty much just liars.
Yeah.
You know, and using a wonderful, there's supposed to be some sort of sacred ceremony
Sure.
to be liars. But yeah, a lot better than field trip crashers.
I don't think Owen Wilson and Vince Vaughn signed up for that one. Probably not.
Yeah, really hard for a 54-year-old man to show up with a sack lunch and then pretend like he's just part of the class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
That didn't work out.
Oh, you know what time of year it is? It's field trip season.
Yeah. Oh, if I had a nickel for every time that thing went south. All right. Well, it is NBA playoff time.
Yeah, it is.
Spencer Hawes is going to join us at 9 o'clock. We've already had him on to preview the NBA playoffs. Last year, we had him on every week to just talk about the NBA playoffs. So it looks like we're going to get to do that again this year.
Let's go.
So we're excited about that. So he's coming up at 9 o'clock. And I got to give the NBA some credit here on this because even when Spencer was here, it just kind of felt like we all thought that the first round was just going to be so chalky. Yeah, that you just go ahead and advance everybody. It might end up turning out that way anyway. The chalk might end up surviving, but it has been entertaining. Certainly, Denver has had it taken to them by Minnesota. To this point, they're on the brink.
Boy, if the Lakers choke a 3-0 lead, woo!
Lakers not only could choke a 3-0 lead, but with Kevin Durant, the Rockets are now saying they'd rather play without Durant, for goodness sake. So that's been an unexpected sort of series to this point. I think Cleveland's going to emerge, but Toronto's given them everything that they can handle. Atlanta gave the Knicks more than they can handle. Philadelphia's hanging around with Boston, and Detroit, a 1 seed, could be on the verge of being knocked out. So the NBA playoffs first round, I thought was just going to be a foregone conclusion. We were going to have a lot of 4-game, 5-game series. But it looks like we're going to go to the distance on a lot of these, at least 6 games on a lot of these series in the first round. So I do have to give them a little bit of credit for that. But in an era in which they made news with their new NBA lottery system proposal that they have.
Yeah.
I believe they just need to get rid of the lottery.
Really?
Because all it does is scream to me like, Anders, I already think they rig it. And so this, to me, just screams, this gives us an easier chance to rig it. That's what it screams to me.
Yeah, because it could be anyone.
Yeah. And so I don't really understand why teams tank when the lottery's rigged anyway. Yeah. I don't really even get that aspect of the National Basketball Association. But then again, Not everybody believes that that's true. Adam Silver apparently is one of those.
Really? You don't? You say the commissioner of the NBA doesn't believe that the NBA is rigged, or the lottery, at least I should say.
Yeah.
Really?
He spins a convincing yarn about it. I'll tell you that.
He does.
But the other thing is load management, which has not been discussed during this process. I don't have as big a problem with load management because I think it's good strategy.
Yeah.
I think it's strategy to make sure your team is at its best come playoff time. I think the Orlando Magic are a pretty good example of this. They went into this past season, and people thought that they were going to be one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference. They were believed to be better than Detroit on paper before the season started. And so even though they end up as the 8th seed and had to play their way in to the playoff, I think, I don't know who it was that pointed it out yesterday. We shouldn't be surprised by this because Orlando's a really good team.
Yeah.
And may have approached the season just like, well, as long as we get in.
Yeah.
As long as we get in and we're their best. So I think a lot of people have long believed that the NBA playoff is too large. And now that we've added these play-in games, now it's even larger. It's just like we were talking about earlier with college basketball. If this is your baby, this is the only thing that basketball fans universally enjoy about your league is the playoffs. Why are you messing with it so much?
Yeah.
Go back to the 16-team format because even that was way too predictable because of the nature of the sport. It was way too predictable. But if you shrink the number of teams in, then guess what? Teams are going to have to play their best players more to get into the playoff. I mean, does that not make sense?
Yeah, it does. So then the load management thing would be
right.
Yeah,
right. All right. So we're working on changing the lottery to fix the tanking thing, and then if we wanted to fix the load management thing, then that means shrinking the playoffs, even reduce it even further than what it was before. Yeah. Take it down to 12. And then teams will have to play their best players because they won't just assume, well, nearly everyone makes the playoffs. Are we really? You think Miami's going to get in ahead of us? Yeah. No.
How many teams are not tanking or not making the playoffs? Like, seriously.
Yes. Great question. I think the answer might be 0.
It might be 0.
This year, anyway. I don't think that's normally the case.
Sure.
But, yeah, it might be 1. One.
And that's the team that everyone's like, what are you doing? You got to do one or the other, right? Yeah. Can't be in the middle.
I get rid of the lottery. I'd incentivize winning amongst the losers at the end of the season.
Yeah.
And I would shrink. I mean, this is for the best. This is for the best interest of the game, of the sport, of the league. Not the best financial interest, but in terms of just trying to get rid of some of these things that have given Adam Silver such headaches. You're going to have to do some difficult things. You're going to have to maybe not make every single dollar that you can possibly make. Maybe you could accept the fact that you've got overpaid players. You got 8 men making $32 million a year. I think they make enough money. Okay? So let's just fix the product. And let's fix it before the Sonics return because I don't want to have to spend our time talking about this stuff. All right, Spencer Hall is going to join us next, plus your cash word as well. It's Chuck and Buck, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Jacobson. Bueller. He's not here today.
Okay.
Ryan. Is that Astley? Ashton? All I have is an Ash here. No.
Ashley.
Not.
Have you seen the substitute teacher sketch?
Yeah.
On Comedy Central. It's so good. Key appeal.
Do you remember the skit on Saturday Night Live, the Osweepe?
Oh,
Osweepe Johnson.
yeah, so good.
Ashley Ryan is not here today, so we do have Anders Hurst here with us, and we got Spencer joining us here as well. Do want to let you know before we bring Spencer Hawes aboard that Bills is your keyword. Enter it at 93.3KJR.com for your shot at $1,000 in Grand Slam cash. Joining us now on the program, he has signed up again this NBA playoff season to join us every week. Talk about the NBA playoffs. It is former high school hoops legend here in Seattle, UW basketball star, and longtime NBA player. It is your favorite needle, not named the Space Needle. It's the Spence Needle. Spencer Hawes joining us here on Chuck and Buck in the Morning. How are you, sir?
I am doing pretty well. It's sunny outside.
Yeah.
We've survived winter.
Yeah.
Things are looking up.
Got your baseball team back to 500? That's not so bad.
Hey, look at them. Just ready to give up again. They're really back in.
I'll tell you what, I was about ready to give up on the first round of the NBA playoffs. When you were in studio, I think I was pretty clear. I just thought there was going to be a lot of 4-game, 5-game series, easy advancements, very chalky. And instead, we've had one hell of a first round. These have been very competitive, and we've got a couple of teams that we were really high on about a week and a half ago, all of us that are on the verge of being eliminated. So how much, first and foremost, have you been entertained by the competitiveness of round number one?
I've been entertained. I've been, a lot more focused than I thought I would need to be for what you just described. I thought it was going to be pretty straightforward, but there's series going 6 or 7. There's some underdogs in the driver's seat, and that Lakers series just got interesting.
Yeah, no doubt about it. What are they going to collapse? Are they going to lose 4 straight to the Houston Rockets?
I hope not, because I'm friends with JJ and I'm pulling for the Lakers, which I never thought the words would come out of my mouth. But there's some ghosts of Rocket past that haunt a few of us from that 2015 Clippers team, and he's definitely one of them. And I know that that's probably creeping in, although we didn't have a 3-0 advantage, but it's still, momentum just in the playoffs can shift so quickly in one game, and you make an adjustment and figure something out, and you get yourself back in the driver's seat. So, they got a chance now. They got to go back down to Texas. That's another 4-hour flight, and it's good for the fans. It's probably not good if you're a Laker fan.
Well, there was talk I just heard this morning, and granted, it was from a group of people that don't know much, but they were channeling other analysts and suggesting that maybe the Rockets are better off without Kevin Durant, which sounds like lunacy. And yet it's such a young athletic team that seems to be gelling right now and certainly played better without him. Then again, he hasn't played much at all in this series. So what do you think? Is there a chance that the Rockets and inside that locker room are kind of wanting Kevin Durant to stay out of the series the rest of the way?
It's always, I hate the better off argument when the best player by a landslide on the team is out or hampered. They did the same thing with the Lakers, when Luka's out, and all of a sudden they pick up their pace and other guys are stepping up. But one thing it is allowing them to do is play to their strengths, which is, as you mentioned, their length, their athleticism, their youth. And I think that is where they have an advantage with the Lakers. That is something that they clearly have been able to kind of hone in and take advantage of. But there's going to be some point in this series when it gets to the fourth quarter and it gets to be a half-court game where they're going to need a shot maker. And I think despite their success and their adjustments in the last two games, I still don't see anybody on that team that's really emerged in that capacity. If they're making these games 8, 10, 12-point margins, you can get away with it. But if it's going to come down to the last 2 minutes, I would be willing to bet that they would hope that they'd have KD out there.
So who's going to win it? Lakers or Rockets? Who are you taking at this stage?
I'm going with history. I don't think the Lakers are going to lose 4 in a row. But it's, going back, like I said, it's that trip to Texas, the year that we squandered the series versus the Rockets up 3-1. They're long flights. You're kind of counting your chickens before they hatch. Now all of a sudden you got to fly back halfway, 2/3 of the way across the country. You're going back into their arena, and the pressure doesn't dissipate as the series goes on and the other team starts making up ground.
Spencer Hawes is with us here, former NBA player, of course, right here from Seattle, and he's going to be joining us throughout the NBA playoffs to break it down. Before we get to Nuggets Timberwolves, let's talk about the Spurs, who are awaiting the winner of that series. Can you explain to us, as somebody that has been a big man in the NBA, just what a Wembanyama does on the court? Because somebody's just watching the game. I mean, certainly he seems to dominate on both ends of the floor. But can you explain to us that kind of length, that kind of athleticism, just how disruptive that is in an NBA game?
Not really, because I've never seen anybody that comes close.
I was expecting this, like, you have no idea. And no, me either.
Well, I think the thing that's so scary about him offensively is he's still really, and I don't mean this as a knock, it's just he's 22 years old and he's still developing on that end. He doesn't really know, can't say he doesn't know what he's doing, but he doesn't have a go-to move. He doesn't have really any spots on the floor that when it kind of gets muddy that he goes to where he's like, all right, no matter who, if I got a size advantage, I go here. If I got a quickness advantage, I go here. He's still kind of winging it on that end of the floor. Defensively, I mean, he's arguably the most disruptive player, certainly that I've ever seen. I never saw Will or Bill Russell play or Kareem, but you see guys that when they get within 17 feet of the hoop with an advantage that normally, you just go to the rim and see what happens. He's completely dissuading any opponent from making a decision when they get inside of the, not even the restricted area, just kind of like the free throw arc. And so, that's one thing that gives them an advantage that no other team comes close to. But offensively, the pressure he puts on the rim and his ability to space the floor vertically is arguably unprecedented. But from what does he like to do? Where does he like to catch the ball? What's his go-to move? He's still figuring that out. And I think that's the part that's so scary, is that he's 22, Castle's 21, Harper's 20, and these guys all at different points of the first round had coming out parties more or less. And, they got through that series 4-1. They get some rest. They get a chance now to really kind of dive into the tape for whoever comes out of that battle that we will see continuing tonight. And yeah, I still don't really know how to put into words his impact, and I don't know if anybody quite knows how to quantify it.
Well, I'd love to see him against Joker an entire series, but he's got to get there, and he's going to have to win 3 straight over the Timberwolves. They're without Ant Edwards right now, but this Ayo Dosunmu has just been fantastic for Minnesota. You really like the Nuggets, and that's when the Timberwolves were going to have Ant playing the entire series. So I'll ask you now, considering the circumstances we're under, what are your feelings about Denver versus Minnesota at this stage?
I think the series, well, certainly from Minnesota, gets decided tonight. I think if Denver goes back there and can figure out a way how to steal that game, then I still think they're in the driver's seat. Just, you lose your best player far and away in the Timberwolves and Anthony Edwards, and then you lose your point guard and your best shooter. That's a lot to overcome in any circumstance, certainly in a playoff series. But I think tonight Minnesota needs to look at that game like a Game 7, because if they do have to go back, as short-handed as they are, and have to go back to Denver for a Game 7, I think the cards are pretty well stacked against them. But that series has turned out to be a lot more intriguing, I think, than most of us expected.
Yeah, no doubt. Spencer Hawes is with us talking some NBA playoffs. Another former local Seattle star, Paolo Banchero, he and Cade Cunningham put on a show last night, 45 points each. Did you enjoy that matchup last night?
I did. I mean, I'm obviously pulling for Paolo and the Magic, but that was it's always fun to get to see, two guys that were number one picks, two guys that are young faces of the franchise that are going through this, the next evolution of their career in terms of getting to the playoffs and seeing what playoff basketball looks like as any player, but certainly as the featured offensive threat. And both of them stepped up last night. The Magic obviously made a good push. I think when you put yourself in a hole like that, it's difficult in any game to come back from, but incredible shot making by both of them. And there's another one that probably most people, myself included, didn't expect much out of, that, going back to Orlando for a Game 6, that similar to the Timberwolves, I think for them, they have to consider a must win.
Yeah, I was thinking about that last night. Like, obviously a week and a half ago, I thought that's an easy Pistons, probably advance in 5 kind of series. But then I was thinking about it last night. When you go back at the beginning of the year, I certainly thought the Magic were going to be better than the Pistons. I think both are young and rapidly improving teams, and they both have very bright futures. But I would have told you at the beginning of the year that Orlando's the better team. So I'm wondering, should we be that surprised that Detroit's struggling, considering how good Orlando looked on paper when the year began?
Well, I see a lot of similarities between the Timberwolves Nuggets and that series. And, everyone talks about matchups, and what both teams are flawed. Talking about the Magic and the Pistons, but what the Magic have is an extreme amount of size and athleticism that they can throw at the Pistons, which is their strength. And what they really took advantage of during the regular season is just the ability to bully teams and kind of wear them down. And when you run into an opponent who can match that, and I think in Orlando's case, almost exceed that across the board, it's thrown them the Pistons in a tough position. And I think last night they adjusted, but it's not a great matchup for them, just like the Timberwolves are not a great matchup for the Nuggets, and it's made these series probably more interesting than anyone expected.
Mm-hmm. I want to ask you about just the game in general, and I'm going to use Cleveland-Toronto as my prism for that. Cleveland wins last night. They're up 3-2, and yet there were 74 three-point field goals shot out of 170 possible shots that were taken last night. A lot of people have had a problem with the amount of three-pointers. There's talk throughout the course of the season that maybe they'll change the three-point line going forward. Do you have an issue with how many times teams are opting for the 3 in the modern NBA game, and is there anything that you would do to change it?
Well, when they're not going in, yeah. I think the previous game, Sunday 10 a.m. that maybe a lot of people missed, was one of the ugliest basketball games I've ever seen, and they just kept doubling down. I think it ended the first quarter, one team hadn't made one and had missed 10 or 11. The other team was 2 for 14 or something like that. And when they're not going, it definitely looks ugly. That's what Cleveland has kind of built their program all around, is their ability to, really 1 through 5, when they have Mobley at the 5, have guys that can pour it in from distance. And I saw something interesting. Phil Jackson opined yesterday, and he said he's been clamoring to widen the court. He says for 10 or 15 years to make the 3-point line kind of a true arc and extend to 23-8 in the corners, which that's something that I'm not a fan of the 4-point line, or I don't know how you move it back further, but the idea of stretching it out and making it kind of a true rainbow, I think with the evolution of not just the skill set, but the size of the players, I think that would be something interesting to look at, providing more space in the half court and taking the corner three from what they say is the second most valuable shot on the floor and maybe kind of balancing out the percentages from there. I think that would be intriguing.
Oh, but you'd have to take out a couple of rows in each stadium, and I just want Timothy Chalamet to be that close, Spencer. I can't have him further away from the action.
They'll be fine. They can figure that out.
No, I'm with you. And Boston, they shoot as many threes as anybody. They won a championship playing this way. So I'm not telling people not to do it, certainly. And yet they seem to be, they're in this Philadelphia series. They seem to live and die by it. If they're hitting, they beat anybody that they face. But if they're not, then they suddenly become vulnerable to Philadelphia. And Philadelphia's outplayed them for a larger percentage of this series than I think Boston would care to admit. But can they sustain it? Can they finish off the Celtics? They would have to win back-to-back games in order to do that.
Well, they have, and they did it for a stretch at the beginning of the series, either without Embiid or with him, coming back after an appendix surgery on a expedited timeline, to say the least. So I think that last game, they clearly were going to him early and often, and he exploited a substantial mismatch that he has against any of the three centers that Boston tried to throw at him. So I think that one's gotten interesting. Boston's had the Sixers numbered going back a couple of decades in the playoffs, and so this one will be interesting to see what adjustments Boston makes, because when they're not falling, that allows Philadelphia to take advantage of some of their youth and athleticism, especially in the backcourt and getting out in transition. And so I think that one, in Boston, advantage Celtics. But if Philly can figure out a way to sneak that one out, or in Philly, then it gets. We get what we all want, which is as many Game 7s as possible.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe the Hawks can give us one. Are all Hawes family members, do you have to like the Hawks a little bit because of Uncle Steve's time with them?
Yeah, we're all kind of, they're not on the top of the list, but if all things are equal, we pull from it. Pull for the Hawks for sure.
Okay, all right. So are you pulling for them against the Knicks? Are all things equal in this series?
No, I always root against the Knicks, so I would be maybe not the Thunder in the finals, but certainly a neutral franchise.
Yeah. Well, I thought you were going to get your wish then, because I'm like, man, Atlanta's athleticism, they might be too much, and for whatever reason, these last two games, it's like the Knicks figured something out about them, and so it looks like they're going to fix this tonight. I have a feeling they're going to close them out. What's your gut on the Knicks-Hawks series the rest of the way?
I would have to agree with you. I think that Brunson's kind of figured it out. He's playing like the all NBA player he is. Their length and some of the matchups they were throwing at him early in the series seemed to you're never going to stop a guy like that, but disrupt him enough that obviously it gave him a chance, and they got some wins. But I think, as any great player does, they make adjustments over the course of the series, and he seems to be in a pretty good groove. And then the rest of the guys behind him have kind of figured out how to play to their strengths.
All right, very good, very good. Did you like the new tanking lottery format that they're floating around? They're proposing. Do you think that'll work?
I got to do a deep dive because I still don't completely understand it.
Yeah.
But from a 35,000 foot view, the idea that the worst teams at the end of the year are going to have to play for their lives to not lose their advantage with the ping pong balls. I'm all for that. I think
Good.
If it flips to the 8 through 12 seeds, then trying as hard as they can to tank, I don't know how you solve that. But I think any change in that regard is a welcome sight, and I applaud the league and the commissioner for obviously acknowledging a not minor issue that they have with the fan bases of these teams and doing something about it. And if it works, great. If it doesn't, at least they've shown a flexibility to try and combat it and move on to another idea if this doesn't solve for it.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, man. Well, thank you very much. Great stuff. Awesome stuff. We appreciate it, and we'll bug you again next week, all right?
All right. See you at the spring game tomorrow. Are you coming out?
I might do that. Yeah, I might do that. All right, good. You're going to be at the Dogs After Dark, huh?
It's going to be a beautiful night for some Husky football. I'll get a little preview.
Look at that. Look at you. You're just embracing it all right now.
Appealing to the audience.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
go.
There we go. All right, man. Well, we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks for having me. See you guys.
All right. Spencer Hawes joining us here, a man for all seasons, joining us here on Chuck and Buck. We'll have him on every week throughout the NBA playoffs. Coming up next, though, it's time for us to get caught, whether we like it or not, in the draft or math. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Anders Hurst today in for Ashley Ryan. It's why he didn't know to play the Draftermath music.
Oh, whoops.
It's okay.
That's my fault.
I'm not angry with you at all.
Yeah, he is. It's fine.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I
feel
understand.
so ashamed of myself.
No, I understand. It just points out, though, that you can try to avoid it. You can run.
You can run from
Anders. You can hide. But there is no escaping the Draftermath.
You timed that well with the current bed, too.
Uh-huh.
The build-up.
Yeah, so, yeah. You're caught in it just like the rest of us.
I tried to get us out of it.
Yeah.
You can't get out of it.
No, you can't. You
No.
can't. I mean, we'll be out of it by the end of the week.
That's fair.
But through tomorrow, we're caught in the Draftermath.
Caught in
It's
the
the
Draftermath.
aftermath of the NFL draft and a lot of the stories that are starting to come out about different players. And I just want to run through a few. I've gone through each team in the NFC West this week, and obviously we got caught in the Draftermath all day long for the Seahawks on Monday morning. But here we sit on Thursday, and we haven't really looked at the league and players and people who've got caught in the Draftermath. And let's start with this. Let's start locally with the Seahawks. According to Brady Henderson, and he knows a thing or two.
Yeah,
does a good job over there.
Just a couple things.
Yeah, he says that the Seahawks' plan was to take Chris Johnson, the cornerback out of San Diego State. That was their player that they had targeted at 32. And then if he was going to be off the board, the second plan was to trade down and try to get Jadarian Price. But there had been so much movement, so fewer trade partners, and also this fear that maybe some other teams were going to be in between wherever they dropped, that maybe some teams would try to get ahead of them at the top of round 2, so they decided not to mess around with it, and that's when they took Jadarian Price. But their original plan was that Chris Johnson, the cornerback out of San Diego State, was their guy.
Yeah, all right. That definitely is some Draftermath stuff.
That's some Draftermath, because if you take him, you don't get Jadarian Price.
No.
And then according to Brady, they didn't have another guy rated higher than a 4th-round value.
Really?
At running back in the entire draft. So, if you don't get Jadarian Price, you're not taking a running back, which I did float out beforehand. I knew they were going to end up not getting one of these, either edge, running back, or corner. I knew they were going to not get one of them. I predicted running back. Yeah. In the end, I just thought that the board wasn't going to fall their way to get a running back.
Sure.
And yet they decided, since our top corner's off the board, let's get the running back, and now we don't have to worry about it. One less thing to worry. As Forrest Gump says, one less thing.
Exactly. And there are some people who are like, yeah, you could have gotten Jadarian Price later. I'm not so sure that you could have waited all the way to 64 and he would have been there.
Oh, he's saying you couldn't have waited till maybe 34. If you would have moved down with an entire overnight for teams to get, knowing that maybe the Seahawks want that running back, let's get out ahead of them and let's go ahead and grab somebody. Sounds like it would have been worth it if we have Chris Johnson to try to, not worry about the running back position. But he's saying that they drafted there, and I believe him.
Yeah.
They drafted him there because if they feared that if we moved down any further, that we could get leaped and we would be without the running back. So then we strike out on the cornerback that we wanted and the running back that we wanted.
Yeah, and the Niners could have taken him at 33 because they ended up taking a running back just the pick after that.
Exactly.
And they need someone to fill for Christian McCaffrey when he's done. So, yeah. I know.
All right, who else got caught in the Draftermath? How about Mekhi Lemon, who I pretty much spent an entire month of the Draftmas holiday season spreading cheer and calling Mekhi Lemon a turd. Well, now all of a sudden, here I am caught in the draftermath, Anders, and I'm starting to feel a little sympathy for him. I guess he's gotten roughed up a little bit, and I think apparently it's kind of bothered him. I don't know if he's the brightest guy in the world. I don't know if he had some calculated plan to be a jerk during the draft process. And now it kind of sounds like he's a little bit surprised that he's gotten so much of this backlash. He went apparently on an interview. Micah Parsons was interviewing him on a podcast and made fun of him, and it kind of apparently made him sad. And so he's been a little bit sad to find out that people thought he was a turd through this entire process because he didn't know he was coming across that way, even though he definitely was. Mm-hmm. And so he's doing a little backpedaling right now, but he can't get out of the way of the criticism. He keeps running into it, and I guess it's kind of hurt his feelings. Caught in the draftermath.
It's a little weird one because I think everyone, originally when kind of viewing him as a prospect only, was like, man, this guy's special. A lot of people thought the Rams could have taken him at 13 to be a part of that receiving core. That was one of their options there. But then as the draft got closer, it's like, yeah, well, there is some character flaws there, not like massive issues, I don't think, but just he doesn't, like you said, doesn't come across all that like charismatic. But it is kind of weird how it's kind of flipped again because he's like, oh, is that really how I was sounding to everyone? And he's kind of just realizing
he might not be that bright of a person.
Probably not.
I don't know because he just really does kind of feel like he's caught off guard and bothered by it now, and it's like you had a month to fix this,
well, I mean,
and you never did. And I know that they're given advice on
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
they are given advice. Now, whether or not he was paying attention, whether or not he was a good student and was receiving this advice, or if it was going in one ear and out the other. I mean, I realize you don't have normal jobs. I don't really have a normal job. I've never really done a normal job interview in my entire life. It's always been, hey, are you available? We'd like to have you. So I don't have a normal job. I've never had a normal job interview process myself either. But you are going on a job interview. Yours just lasts a month, and you got to put on a leotard and run 40 times and things like that. And yet it is a job interview. And so note to everyone, every young player, if Damon Williams is listening, any Husky is listening right now, when this process starts, present yourself as a professional. Because as we talked about in our last hour, they're looking for character more than they've ever looked for it in the past. Not only to build you up if you have character, but to take you down if you lack character. And so I don't know, maybe he wasn't paying attention in class. Maybe he's not capable of absorbing good information, but he definitely feels like he's regretting the way that he conducted himself. Yeah. Even though he ended up fine. He ended up in a great spot in Philadelphia. He ended up a first-round pick, 20th overall, but his feelings kind of seem to be hurt that he's now realizing how many people were criticizing him for the way he acted.
It's almost like, I don't know, I feel like a lot of these quote-unquote, character flawed people coming into the draft. I don't know how much of it is they aren't aware that that's how they're coming off versus like, I just believe that I'm that good of a player and I don't have to worry about this. You know what I mean? And I feel like him is definitely the former where it's like, I wasn't aware that this is how I was coming off. And now he's trying to, like you said, backpedal a little bit. So I don't know. We'll see.
I'll give you one piece of advice, young man, because I'm willing to forgive and forget. Yeah. I'm willing to give you a second chance. This is great advice. I've been given it. We've all been given this advice in the past, and so maybe you need to hear it, and I hope you're this time listening. Whenever you are lemon, make lemonade.
Excellent advice.
Okay, you're welcome.
Fantastic.
You're welcome, Makai.
It's the draftermath.
Ruben Bain got caught in the draftermath as well. Ruben Bain looked like he was the angry guy that he slid too far. But now he's all smiles and he's like all over the place. I mean, he's taking photos and he's all over the place and he's all smiles again. And I'm glad. I mean, I suppose I get why it was hard to go through the process and you were wondering, are they really passing on me because of that car accident that I had nothing to do with? Are they really passing on me because I have short arms when I've proven that I can play this game no matter what length my arms are? So maybe you would stew on it. I mean, if you thought you were going to be a top 10 pick and you flipped to 15, That's about 45 minutes worth of time that passes before you find out where you're going to go. But I always hate seeing the guy that's angry on a night where dreams are coming true.
Right.
It's not like you slip to the 5th round. But given a little bit of time, everywhere he goes now, he seems to be smiling, happy. He really did land in a great place in Tampa Bay. A pretty good team that has a chance to get a lot better with a defensive-minded head coach and probably somebody that's just going to unleash you and let you do your thing. I think you ended up in a great situation there. I mean, sure, you have to live in a city filled with mullets and Waffle Houses, but you did land with I think, a pretty good situation there in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, and like you said, the defensive-minded head coach who loves to, utilize blitzes. It's going to leave him a whole lot of availability to get some one-on-ones, which he tore it up in college. So I can't wait to see what he does there.
Just survive the draft math. It's hard. The winds are rough.
I tried to get away from it. I couldn't.
The sediment gets in your eyes. You choke on toxic fumes. But if you can survive the draft math, you come out a stronger person on the other side.
Yes, you do.
And your better days are ahead of you. But it's been known to swallow up people whole.
It definitely can.
Yeah. Oh. That's why we take seriously the drafter math.
The drafter math.
All right, one last thing to close out our show next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. segment here of the radio program. I don't know. There might be cultural differences in all of this. Your wife is Argentine, or is it Argentinian?
Argentine.
Argentine.
Yeah.
But maybe it's just an American thing. I don't know.
American.
But yeah. But like when you have a conversation with a person that you live with and you see all the time, and you have conversations all the time, I am very capable of saying, okay, there's nothing really going on. Just checking in. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
And yet the conversation just continues. Through no effort of my own.
Is that checking in?
Is that just like a couples thing? Is that is it a cultural thing? Is that an American women that do that?
Maybe.
I'm just curious. Does that happen to you as well? When you're really just like, okay, just checking in. I'm at work, busy, radio, live radio, and the whatnot.
Yeah.
And yet, hey, by the way, I saw a snail today. Does that happen to you?
No, it does not. Actually, if anyone extends conversations, it's me. I'm the culprit of that. But,
I see. So it's not gender.
No,
not a gender.
Not a gender
thing.
But
it's not even a cultural thing.
Yeah, but
it's
I'm
just
also
up
like
to the individual.
I'm also very aware. Like, okay, when the conversation's done, it's done. Like,
okay,
we're done. See you later. Bye.
Just curious. It was just top of mind. All right.
You don't say.
We're getting ready. Greg Bell, Chris Kidd coming next, but we do have time for one last thing. What do you got back there?
Did you see the news about the possible new owners for the Seattle Seahawks?
You know what? I did see something about that, but I read into it that it was going to be the guy in Portland. That's what I read into it. Did I misread that?
No. Well, the new thing that came out just this morning from Front Office Sports, I believe.
Okay.
Yes. Is that buyers are beginning to line up for the Seahawks. Multiple sources say they've heard two very familiar names that are considering bids, and that is Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook and Tim Cook of Apple.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
No and no.
Yeah, I'm a no for both of them.
My answer is no and no. I'll take Ballmer, and I know he's kind of in the same, like, trillionaire category,
right.
But I think he's passionate about basketball, and he's passionate about Seattle.
These guys just want to add to their pockets.
No, I mean, he's already got the Clippers, so I don't think he's more interested in the Seahawks, it sounds like. Yeah. But I'm just saying I'd be more interested in that. I'm not really interested in a trillionaire, that person. I'm not. I want somebody that is going to approach it passionately, and they kind of need to make money, and in order for it to be a sound investment for them, and not somebody that just can buy it with pocket change because they think it'll be cool and they can invite their friends to their owner's suite.
Yeah.
I don't want that type of person. I mean, Tim Cook. Does Tim Cook strike you as like,
no,
I'm going to win basketball games?
Well, same with no, we're talking Seahawks, by the way, not Sonics.
Oh, this is Seahawks.
The Seahawks.
Okay, it is the Seahawks.
It is the Seahawks. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm in with Ballmer. I'm not in on either of those terms.
Okay. Yeah. In Zuckerberg, no either. I just can't get Social Network and that movie out of my head.
Yeah. And then on top
I don't want
of it
that
all,
guy
he's
as my owner.
Jerk who stole his idea from people. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And like there is a kind of a balance because you definitely want to have someone. I get Seahawks. I mean, the NFL is a salary capped league. So you're going to spend up to the cap in terms of the money on the field. But what you do off the field also matters. And they do the whole NFLPA like anonymous survey about everything around the organization, the facilities, the travel, and all that stuff. You want to have someone that's passionate, and maybe like usually the multi-trillionaires are not as passionate about the specific thing,
right?
But you also want to have someone who.
And by the way, their excess of money doesn't come in handy when you have a salary cap.
Exactly,
it doesn't matter.
Exactly. So someone like Paul Allen was the perfect balance, who had a bunch of money, but also was very passionate about the Seahawks and growing the brand and like doing the right thing,
and he wasn't
running a good
stupid
franchise.
About spending and look at me.
No, he
look
wasn't.
at me, I'm rich. Yeah.
So I think that's why the Ballmer kind of makes sense because he's in that same category.
Yeah, I like the Ballmer idea. Yeah. I don't like either of those ideas.
Anyways,
even though I would like to see. Just for this reason and this reason alone, if Elon Musk was in charge, I would like to see what the VMAC becomes.
Oh, God.
Could be like a spaceship. Like we will all get sent to this train. Hey, I know you're just a talk show host, but I'll send my spaceship to you. And then because you can't drive your car here. I won't allow it. So you got to be on my space pad.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
We'll do interviews from outer space.
Because he can't spend any more on the players because you have a salary cap.
Yeah.
So he would have to spend
Elsewhere.
He'd have to spend it elsewhere.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, who knows what kind of treatment we would get.
Yeah.
We get like space jello from Mars. That's what we would be eating.
So
Yeah.
how important is having an owner who, by all means does the right things, but you just don't like them as a person? Would that matter to you?
I have a feeling if we knew all the owners, we wouldn't like any of them as people.
That's a great point.
No, I just want you to run. I want it to be important to you, but not so important that you meddle too much.
Right.
I want you to say, I'm invested. I want this to be a championship. I want to be a part of it, but I'm going to hire football people to do the football things, and you don't have to worry about me meddling.
Yeah.
I know people. I will hire good people to do football stuff, and that's it. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
All right. My one last thing, we were just talking about the drafter math. One of the things that I didn't get to in the drafter math was Caleb Downs and Malachi Lawrence, who were taken by the Dallas Cowboys. And I think Dallas did a good job. A lot of people are applauding them for that. But then again, I think very highly of Caleb Downs.
Sure.
But we can say whatever we want, and this kind of bleeds into your topic about owners.
Yeah.
And you can sit there and you can roll your eyes at Jerry Jones, and you can thank the heavens that you don't have a Jerry Jones running your team, and maybe you have the philosophy, whoever this next Seahawks owner is, as long as he's not Jerry Jones-like. But there is no denying that the Cowboys are in a category all by themselves of teams that 22-year-old college football stars want to play for. When do you ever see a Cowboy player or a Cowboy draft pick be anything less than over the moon about it? I mean, over the moon.
Yeah.
Not just, yes, I made it to the league.
Ooh,
thanks,
this
Mom.
is the team that
Thanks,
picks
Dad.
me. Yay.
No, it is. I mean, they have been a 3-ring circus the last 5 years, and yet Caleb Downs looked like his ultimate dream came true, even though he fell out of the top 10. We had guys angry that they fell out of the top 10, and Caleb Downs is like, thank you, Lord. I'm a Dallas Cowboy.
It is weird, isn't it?
And Malachi Lawrence, he was at home, but his celebration, I mean, look, Julian Neal did it when he got picked by the Seahawks.
Sure.
That was maybe the most enthusiastic response that we saw. And I think that anybody that gets drafted by the Seahawks is excited about it. But there's no comparison to the rest of the league. These players want to play for the Dallas Cowboys no matter how screwed up you think Jerry Jones is, the Jones family, the organization. These kids get more pumped to be Cowboys than anything else in the NFL.
Are they Cowboy fans? Is that why?
I don't know.
Or is it just like, I play for the biggest brand in American sports?
Well, I mean, I have heard, and maybe they've heard, that Dallas Cowboys players in Dallas just get treated like
kings.
Yeah. Yeah. And even though I think Seahawks players do as well.
Yeah.
It's not the same reputation. It's almost like you're above the law, like Big Ern McCracken said in Kingpin.
Yeah.
Finally, I'm above the law. It's like you're above the law.
Yeah.
Like, I know the Cowboys had a lot of issues with the law when Michael Irvin and Troy Aikman, all those guys were there. But imagine how much they got away with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, I don't know. I think there's this feeling of that's shared among football people. You want to be a Cowboy.
Yeah.
Trust me, you want to be a Cowboy.
But then you find people like DeMarcus Lawrence who
he wanted to be a Cowboy, though.
Yeah, he did. But then towards the end of his career, it was like, I'm going to get out of there. I want to go to somewhere who wants to win a Super Bowl.
Yes.
Right.
But he reluctantly left.
Sure.
It was just one of those things of, I'm running out of time, and this team's not anywhere close.
Yeah.
And I'm tired of the dog and pony show built around Micah Parsons that's been happening. By the way, follow the thread on that. Micah Parsons might not have been exactly everyone's cup of tea with the Dallas Cowboys, it seems like everybody was glad he's gone.
Yeah.
That might say something about him, as talented as he is. But I think that was more DeMarcus Lawrence.
Sure.
I think DeMarcus Lawrence wanted to be a Cowboy for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
But he wanted to win a Super Bowl more. And he thought, this broken down operations moving further away, I'm going to go somewhere where I can win.
Yeah.
And good for him to have the foresight to see what was being built up here in Seattle.
Absolutely.
Because not many people were seeing it happen that fast.
No.
So, anyway, there's something about it. Hugh Millen will tell you, there's something different about being a Cowboy. And all of these college kids, they've heard the stories, and they want to be Dallas Cowboys. For better or worse, they want to be Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I guess we talked about like the other stuff that they spend on. It's top class everything, like the facilities, the field. Like you are playing for the biggest brand in the NFL. So I mean, maybe there is something to that. These guys just want to be a part of that. I guess that's more important than winning sometimes.
Let's put it this way: on the surface, it doesn't make any sense, but there's obviously something to it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it just wouldn't happen every single draft.
That's true.
Where whoever gets taken by the Cowboys is like, oh, I'm a Cowboy.
My wish has come true.
Yeah. All right, that'll do it for us today. Thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate it. We will talk to you again. Actually, Anders won't. It'll be Ashley and I tomorrow.
Check out our podcast, though.
At 6 a.m. We are going to do a podcast right now. Anders, thank you very much. Great stuff. Had fun with you today. Chris Kidd and Greg Bell. Almost said George Bell, the former left fielder for the Blue Jays.
Okay.
But it's going to be Greg. It will not be George Bell. Coming your way next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
To you. Headlines brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. The Mariners finished a 5-1 road trip through St. Louis and Minnesota yesterday, beating the Twins with 3 runs in the top of the 9th inning. 5-3 win. The big hit, this one was from Cole Young when the Mariners trailed 3-2, top of the 9th.
2-2. Broken back grounder off the mound into center field. Arozarena in. Rivas scores. Stay hot, Cole Young. Nothing but smiles from Young as he has given the Mariners the lead.
We could talk about this in the text line, 49451, Tacoma Dodge text line, but is Cole Young, 22-year-old from Pittsburgh, my neck of the woods, already the game's best second baseman. Young now has 6 go-ahead or tying RBI in his 7th inning or later. That's the most in Major League Baseball. Andres Munoz closed the bottom of the 9th in Minnesota for the save. Mariners now rise to 16-16. It's their first time at 500 since April 2nd when they were 2-2. So here they go, Chris. Here they go. Off day today. Homestand begins tomorrow night at the Yard against Kansas City, who's been the worst team in the American League for a lot of the last couple weeks. Randy Johnson tribute weekend at the Yard in Soto. It's going to be 70 degrees and really nice here in Seattle in the Northwest. Seattle, this weekend, the Seahawks have rookies reporting to team headquarters. They're doing that today for rookie minicamp. First-round pick Jadarian Price is having a press conference at 2 p.m. today in Renton. Introduce him. Yesterday, the Seahawks signed veteran tight end Harrison Bryant. He's a 4th-round pick by Cleveland in 2020. He also played with the Raiders and Texans. He was briefly with the Eagles last year. 90 NFL games for Harrison Bryant, 27 starts, 10 touchdowns. Seattle now has 5 tight ends on its 91-man roster. NBA playoffs, the Rockets beat the Lakers for the 2nd straight game. Make that series 3-2. LA going to Houston for Game 6. The Pistons got 45 from Chris's guy, Cade Cunningham, beat the Magic, make that a 3-2 Orlando lead with Game 6 this weekend in Florida. Cleveland beat Toronto to take a 3-2 series lead. Tonight, the Knicks are at the Hawks with New York leading that 3-2. Boston's at Philadelphia with the Celtics leading that 3-2. Nuggets are at the Timberwolves. Minnesota at home trying to close them out, leading 3-2. Stanley Cup playoffs. My Penguins dominated the Flyers for 1.5 of Game 6, but they never scored. Philadelphia did 17.5 minutes into overtime to win Game 6 and the series 4-2. Penguins are out. Montreal won at Tampa Bay. They lead that series 3-2. The Canadiens do Game 6 in Montreal. Vegas beat Utah in double overtime to take a 3-2 series lead. Game 6 is in Salt Lake City. Tonight, Dallas at Edmonton with the Wild at home trying to clinch the series in 6 games. Edmonton is at Anaheim with the Ducks leading 3-2. The Saudi funders who started that Live Golf Tour, remember that? Phil Mickelson and a bunch of dudes were defecting from the PGA Tour. Well, they're pulling its money, pulling its funding. Could be the end of the Live Golf Tour. It's on the brink of folding. Defecting stars are reportedly trying to come back to the PGA Tour now. How about that?
No surprise.
Money. All money. Now on with the Thursday show. Happy Thursday, April the 3rd, last day of April all of a sudden. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Greg. Happy Thursday indeed. One more day, and it is May. I'm looking at the weather app, and I am just smiling because it's getting nice out here.
70s, right in Chris's wheelhouse. Not 80s, because then he gets a little too hot.
I don't. Look it. I am one of those people that I love it when it gets to 90.
Oh.
I'm okay when it gets to 100.
Oh, man, you're very un-Seattle-like in that regard.
Absolutely. I don't complain about it being hot because I know what happens when we get to mid-October all the way up until this point. I'm fully aware of it. So I take every ounce of hot summer days that we get, and I enjoy it.
Chris is fortunate to live on the other side of town from where I do because I live on the north end of town. And sorry for all of you trying to get from those of you listening in the Seattle metropolitan area, Puget Sound. If you're trying to get from Everett to Seattle today, or even to get from the University District to Seattle, which is like 2 miles, mile and a half across a bridge, impossible, as I was once told in Madrid. Impossible. There was a motorcycle crash on I-5 South. I mean, I think it was at dawn or just before dawn. It was an hour. I was in my car in Roosevelt at 9:15 or 9:10, and I pulled up here at 10:01. It was, I had to go through all kinds of side streets, up and over Greenwood and Finney Ridge, and I ended up coming down Northwest 15th, and it's finally starting to dissipate, apparently. And then there's another accident on I-5 just north of Northgate. And, oh, man, when one bridge shuts down or one freeway shuts down here, the domino effect north to south is incredible. And that was this morning in Seattle. So if you're still in that mess trying to get to work, thanks for joining us because you had no choice to still be in your car. But hopefully you get there soon. Be safe. It's been an ugly, ugly morning on the roads. Maybe this will make you feel better. A chance to win $1,000 on our Grand Slam cash giveaway. We have a nationwide keyword every hour, every weekday from 6 a.m., 6 p.m. The keyword this hour is family, F-A-M-I-L-Y, family. Enter that now at 933kjr.com for your chance to win $1,000. I'll have another word next hour. Chris mentioned how nice the weather is getting, and it's 70-some degrees today in Seattle. The sun's out. I can see across Elliott Bay here to the Olympic Mountains. Ferries going by it. Just picture it. Once you get to this time of year, it's incredible. And it's the payback for living from October to February,
Exactly.
March.
You have to look at the bright side up, literally and figuratively, because we go through hell.
Yes.
People don't want to even be in this area.
Yes.
But we have, I think, in America, the best view of just blue sky, skyline, Mount Rainier. You find a hike, you go to it. Like you don't find that everywhere.
No, when it's nice,
it's the best place in the United States, I would argue.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm sure you could probably be like, oh, you go to Miami and go to the Bay.
No,
sure,
this
whatever.
beats Miami.
I agree. You can go a lot of places and nothing really tops. Like just driving on the freeway sometimes, you're like, wow, this is where I get to live?
Yeah.
When there's no traffic.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason why everyone lives here, or a lot of people live here. But this is the time of year that, man, it is worth living here. It's so beautiful. Saturday is the 40th Windermere Cup. We talked about this yesterday. I was at the University of Washington yesterday after my show, and I was talking with the Big Ten Network. They're doing a documentary on the history of the Windermere Cup. I wrote a book on the history of the Windermere Cup at its 30th anniversary 10 years ago. And this weekend, some days it's rainy and cold. Some Windermere Cups are better than others weather-wise. It's supposed to be fantastic, 70-some degrees. It's free, people. If you've never been, the Montlake Cut is unlike any rowing venue in the world. And I've talked to rowers worldwide for my book, from Russia, from Ukraine, from China, from Australia, from New Zealand, from Great Britain, and they cannot believe the setting that the University of Washington has for its rowing program. The Montlake Cut has 2 grass banks on each side underneath the Montlake Bridge, the drawbridge. And they close the drawbridge for the Montlake Cut. They put a log boom that is volunteers provide the logs, and then a tugboat, Chris, at least this is when I wrote the book, it was doing this, a tugboat tugs it up from like Shelton or somewhere on the Olympic Peninsula and drops logs out in Union Bay so that the boats can tie up out there. That's the start of the course, creating a cordon of boats along a log boom out in the middle of Union Bay, going from east to west toward Husky Stadium. And then once you get in the cut, the rowers will tell you the sound is unbelievable. They've never rowed. I mean, we're talking about Olympic champion rowers have come here to row in the Windermere Cup. World champions have said they've never heard the noise inside the cut, how unique the geography of that cut, narrow. It's like NASCAR bumper boat racing once you get into the cut. And then the fans are so close to you, you can hear the coxswain talking commands to the boats. You can hear the grunting. It's an incredible, you can go on either north or south shore of the Montlake Cut and watch the race for free. And the weather is so spectacular this weekend, we all should be going. It's an amazing event if you've ever gone. It's also the first day of the Northwest boating season officially, first Saturday of May. And the Seattle Yacht Club has partnered with the University of Washington since 1970 to run a boat parade and kick off the season. So when all the races are over, the final race is the women's and men's varsity 8. And when they are done with the Windermere Cup, all the boats who have competed, the youth, the seniors, the high schoolers, the other colleges, they all mass at the finish line, beyond the finish line, and just sit there and watch the rest of the races. And then when they're done, they lead the boat parade back through west to east through the cut. And then yachts and decorated boats from the Seattle Yacht Club and anybody else who wants to join in, they go back through the cut for a parade of boats. It's just such a cool tableau. I mentioned it yesterday. Someone on the text line said you don't hear tableau on this station very much, so I'm going to use that word again. It's fantastic. And I know I'm biased. I wrote a book about it. But if you have never gone and you have a chance, it's 10:15. The races start on Saturday morning. The final races will be around noon. The championship races. The Great Britain men's and women's Olympic national team will be there. The national boats. I saw them yesterday walking around the Conybeare Shell House. It's just a fantastic event and a celebration of spring and a celebration of our water boating culture here in the Pacific Northwest. So if you've never gone, it is a slice of the Pacific Northwest like no other. And, of course, if you don't know the history of the University of Washington rowing team, Boys in the Boat, 1936 Berlin Olympics, beating Hitler's guys, winning the gold medal. That was the University of Washington's boat, what became the United States boat as a national champion. You know the story if you've read the book or watched the movie. Book's way better than the movie, by the way, as is often the case. And they take that from Hiram Conybeare to Dick Erickson to Bob Ernst and Michael Callahan, and they are national champions on the women's and the men's side for decades. World-class rowers that come from all over the world and country to come to the University of Washington. And one other thing, Chris, they are some of the best students on the UW campus. They're taking chemical engineering, physics. They aren't taking lawn mowing and winning national championships. Here's another thing I mentioned to Big Ten Network yesterday. Today's college sports landscape, of course, we understand, those of you who follow sports, a revenue share and an NIL piece. There's two pots that players for mainly football and basketball get paid. Most major colleges, and the Big Ten included, pay football and basketball. That's where all the revenue share money goes, right? Well, at the University of Washington, rowing gets some of that revenue share. They're one of the only major college programs in the country funded by the revenue share from the University of Washington. At least it was a couple of years ago. I don't know if that's changed. And I believe softball was the same thing, and volleyball, which is a national championship caliber sport. But I know University of Wisconsin brags about its boathouse on the campus like Washington's and its rowing program. I don't know how many dollars the University of Wisconsin Athletic Department is giving to its rowing program out of revenue share. Not to mention the donor base and alumni base from here in Seattle of former rowers who have made it big because, again, they didn't take lawn mowing. They majored in things that are lucrative careers because of how smart they are. And they give back and put back into the program. And it keeps the University of Washington's rowing program where it is, one of the best in the world. Anyway, all that is to say, go read my book, The Windermere Cup. Windermere had me write it 10 years ago. It used to be at Third Place Books, and it's an actual book. It wasn't self-published on the Amazon, or it's not just online. It's an actual book with a cover. It's unbelievable pictures by Redbox Pictures and Scott Eklund and the guys over at the University of Washington, the guys and gals. So anyway, it is a slice of the Pacific Northwest that if you're into sports, culture, what we are all about, go to the Windermere Cup because it is cool beans. 2,000 meters from Union Bay through the very unique Montlake Cut. The Seahawks mini camp that starts this week in the rookie mini camp. I'm going to talk to you next segment about the first phase for the veterans of a voluntary off-season workout. Mike McDonald told those guys, blow them off. Enjoy the Super Bowl. We know we had a late season. We ran long. Don't worry about coming. Well, they came, and they are there this week. I'm going to tell you who's there in Renton this week. We'll talk about that. 11 o'clock, Farhan Lalji. He's a good friend of mine, TSN Vancouver. A lot going on up north of Blaine. Are the Whitecaps leaving and would be MLS's first franchise move in a long, long time? There's stadium issues up there. The Canucks are a mess. And we talk a lot here about the Kraken and not making the playoffs for the last 5 years. I'm going to talk to Farhan about the Canucks and how I mean, I think the Kraken may be in better shape than Vancouver, even though Vancouver's won a playoff series more recently than Seattle. Anyway, he did the CFL draft for TSN in Toronto this week. There was an Eastern Washington player drafted in that. He's really into the NFL and college football. He's covered the national championship and big bowl games and playoffs. Farhan Lalji will join us at 11 o'clock. We're also going to talk about the Brandon Sorsby story, the transfer quarterback to Texas Tech, who has a diagnosed gambling addiction and is in rehabilitation for it. I'm going to talk to you about how journalism feeds that addiction. And we as a journalism profession are as culpable as anybody, and it's because of money, of course. We'll talk about that as well. 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line. First of all, anyone out there, have you been to the Windermere Cup, and can you share your experiences with it? If you don't know what I'm talking about, then say that too and get on out there. We mentioned this yesterday. The Seahawk Chris was most excited with, I think you said Julian Neal, right? Third-round pick.
And Bo, but I favored more of the DB, but yes.
Yeah, and Bo Stevens, I'm sorry, the fifth-round pick who was on yesterday with Ian Furness. And if 49451 at Tacoma Dodge text line, tell us who you are most excited with. Jadarian Price, the first-round pick. Bud Clark, who I think has a chance to start at safety, replacing the departed Kobe Bryant, the second-round pick. Julian Neal from Arkansas, the cornerback, who was so brash and with bravado, talking to us right after he got drafted. Bo Stevens, an All-American guard, they didn't think was going to be in round 5, which is why they traded a fourth-round pick next year to get back into the fifth round to draft him. Emmanuel Henderson, a wide receiver who the Seahawks scouts timed at 23 miles an hour on their GPS tracking that colleges use now, just like the pros. He's going to be a gunner supreme. He will replace Derek Young. There was a job waiting for him on special teams, a sixth-round pick who's probably going to be the gunner, replacing Derek Young, the outside guy who covers punts. Andre Fuller, we talked to him yesterday, the quarterback from Toledo. He says, I'm coming out here to do whatever they want me to do, and he's played special teams. He has some experience at safety, he told us, but he's a corner, and he likes man coverage, and he likes to press, and he likes to do the things that Mike McDonald likes to feature in his defense. Nose tackle Devin Eastern is a true nose tackle. He's 350-plus pounds, and actually he's more like 320. I'm sorry, 315, 320, but he's 6'5". He's from Minnesota. He was drafted in the 7th round. They need depth on the defensive line. And Michael Dansby, cornerback from Arizona, who was in the 7th round, chosen 255, the third to last pick of the draft. Which one of those are you excited and think has the chance to do the most? I mean, easy way is to say Price, because the job is waiting for him as a lead back, replacing Kenneth Walker, of course. Up next, Mike McDonald told the vets to stay home. No need to be at the first phase of offseason. Yet here are some of the Seahawks' biggest frontliners right out on the field in Renton, pushing sleds and carrying weights around. I'll tell you who's out there and what it means to this season compared to last season. That's next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Greg Bell and Christopher Kidd on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Welcome back. Happy Thursday to you. Hopefully it's a great Thursday wherever you might be listening in the iHeartRadio app or on our website, 933kjr.com, or a terrestrial radio, an actual radio that you may be stuck in your car in trying to get from one side of Seattle to the other this morning because of a crash on I-5 that is cleared, but still the residuals of it are, that's been hours. I see on the text line, 49451 at the Tacoma Dodge text line, someone asking about this report this morning. Front Office Sports, in a, quote, exclusive, all caps, saying Mark Zuckerberg, we know who he is, and Tim Cook of Apple are each among the names considering bids for the Seahawks. Sources, unnamed, tell Front Office Sports. Of course, the Seahawks went up for sale right after the Super Bowl, about 10 days after they won the Super Bowl, and that's because Paul Allen's trust, the Paul G. Allen Trust, mandates that they be sold with proceeds going to charity. They could fetch up to $10 billion, which would be the largest sale in professional sports history in North America. The Lakers were sold for $10 billion last year. But just a little bit ago, Dylan Byers, who's the founder of Puck Sports, a online news journalism outlet that's mainly covering Washington, and as in Washington, D.C., and Silicon Valley and things of the like. Dylan Rogers of Puck Sports says this is not true. Mark Zuckerberg and Tim Cook are not considering bids for the Seattle Seahawks per sources close to both men, period, full stop. Period, full stop, I guess, is the modern way of saying I mean this. It's really true. But anyway, there will be other names emerging and rumored and refuted and not. And I will tell you this process is going to take a while. It probably will last past the start of the Seahawks' coming season in September, almost certainly at this point, since we're now starting May. There will be multiple bidders, not one or two or three. The money involved here, there will be multiple bidders and a consortium of potential owners that need to be vetted, and that takes lawyers and that takes time. So that's not going to be overnight. This is going to take a while. And in the meantime, the Sonics could be coming back by the end of the year. The NBA saying that announcement may not come, or the vote may not come till later in the year now. But we'll see. It's a long play is my point. There's a lot going on here with lawyers and vetting the potential investors, and Jody Allen on behalf of the trust, she's the chair of the trust, deciding which bid to take and which owners to accept and so forth. My buddy Ian Furness texting in, telling me there is a report from ESPN that Jessica Campbell is out as a Kraken assistant coach. She's, of course, the first full-time behind-the-bench female coach in the National Hockey League. And that is something that he says his assistant coach, don't give them credit. I don't know what he means by that. I can confirm it's already a done deal. He thinks that's a done deal.
The Kraken have put out a statement. So
read it to us, please.
As Jessica Campbell's current contract expires, she has expressed her desire to explore other coaching roles across the league, and we support her in this process. Jessica has been an important member of our coaching staff for the past 4 years, demonstrating deep knowledge and a unique ability to connect with and develop players. We respect her decision and believe strongly in her as a coach in this league. Jason Botterill.
That's the general manager for the Kraken announcing that Jessica Campbell, the first full-time female bench assistant coach in the National Hockey League after 2 seasons, is no longer with the Kraken. And though Lane Lambert is returning, that's what Todd Lewicki confirmed to us on the air about a week and a half ago, Jessica Campbell will not be back as an assistant. Of course, she came from Coachella Valley, the AHL top minor league club down in Palm Desert in California, but she will not be returning to Kraken. The Kraken just confirming that now. So thank you for that, Chris. Out at Seahawks headquarters today, I'm heading out there to see Jadarian Price, and I'm sure his family will be there, and he's going to be introduced as the first-round pick on his arrival to Seahawks headquarters for the first day today, because tomorrow begins rookie minicamp. That'll be short this weekend, when just rookies and some 0 to 1 year guys, developmental players, will also be there. The Seahawks concurrently this week started the first phase of the off-season workout program. This is a voluntary phase. They do weight training mostly. They're in the weight room, training room. If they're on the field, it's mostly doing exercise work and pushing sleds and carrying deadlift weights across the field. Mike McDonald looked at the calendar, and he saw that this first phase was to begin April 20th-ish. And he saw that the Seahawks Super Bowl party and celebration lasted well into February to March 1st. So he told his veterans, don't worry about it. I mean, it's voluntary anyway, so by letter of the law, he can't force them to come. But he said, don't worry about it. If we have meetings that are something pertinent to your position, we'll do it over Zoom. You can do it over Zoom from home. Don't worry about on the field stuff and the weight training. I trust you guys. Chill. You guys had a great time. Celebrate. Don't worry about it. Come for the second phase in May when we start getting on the field and running skeleton plays in shorts and T-shirts. You can show up for that. I don't need you for the first phase. Well, this mirrors what happened last year, what's going on this week at Renton. Last year, if you recall, in April, May, June, the Seahawks had 100% participation, 100% in voluntary OTAs and minicamps, organized team activities, practices, and minicamps in May and June. That's almost unheard of. Chris, we've talked about this a few times. Guys go to family weddings or their own weddings or graduations or just stay home or stay. Michael Bennett used to stay in Hawaii with his girls. Marshawn Lynch would never show up just because he didn't want to. And he didn't have to. By the NFL collective bargaining agreement, it's voluntary. There's only one mandatory event in the offseason that you have to attend or else you'll be subject to fines per the league's collective bargaining agreement, and that's the one veteran minicamp that's in June. That's it. If a player wanted to blow off the rest by letter of the law, he could. And now, of course, that's not going to engender you with your teammates and your coaching staff. But you can. Or you could just miss a day here and miss a day there. Russell Wilson once missed a day to go to Jimmy Graham's wedding in Florida. And they both missed a minicamp. So what? It was May. Well, last year, the Seahawks had 100% participation with their veterans that were on the roster going to play that year. 100%. And Mike McDonald pointed to that time and again during that phase in the offseason, during training camp in July, August, during the early part of the season, about how that 100% participation in May and June is the reason they won the Super Bowl. It forged the culture, the leadership, the work ethic, the brotherhood, and it gave them a head start on training camp, that they didn't have to go back to ground zero because they had done some of the classroom and on-the-field skeleton work in May and June. And they believe strongly that that is the reason for the culture, the brotherhood, the togetherness, and thus the Super Bowl championship last year. Well, guess what? They're doing it again. Out at Renton this week when McDonald told them, don't come, blow it off, you don't need to be there, celebrate your Super Bowl. Sam Darnold, the quarterback. Cooper Kupp is out there. He looks like a coach with his beard pushing sleds. Julian Love is out there, Pro Bowl safety. Devin Witherspoon, the three-time Pro Bowl cornerback, who could be kicking back home at Florida, knowing he's about to get a $31 million plus year contract to be the top cornerback in the league. That's probably going to happen around July or start of training camp. He's there. Derek Hall is in the last year of his rookie contract as one of the lead edge rushers. He's there. Gray Zabel, the stud rookie left guard, who has got that job for as long as he wants to be in Seattle. He's there. Jalen Sundell, his buddy from North Dakota State, the starting center, he's there. Drew Lock and Jalen Milrow make the call three quarterbacks present for this. That has a big effect on the younger guys, the guys like A.J. Terrell and George Halani, Jacardi Wright, the guys that are trying, O'Toole, Patrick O'Connell, guys that are younger players that are trying to break into the starting lineup. When they see Super Bowl champion Pro Bowl veterans with $100 million contracts there in April, there's a residual follow me effect. And I am sure the next time we talk to Mike McDonald, he's going to talk about this. He said he was blown away the first day, April 20th, when we talked to him. He said he was, quote, blown away by how many people were there. That Devin Witherspoon was there on the first day, April 20th of off-season workouts or off-season training program that they don't have to be at. Usually we would say, so what? It's April. But the point is, this is a parallel to how last year started. And we saw what happened last year. And this is a product of the culture that Mike Macdonald has done. Of all the great things Mike Macdonald has done in 2 seasons as the first-time head coach, the former Baltimore Ravens defensive coordinator has established a culture. Not that Pete Carroll's culture was completely different. And also, obviously, successful. The most sustained success this franchise has ever had for his 15 years. McDonald's is completely different. But the culture that he has set, it is really unique in pro sports. Yeah, money is everything, and money is what these guys play for. They're bashing their heads in so they get paid. But there is a little bit more than some connection off the field between these players that they think gives them advantage over the Rams and the 49ers and everybody else in the NFC. So I would not dismiss as meaningless the fact that Sam Darnold and Cooper Kupp and Julian Love are out there pushing sleds with a bunch of first-year, second-year developmental players in April.
This was what we witnessed last year was the start. Now you're starting to see it be more consistent. And the players believe you just won a Super Bowl. How could you? Yeah, coach is going to tell you, yeah, you don't have to show up because you've earned that. But now the identity is set in every player that, yeah, coach tells us that we don't need to. But if we want to get back to where we are, and if not be even better, we're going to have to do the things that we probably don't want to do, which is showing up in the middle of mid-April, going into May. But that's just championship mentality. And for a team that has goals of not, quote-unquote, repeating, but starting over, a new roster for the most part, not a new roster, but new players coming in, a new offensive coordinator, the challenge is there. So, yeah, showing up early with your teammates, working out, doing drills, that's going to play dividend later on in the season when it matters the most. Maybe in a December game when things are tough. You guys have been through the fire. You guys were doing stuff in April, building that team chemistry. Mike Macdonald was the leader in that. So I think when it gets tough, these guys will look back and be like, you know, we've been through it all. Let's dig down deep and show this other team what we're made of, with the physicality, with how we communicate, with how we carry ourselves on and off the field. So I think it's just the new identity for this team and how they roll. Like, yeah, sure, you don't have to be here, but I wouldn't be surprised if 99% or 100% of those guys show up yet again, even if it's just maybe they're not weightlifting, maybe they're just around. I think that's important for this team. So I'm looking forward to seeing and hearing about how, yeah, it was another outstanding performance. Guys just showed up and we got back to work. And they were excited about it because that was the thing that you talked about after winning the Super Bowl with Ernest Jones, not being able to hang out with his teammates, be in the locker room. Well, now they have the chance to do so. And I'd be stunned if guys don't take that opportunity to get back into the swing of things and enjoy this journey from April all the way up until their hope is to compete in another Super Bowl through February. So I think it's a great opportunity for these guys to do it yet again.
They just like each other. And Chris is alluding to or talking about what I went in the locker room after the Super Bowl, an hour after the Super Bowl's over, and they're smoking cigars and they're drinking Patron and they're spraying champagne and beer. Yet Ernest Jones and Nick Eamon-Worry said they were sad. And I was talking to him. I was like, what do you mean you're sad? They're wearing goggles that say Super Bowl 60 champions. They got the caps on that say Super Bowl champs, T-shirts, the beer and the champagne flowing, the music's bumping. And Ernest Jones said, I'm sad. I'm sad I don't get to come back and go to practice with these guys next week. I'm sad that we don't have meetings on Monday. I was like, what are you talking about? You've been doing this since April. It's February. He said, Greg, I've never been in a locker room like this. We love each other. We love being around each other. It's like, it's not work for us because we really, really like each other. And
bingo.
Yeah.
They don't see it as a job.
No, they get paid handsomely. Yes, but exactly.
They get to play a sport they love, and they've found love within one another. And if you look at other organizations, it's not like that across the league. There's probably a handful of teams that have that, winning or losing. Granted, it makes it a lot sweeter when you win.
Sure.
No one wants to go to work. You know, you only have 7 games won, and there's 2 games left in the season. That's not exciting.
No.
But when you win it all and you've been through the fire and for Ernest Jones, who's won, I think, his 2nd Super Bowl now.
Yep.
It's not even about that anymore because he's been through it. He knows what it takes. But now I really enjoy this. I can only imagine when he's like, I'm hanging it up.
Yeah.
That's going to be even more of a challenge because of the relationship he's built with Mike McDonald, Aiden Durde, the players. That might be the toughest thing he'll have to do. Granted, hope he never hears this because he's gonna be like, "Hey man, why are you even bringing that up? I'm in my prime. Yeah, I'm in my prime right now doing my thing. You talk about retirement, but I'm just looking at a guy that's very emotional, wears his heart on his sleeve. Like that's gonna be tough for him to be like, I've gave him my all, but that's it, and that he's gonna touch on all those things that you alluded to. Working out with his teammates, being in that locker room, going into the film session, studying tape. All of that means a lot to these guys, and they love it. If you don't like your teammates, well, then damn, you're not looking forward to going to work. You might be looking forward to Sunday more than anything because you get to play the game, and then you're done.
I've been in locker rooms, professional locker rooms, for 26 years. I started doing this the end of 1999, started 2000 as a baseball beat writer and now the NFL beat. I have never seen a locker room like this. And to Chris's point, of course it's good when they're winning. But the point of all this is it started back in last April, before they had games. And it's starting again now. And it's a little easier now because they just won the Super Bowl. But it wasn't that they were close last year because they won. It's that they won because they were close. And that's the difference that Mike McDonald has brought to the Seahawks that I have not seen in any other locker room I've been in 26 years in sports journalism. It is different. And that is to them. You talk to them, that's the reason they won the Super Bowl. And we're already seeing signs of it repeating itself. Now, Ernest Jones said to me, we will never have a locker room like this again. That night in February 8th in Santa Clara, he said, we will never be able to duplicate this because it'll never be all the same dudes. And already, of course, Kenneth Walker left and Kobe Bryant left and Reek Woolen left and Boye Mafe left. So it will not be the exact team. So they will not have the exact culture. Their job, starting with free agency, continuing through last weekend's draft, continuing on in this process of acquiring players, their job, Mike McDonald and John Schneider, is to duplicate this as close as they can with the players they're bringing in. And that's a monumental challenge. But McDonald's counting on Leonard Williams and Ernest Jones and Nick Eamon-Worry and Gray Zabel and Jackson Smith and Jigba and Sam Darnold, the leaders of that team, DeMarcus Lawrence, Julian Love, to set such a stern culture that you either our way or the highway. And if they aren't merging in right away, you're going to see some cuts. And it would not surprise me. I don't know any of these rookies from Adam as far as football players because I've never watched them practice yet. But it would not surprise me that if a rookie does not buy into this culture, is not competitive, he comes in awe, that he's cut. It'll probably take until training camp to figure that out. They cut a draft pick last year, Damian Martinez. If you see a rookie draft pick get cut, that will be why. Because they didn't fit the culture, the competitiveness, Mike McDonald's brotherhood and togetherness that they've had. 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line. Write in anything you want about the Seahawks, your input. A couple great Windermere Cup stories. A couple I didn't even know, and I wrote a book on it. We're going to read those back at 11:30. Up next, crazy story. Crazy or is it crazy? Brandon Sorsby transferred to Texas Tech. His gambling addiction and how journalism feeds it. That's next on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back. Greg Bell, Christopher Kidd with you on 93.3 KJR FM. We're here every weekday, 10 a.m. to noon. That's the new deal. Was you asking on the text line? Yes, this is the deal. Greg Bell, Christopher Kidd with you, 10 a.m. to noon every weekday. Elsewhere around sports, we just mentioned at the top of the show, Jessica Campbell will no longer be an assistant coach for your Seattle Kraken. She and the team announcing today that she's going to go pursue other opportunities in the NHL. She's the first female bench coach, full-time assistant bench coach in the NHL, and she will not be back when Lane Lambert returns for his second season with the Kraken. The Kraken just confirmed that within the hour. Another Campbell is in the news in Baltimore. Calais Campbell, the six-time Pro Bowl defensive lineman, is going to sign back with the Baltimore Ravens, ESPN's reporting. He turns 40 years old, Chris, before the season opener. This will be his 19th NFL season. He played 3 years with Baltimore, 20 to 22. He's got a Pro Bowl when he was in that span with the Ravens. The Ravens are doing the same thing the Seahawks are. They're waiting until after the comp pick formula doesn't apply anymore to apply veterans because they have 4 comp picks they're expecting next year. Same with the Seahawks. And now anybody as of Monday that you sign as a veteran does not count toward that comp pick formula. So you wait until now and you still keep your comp picks for next year. That is a factor. Not maybe an overriding one, but it is a factor. And that's part of the reason that Calais Campbell is going to sign now, re-sign with the Baltimore Ravens for his age 40 season. In college football, we have the case of big-time college quarterback Brendan Sorsby, excuse me. Brendan Sorsby was transferred. It was the biggest transfer in the portal this year at quarterback, and he chose Texas Tech. Texas Tech has been swimming in money the last couple of years, NIL money and spending on it. So Sorsby transfers to Texas Tech, and Texas Tech is automatically assumed to be a contender for the national championship back in the college football playoff that they were in last year because of it. Well, this week, Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby is away from the team. CBSSports.com had this story. I'm going to read the first 2 paragraphs, and you tell me what's wrong with this. Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby is away from the team indefinitely after entering a gambling addiction program, which threatens his status for the upcoming season as the Red Raiders' prized possession from the 2026 transfer portal cycle. This again from CBSSports.com. Texas Tech was an overwhelming favorite to repeat as Big 12 champions after acquiring Sorsby this offseason, but has now moved to even money at plus 100 via FanDuel Sportsbook. After Monday's news, the Red Raiders' projected win total has also decreased, going from 11.5 at opening to 10.5 victories. And Sorsby's no longer on FanDuel's Heisman Trophy odds list after opening at plus 2,500, just outside the top 10. Come on. That's journalism today. Why did CBS Sports feel compelled to put it in the second paragraph of a gambling addiction problem for a college student? Any guesses? Chris, you have a guess?
I want the answer, to be honest with you. What do you have?
FanDuel is a primary sponsor of CBSSports.com. Follow the money. The reason why betting is so prevalent in sports, college pro, is because the pro and college sports benefit from it. And the outlets that cover it benefit from it. You can't even watch a live sporting event anymore without... Hell, during the game, there's banners going across DraftKings current odds. Sidney Crosby scoring a goal in this period. It's pervasive. And then when guys and gals get caught up in it, oh my goodness, we have a problem. Well, there's your problem. You're promoting it. You're shoving it down consumers, players, participants, faces, and minds. And a young, impressionable 20-year-old kid, I don't know exactly how Brendan Sorsby is. And then he gets caught up in it. He's gambling on his own teams, reportedly. It's crazy that, is there not an editor who would say, wait a minute, if we're going to talk about a gambling addiction problem for a quarterback in college football, maybe not the second paragraph talking about how Texas Tech and his odds have gone from plus 2,500 to whatever. There's a little bit of discretion. But no, we got a FanDuel contract. We got to make sure we take care of FanDuel. That's journalism today, if you call it journalism. 49451. I don't know if you saw that. The Tacoma Dodge text line, if you just saw that, or if you just think, get over it, Bell. You're old. Don't give me this give off your lawn stuff. I'm just looking for some decency and standards and some ethics. That's all. Like a little bit. Golly. Money's not everything. Up next, Farhan Lalji, my buddy up at TSN Vancouver. He's got tons to talk about the NFL draft. He covers the NFL and college football for TSN. He also was doing the CFL draft in Toronto. He's got an opinion about the Canucks versus the Kraken and where those two teams and franchises are headed. We'll talk to Farhan next on 93.3 KJR FM. Coors Light. Choose chill. Conflicting reports today on some first names that might be interested in buying the Seahawks. Front Office Sports exclusive, all caps. Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook fame, Tim Cook of Apple are each among names considering bids for the Seattle Seahawks, sources tell Front Office Sports. The Seahawks, of course, put up for sale in February right after they won the Super Bowl by the Paul Allen Trust. But then Dylan Byers, who's a founding partner of Puck Sports, puts out this isn't true. Mark Zuckerberg and Tim Cook are not considering bids for the Seahawks per sources close to both men. Period. Full stop. Which, again, is modern-day journalism for, or parlance, just words for, I really mean this. This is true. As in everything else is not true, but period, full stop means it's true. So anyway, this is going to be a long process. Probably not going to be done by the time the season begins for the Seahawks in September. Mariners finished 5-1 on the road trip through St. Louis and Minnesota. Beat the Twins yesterday. 3 runs in the top of the ninth. 5-3 win. The big hit was Cole Young's 2-run single when Seattle trailed 3-2. Young, I'm starting to think he might be the best second baseman in baseball right now. 22 years old from Pittsburgh. 6 go-ahead or tying RBI in the 7th inning or later. We might have to start talking about, do we move him up in the lineup from the bottom? Cole Young's been that good. He has the most go-ahead or tying RBIs in the 7th inning or later in Major League Baseball. Andres Munoz closed the bottom of the ninth for the save. Mariners are 16-16, first time back to 500 since April 2nd, way back when they were 2-2. Off day today. They got home last night, which I can tell you from having covered as a baseball traveling beat writer, you get an off day at home. It's pretty cool. That's rare. And then they play tomorrow. 3-game series against Kansas City at the Yard in Soto. It's Randy Johnson's celebration weekend at the Yard. Seahawks yesterday signed veteran tight end Harrison Bryant. He's a 4th-round pick by Cleveland in 2020. He's played with the Raiders, Texans, briefly with the Eagles last year. 90 NFL games, 27 starts, 10 touchdowns. Seattle now has 5 tight ends on a 91-man roster. NBA playoffs, Chris's realm. The Rockets beat the Lakers, second consecutive game. That series 3-2. LA going to Houston for Game 6. Pistons got 45 for Cade Cunningham. Beat the Magic. Stave off elimination. 3-2 Orlando with Game 6 this weekend in Florida. Cleveland beat Toronto to take a 3-2 series lead. Tonight, the Knicks are in Atlanta against the Hawks. New York leads that series 3-2. Boston is at Philadelphia with the Celtics leading 3-2. The Nuggets are at Minnesota. The Timberwolves lead that 3-2. Stanley Cup playoffs, Penguins dominated the Flyers for more than half of Game 6, but never scored. That's a problem. Philadelphia scored the first 0-0 playoff overtime game in Pittsburgh history, by the way. Philadelphia scored 17.5 minutes into overtime, won the series, 4-2. They'll play Carolina in the next round. Montreal won at Tampa Bay to lead that series 3-2, Game 6 in Montreal. Coming up, Vegas beat Utah in double overtime to take a 3-2 series lead. The next Game 6 is in Salt Lake City. Tonight, Dallas, Minnesota in the Wild, hoping at home to win the series in 6 games. Edmonton at Anaheim, trying to rally back. Ducks leading that series 3-2. And the Saudi funders who started the Live Golf Tour into the rival PGA Tour poached some of their big stars like Phil Mickelson. Remember that? Well, they're pulling the funding. And the future of Live Golf looks like it may not be on the brink of folding. And there are reports already that the defecting stars that left for the big bag are trying to get back into the PGA Tour. I don't know if Farhan Lalji golfs much anymore. He's got kids and coaching and responsibilities all over Canada. My big buddy Farhan Lalji, good friend of mine from TSN Vancouver, is joining us on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. He's got to wait 1 second until I give a keyword. $1,000, KJR.com. This hour, Rich, R-I-C-H, Rich. Enter that, win $1,000. When does this end? Soon. May 22nd.
I don't want to tell you.
May 22nd. Farhan, thanks for joining us. I know you're a busy man, sir. How you been?
Good, buddy. I'm in downtown Vancouver at the FIFA Congress.
Yeah, you told me that. What is that?
It's kind of like the FIFA AGM. You know, you've got like owners' meetings in the NFL. Well, this is 211 delegations with 1,600 people represented that are representing those countries, those delegations. Actually, sorry, 210 because Iran didn't make it.
Oh,
they got stopped in Toronto, so they're not here.
What do you mean they got stopped in Toronto? What's that mean?
Well, when they came, their original port of entry into Canada was in Toronto, and then they were going to connect.
Yeah,
clear customs, connect, and come into Vancouver. And I guess there were some issues there. They got stopped and they got turned away. So Their delegation is not here.
Oh.
So there's some concerns that, there are certain people involved in sport associations and other parts of their associations in other areas that have ties to their regime, which both Canada and the United States have labeled a terrorist organization. So if they're connected formally, they're going to get turned away, and I guess that's what's happened here. And that's really the big concern from the standpoint of having their participation in the World Cup. The U.S. government has said the players are not a problem; they're going to get in, but there's going to be some support staff that if they're tied to this regime, we're not going to get them in. If there's media members that are tied to the regime, they're not going to come in. So, that's kind of what they're dealing with right now. But Gio Infantino, the president of FIFA, was unequivocal. He said they are absolutely going to play in the World Cup.
And they're going to play in Seattle.
You got it. So if no media is allowed, I could see like Al Jazeera giving you a call and saying, "Hey, Greg, could you cover the other football for, a couple of months while we've got this little tournament going on?" This is a freelance gig. And like when I come on with you, the same thing.
I might be the News Tribune's Iran beat writer for the World Cup.
There you go.
That's interesting. Well, thank you for the FIFA Congress update. I had no idea Iran was getting turned away in April.
And all of that is with the backdrop of the Vancouver Whitecaps situation, right?
I was about to ask.
There was a small protest here. So one of the Whitecaps supporters groups had about 50 people here. 8 o'clock on a weekday morning is going to be tough to get everybody out of work, but they were pretty loud and passionate and wanted to make a statement to anybody of note that was coming into the building. And look, this is a global city, right? Like soccer, the roots for soccer run deep here, and there's a 50-year history for the Whitecaps. So you can say what you want about MLS and its relevance on the overall sporting landscape, big picture, but from a micro level, the Whitecaps matter here, and now they're awesome. Like for the last 2 years, they've been the best team in MLS, right? Like just their win-loss. I know they lost in the championship game last year, but if you factor in this year's results, like this team is doing it on the court or on the field. They've got 27,000 at their last game. They've had, most of their games, all of their games have been over 20,000 this year. They're averaging close to 25. So the team is awesome. The fans are fully engaged. And, yet it's not enough because of a stadium deal. Now, my thing in all of this, I've always felt MLS is a Ponzi scheme, right? Like, I know that's a 20-year-old narrative. I believe it's real because there's no meaningful revenue on a national level compared to the other big sports leagues, right? Like this league compared to the NHL is what the NHL is to the NFL, right? Like it's nothing. It's mice nuts, right? And you've got 300, there's 2.5 billion in revenue. Okay, not national revenue, but total revenue for this league. Over 20% of that comes from 3 franchises, the 2 LA teams in Miami, right? And then you've only got 300 million in national revenue. So that includes the TV deal. So less than 10%, less than $10 million per year goes to teams from the television deal. Like, just imagine the NFL living in that world. Right. That's just not enough. So there's this narrative from Don Garber and MLS that Vancouver or British Columbia has let down the Whitecaps. How about MLS has let down the Whitecaps, right? And really every other team, because 16 of 29 teams in this league lose money. You know how many teams in the other 4 major sports leagues combined lose money? 2 NBA teams. Nobody else loses money. But in this league, 16 of 29 teams lose money. That's a failure at a league level.
So there's rumors that Vancouver could move to Las Vegas, to Sacramento, to Phoenix, maybe even Indianapolis. I've also seen reports that there has been an effort to make a new soccer pitch and stadium at Hastings Park up in Vancouver. Is BC not producing, BC Place not producing revenue for the team? Is it just because it's old and outdated and an inflatable dome or not built for soccer? What's the main issue going on there?
Well, like the team doesn't control the stadium, right? So you look at the situation in Seattle, where the Sounders and the Seahawks essentially manage the stadium. The team the city owns it formally, but those two teams, and it's one organization. They manage, so they get all the money and all the revenue. Well, here there's a Crown Corporation called it's called PAVCO, BC Place Pavilion Corporation, and they own the stadium. They run the stadium on behalf of the provincial government here. So the team rents the stadium. Now, they've questioned their rent deals and their lease deals, the terms of that. Well, the province has come back to them and said, okay, we'll change that. And we're not going to make a penny off it. So all the parking will now come back to you. All the concessions, the profit from concessions and parking will come back to you. Even the advertising profits will come back to you. But we can't do it at a loss, right? And understand that in and around the Olympics, coming out of the Olympics, there was almost $500 million in renovations for this stadium. So there's debt servicing on that whole situation. So, Don Garber at one point floated that if you can't get a stadium that you can own, at least let us have a management contract for the stadium and let us run the stadium. Well, the team has never made that pitch formally to the province to say, okay, here's our deal. So the province has said, okay, well, come to us with a pitch, but it's got to include debt servicing. You can't just make it up as you go and you guys keep the money and then we continue to lose money, right? Like you have to take on that part of it. So let's see if the team steps forward with that. As far as the Hastings Park proposal, coming out of the MLS Cup, there was a memorandum of understanding where the city of Vancouver gave the soccer club 12 months to explore a development project for that area. So they had exclusive rights. They can go out there and you can decide what you want to build, how you want to build it, what you want it to look like. Does it include residential? Does it include commercial? And what's the financing of that going to look like? Because this is Canada, man. Like you don't, we don't have counties. You don't just get to say, okay, this is Henderson, Clark County, and we just get to have this. We get to have a levy or we get to have a little vote or our city council gets to put something on the table and assign a tourism tax or stadium tax like they did in Seattle. It doesn't work like that up here. So there's not going to be a bunch of residents that sit there and say they're going to subsidize this. It's not as simple as that here. So they've got to figure out what the solution is. But, everyone seems to want to find a way to make it work. And, within all of this, circling back to my Ponzi scheme comment, the true revenue in this league is A, expansion fees, and B, when you sell. So, the Clippers lose $100 million a year, but that franchise, it got sold for $2 billion, right, to Steve Ballmer. So they know that at some point they're going to cash out. Well, the owners here for the Whitecaps bought this team for, I think, $45 million. And so now they could sell it for $350 million. And they've been losing money hand over fist. So they just determined that, okay, we're done. Like, it's time to cash out. We don't want a good deal. We don't want to run a stadium. We want our money now. So that's fine. Is there a Vancouver buyer? I don't know. But with this whole thing in terms of running the stadium, we're about to find out. Because with everybody else, not only with every other sports league, not only is your asset appreciating, but you're still making money. It's not happening here. They're losing significant sums of money in Vancouver. So you've got to see what the motivation level is to continue with that, because you will be able to cash out at some point.
This Vancouver economics and civics lesson is brought to you by Farhan Lalji, TSN Vancouver, here on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline on 93.3 KJR.
It's not football, man.
Yeah, okay.
It's depressing.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Farhan. I got to hit you with a hockey question about the Kraken. A lot of our listeners are probably curious on your insight regarding this team, because they have not preached, but they've talked about just being patient. And Seattle feels stuck in the middle in terms of going in the offseason, having a successful one, and getting back to the playoffs. How aggressive should this team be this summer to avoid, I guess, this spinning wheel of, just be a little patient, but we're going to bring in some stars to get this playoff team back to where it needs to be?
At least they're not the Canucks, huh, Farhan?
Well, there is that. I mean, the difference between these two teams is one is in the mushy middle. The other one is at the bottom, and it also has massive culture problems, right? Like, the locker room is a bad place. And, it's got the chance to get better because they've turned over the roster. There's still a couple of pieces in there that aren't necessarily ideal. But, if the organization empowers these young players to take on the old culture, as opposed to, doing some of the policies and practices that have allowed the other group, the previous core, to get as toxic as it was, that's not a good thing. So there's a unique opportunity here. And if there's a new president and a new GM, and they can take advantage of all of that, that's great. Whereas Seattle's problems are just hockey related. right? It's not bigger than that like it is in Vancouver. And Seattle is, number one, they absolutely blew the expansion draft.
Yep.
Right. And I understand that there was a few more restrictions placed on it as opposed to what Vegas had, but not significant restrictions that could have prevented them. What happened was other teams got wise that we're not going to let this happen again. And the Kraken didn't necessarily get ahead of the curve, anticipating what might happen and how to then take advantage of it. So that's a problem. And they all of a sudden have immediately gone into a team in the mushy middle. They talk about that in the NHL as the last place you want to be. Being at the top is great. Being at the bottom is great because you could get a generational player, right? And that's how you build in some of these leagues. But being in the middle where the Kraken are is not a good place to be. And, this year at the beginning of the season, they were doing really well, and everybody thought, okay, they've turned things around. They had 1 year of pain because the year prior to that, they were in the playoffs. There's no star power. You talk about wanting to bring some in. Well, this isn't the summer to do that because there is nothing available in free agency. There's some aging guys that are in, 33, 34 that might have some name value, but you don't want to bring those guys in at this stage. They're not going to be stars for you. So that's the problem. And, potentially there's a little bit more of a free agent class next year. Right now, you're getting into a point where the salary cap has gone up, revenues have gone up, and that's allowing teams to be more aggressive to keep their own free agents. They don't have to make the hard decisions they had to make a couple of years ago. That time will circle back, and at that time, maybe the Kraken can take advantage of it. If they want to bring in players, they've got to be creative on the trade front. But, do you take a chance on Elias Pettersson in Vancouver, who, as a reclamation project, who potentially could go back to being a star if he was elsewhere? Like, it's not going to happen here. There's too much pressure on him in Vancouver, and the microscope is too big because, the Canucks are the Seahawks. Like, that is the team up here,
right,
and you can't escape it. Whereas in Seattle, it might be a little bit different. He needs to get to a place, in my mind, and he's got full no trade protection, but he needs to go to a place where the spotlight is not so bright, set a reset button on his career, and decide that he wants to work hard enough in the offseason to maximize his talent. I can't believe there's no talent there anymore, but, it's been, 26 months of nothing here in Vancouver. And I just think if he's going to get it figured out, it's got to be elsewhere. It can't be here.
Peterson.
But to Seattle's point, do you want to take that chance, right? And bring in a guy like that maybe you can take a big swing and maybe you wind up hitting, right?
Well, this is interesting. I was about to ask you about Pettersson. He actually called out, as it were, the front office. Ian McIntyre wrote an article about his critical of the way the direction of the franchise is going, at least the way I read it. Do you see him as part of the culture problem, or is he part of the fix? Or if the Kraken wanted to make a run at Elias Pettersson, what kind of package could they possibly get for him at 27 years old?
Well, Pettersson scored in one of his last 36 games, right? So there's not a lot of asset value there for Vancouver. The contract is frightening. Would the Canucks, in my opinion, would they trade him for a first-round pick? I think they would, right? If they would not have to retain any salary, right? So is there a hybrid there where the Kraken have a player that has, 2 years of bad money left on him, and the Canucks take back 2 years of bad money? They might do that, but they're not going to take 6 years of salary retention. So, so that's the problem. But I don't think the Canucks are going to expect a haul to move off of a player like Pettersson. Is he part of the culture problem? That's an interesting one because his personality is not big, right? He's clearly not a leader here. Is he a guy that is stirring the shit and making it difficult for everybody? No, he's not that guy either. He doesn't carry a big presence in the locker room, but it's difficult for people not to walk around that locker room and look at a player that is making $11.6 million and is not carrying his weight on the ice. And by all accounts, is not doing what he needs to do in the offseason to take every effort possible to rebuild his game. So, he's not part of the locker room problem per se. He's definitely not part of the solution, and he's not part of the leadership group, right? There's that, and then the other big personality that is still here from the old core is Thatcher Demko. But given his history, his injury history, that's going to be a tough one to move as well.
This is Farhan Lawsey, TSN, based out of Vancouver. He was in Toronto this week for the CFL draft, and he was also very interested in the NFL draft. What surprised you about the NFL draft? I mean, the Ty Simpson pick at 13 for the Rams sticks out to me, but what surprised you either at the top or anywhere in the NFL draft?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, it's that pick, right? I was probably surprised that Tate went as high as he did, but not by much, right? I expected him to go in the 7-8 range. He went up to 4. But the Ty Simpson pick, there was no smoke that he was going to get taken that high. And, I think a lot of us feel that the Rams aren't serious about the draft, that they would much rather, we've seen this before, right? That they'd much rather move that pick for an experienced player and take advantage of that window with Matthew Stafford to win today. And I kind of thought that's what would happen. And certainly it would have made a lot of sense for them to trade back into the 25, 26 spot. And Ty Simpson, I think a lot of us felt was that Lamar Jackson type of situation where a team trades back up into the late stages of the first round just so you can take advantage of the 5th year on the contract by having him as a first round player.
Right.
And then if you are the Rams and he doesn't see the field for 3 years because Stafford still wants to play for 2, that makes sense if you've got 5 years of player control. So, I'm mixed in the player. I mean, I definitely thought he was the second best quarterback, but well behind. I'm just not a believer that you can have 15 starts and that's enough of a sample size and enough experience for you to be ready to make it happen at the next level. I just don't think that makes sense. I understand what McVay and Snead say about system fit. I buy it. I understand, like if they've evaluated a skill set a certain way, that's great. But again, it's 15 starts. Yeah, it's 15 starts in the SEC, but so is Mac Jones, right? And so it's not. It makes me uncomfortable. But it just seems like an organization that lived up to its narrative that it's just not serious about the draft.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, the Rams are almost never drafting that high. Certainly an NFC championship game participant's not going to draft at 13 normally.
Well, you got a chance. You got a chance to really help Matthew Stafford.
Exactly.
They've got some holes on that offensive line.
Yes.
There were high-end players that were still available. So for them to make that kind of move at that time, I thought was different. I liked a lot of what the Seahawks did. I thought their first 4 picks are going to be guys that really, really helped this team.
Jim on the text line, 253, says, hey, this guy's great. He needs a weekly segment. That is the plan.
Let's do it.
We are going to do Farha Loshi every week. We're going to figure out a day and what time to do it. If we hit Farha and I are great friends, great buds going back to way back. You mentioned to me last night the CFL draft you did in Toronto this weekend had an Eastern Washington flair to it, didn't it?
Yeah, Eastern Washington's placed a ton of players in the CFL. We've had quarterbacks like Vernon Adams and Bo Levi Mitchell and Matt Nichols that have really done well in this league. And, the Big Sky generally, but Eastern specifically, Aaron Best does a great job over there. So there's a receiver who's actually Canadian. The CFL draft is for Canadian players, right? When you come into the league, the Canadian players come in via the draft. American players come in via a negotiation list, right? And so half the rosters are Canadian, half the rosters are American, and then you've got to start a certain amount of Canadians, which is how the league works. So the draft is an important part of it. And so there's a kid named Nolan Ulm who's from Kelowna, British Columbia. If you've never been to Kelowna, go to Kelowna because it is a spectacular place. And so Nolan's been at Eastern for 6 years. He had the COVID year and then had an injury redshirt a year ago, so he was able to get it, able to get a 6th year, and just a great kid. I've known him since high school, and he had a really good 2023 was probably his high watermark. The last years have kind of been up and down for him, but he was still able to get drafted, and just a quality kid. He was part of the American Football Coaches Association Good Hands Award team, and as far as all the off-field stuff he does, and and that's something that Aaron really promotes with the guys out at Eastern, right? He wants those guys involved in the community. He wants them making a difference, and Nolan certainly took advantage of that. So it's cool for me to have followed his career since high school and to see him get a chance to play. But the draft was fun. It's a complicated draft because two Canadian players got drafted in the NFL draft, and then 6 other guys signed as undrafted free agents. So when you're a CFL GM and you're going through your draft, you have to navigate all of that because the higher you get taken in the NFL draft, the lower you get taken in the CFL draft. So Akeem Messidor, who's one of the star defensive ends for the University of Miami that played the national championship game, he got taken in, I think, 22nd overall to the Rams or to the Chargers in the NFL draft. He didn't get drafted in the CFL draft, and he was by far the best Canadian available. But if he's never going to come up here, why would you draft him, right?
So do they have 7th-round picks in the NFL who are high draft picks in the CFL? Some years, not this year, but
yeah. I mean, generally what happens is in the first round they want availability, right? So if you've been
okay.
drafted and they know they're not going to get you, they generally want the best player that's going to be available that year.
Right.
Then the type of players that were undrafted free agents that signed those 3 years contracts, and there was I think a 6th round offensive lineman in the NFL draft, a kid out of Boston College. Those are the types of players who might go in round 2, right? And then it kind of works from there. But, there'll be some guys that just don't get picked at all if the word on them is that they're locks in the NFL or they were a high draft pick in the NFL. Those guys aren't going to get drafted into this league.
You're the man, Farhan. We're going to, by popular demand, you're coming back. You can't get rid of us.
Let's do it.
Let's
do it. I can't wait. Look, Seattle is my favorite city. Like I love all the time I get to spend down there. I'm there for every Seahawks game.
Yes, you are.
I come down when I can. My favorite thing to do, honestly, truly, and maybe I need more things to do, is bark at the park with the Mariners. The last few years since I got a dog, I've been so in, and I've taken my kids and my dog. We go to bark at the park. So we'll be there May 19th. I love my Huskies. You know this. I'm a big Huskies fan.
I do.
So and I told my son. So he's a quarterback up here in Linden. He's going to go to prep school in Virginia in the fall, and he's got a chance to play FCS football, pretty good chance. There's a bunch of schools, particularly back east, that are looking at him. And I said, look, I don't care. You go to Harvard, I am still cheering for the Huskies. So just know that.
You got to schedule a Harvard-Washington home and home so you can get your boy to come out here and you go see him play back there.
We go to 2 or 3 games every year. Now he's less into it because he feels like he's, eventually going to be a college player. So he thinks that I shouldn't be a fan of other college players now, right? So it's kind of getting to that point. So, yeah.
Well, good luck to him. I know he's making big changes. Great to hear from you. Take care of that FIFA Congress. We'll talk to you soon. We'll figure out a date. We'll do this weekly. Thanks, man.
Take care, buddy.
Farhan Lalshi. We went all over the place with him there. There's comments on the text line. You guys love him. Yeah, he's been a great friend of mine for years. I've covered national championships, Super Bowls, Seahawks games with him. Yeah, he'll be a part of the show. We'll figure out a date, and you'll hear from Farhan quite a bit. Up next, we'll hear from you quite a bit on the Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451 on 93.3 KJR FM.
I have never heard someone refer to just what he was. Mice nuts. That is amazing. That was great. I will be stealing that.
What was it in reference to again?
I'm trying. That's why I couldn't even explain it, because when he said it, my brain just went, "What? Mice nuts? That is awesome."
Mice nuts. That's awesome. Yes, you'll hear from Farhanology again. If you missed it, go to the iHeartRadio app or download. You can download it there, or you can go to 93.3KJR.com. You can hear our interview with Farhanology. He talked about the MLS, talked about the FIFA Congress, and Iran not even getting admitted into the Congress because they got held up in customs in Toronto. FIFA Congress is meeting ahead of the World Cup. It's in Vancouver. Of course, Vancouver is going to host the World Cup, and so is Seattle. We're going to be part of that coverage. More details to come on that. 49451, the Tacoma Dodge text line. The music means it's your chance to be a part of the show, but we read back your text every day.
Greg, if you could bring back one former Seahawk in their prime to add to this team, who would it be?
Bobby Wagner.
Well, that was quick.
Not even hesitation. The thing about it on this team particularly, that you wouldn't need Bobby Wagner because of Ernest Jones, but I'm just selfishly saying, for my own personal self, I would cover Bobby Wagner 10 days a week, 14 months a year. He's such a gentleman. He's so much more than football, too. But now, speaking about this particular team, Sean Alexander, Kurt Warner, a lead running back in his prime is who I'd bring back. What about you? I mean, that's their biggest need, right?
Man, Bobby was going to be my first list, but you immediately grabbed him.
That was selfish.
No, it's okay. Let's see. It's not based on need, but, man. Who do I want to... I don't even... Okay, you know what? Why not Richard Sherman?
Yeah?
It's not like they need him, but if you could just put him on there, I think that'd be really cool to see.
He'd be interesting with Witherspoon.
He'd be really bored then. My goodness. He would... The pressures would be the most entertaining because the tape wouldn't be good.
They'd come out together like Doug Baldwin and Richard Sherman used to. I'll never forget the day they did that.
Right?
Mocking the NFL and advertising and Pepsi and, yeah. 843, I got to go back in my catalog, know where that is. 843 says, what position do you think the Seahawks are strongest, weakest? Much love back to you. Strongest position to me is the secondary because of all the pieces you can move around, and Witherspoon. I really think Josh Jobe is an underrated corner. Julian Love, a fixture at safety. How they replace Kobe Bryant will be a big deal, but Ty Okada did very well, and now they drafted Bud Clark. Secondary, because of all the options it gives. Mike McDonald. Weakest? Running back. With Jack Charbonnet out for who knows how long. Unproven across the board after that. I don't think it's even close to be running back, don't you?
Running back for sure, but I will go with D-line. I know they lost Boye.
Right.
But what they were able to do with simulated pressure and just the four fat men.
You talking about strongest?
My apologies, yes. Weakest, running back, strongest, I say the defensive line.
Yeah.
Just because of, I mean, they sent 4 dudes after you, and it was mayhem every time. And those 4 dudes were really good last season. Mike McDonald's a wizard with simulated pressure. So it's a 1A, 1B thing for me regarding the secondary and the D-line.
206 says, I'd bring back Locke, an amazing person. Well said. He is an amazing person. Dustin, 253, longtime listener. Bring back Tez, anchor down the middle of the D-line. Good call. 253, what about Big Walt? You could put Big Walt on any team, make him better. Hall of Famer. I agree with that, too. 206, Jerry Rice. In his prime, yes. Not the Seattle version of Jerry Rice.
I'm not going to lie. That was the first, but I'm like, I have to say in his prime, and that's not going to happen. So
I covered Jerry Rice's up to his exit with the Raiders. I covered that move from the Raiders to the Seahawks. And I will tell you that everybody in the Raiders building at the time was like, yeah, good luck with that. They knew the time was over, and the Raiders were like, yeah, okay. And, yeah.
Did you already ask this one? Who is the most underrated?
No.
Okay, who is the most underrated Seahawk right now from the 843?
Ooh. It might be for value and production and how he lifts the entire unit.
Go ahead.
It might be Jaden Sandell, the Stenner.
I was going to go Drake Thomas, so okay, fair enough.
Drake Thomas also.
Yeah, that was my guy.
Josh Jobe would be in the running for underrated.
And when Drake Thomas, Josh Jobe, and I forgot about Sundale, so Sundale would be third for me if I had to rank them. But yes, all 3 of those dudes.
Think of what Jalen Sandell did. He anchored a position that had 10, count them, 1-0, 10 starters in 10 seasons after they traded Max Unger. 10 different starting centers. Jalen Sindel comes as an undrafted rookie from North Dakota State, a former roommate of Gray Zabel at North Dakota State, and he locks down center. That is not a question anymore. And for the first time in a decade, the Seahawks have an answer at center since trading Max Unger. Yeah, he is unsung. Part of course, the nature of an offensive lineman, his personality, but tell that to Gray Zabel, he's pretty outspoken and glib, and yeah.
This one is from the 253. How about bringing back Big Walt?
Yeah, like I said, Walter Jones, you could never go wrong with any team. 206. Thank you for going over the Texas Tech quarterback article. Heard the same thing. I read the same thing to my wife and was like, what the? I hear you. I know.
Ty Okada is underrated from the 253.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Greg's like, eh.
Well, it's just a short sample size of 11 games starting, but yes, for a guy who used to be on the practice squad and practice squad and special teams player, yes, absolutely. Pete Metzeler is bringing him back, 206 says. Yeah.
Greg, any bold predictions for this 26-27 season?
Jadarian Price runs for 1,300 yards.
I mean, I was at 1,000. You were like, "Hey, Chris, bold prediction. You took it 300 yards more."
1,300 yards.
Sheesh, how many touchdowns? 7?
10. You wanted bold.
That is true. You put those mice nuts and made them. You put them in a wheelbarrow and tripled 100 times the size.
Mice nuts. I'm gonna find the. You can keep going, but I'm gonna find the text about Army West Point at the Windermere Cup.
Okay, no, we already mentioned that. Okay, here we go. I'd bring back Tyler Lockett. Well, when it was third down, you could always count on Tyler to be open. That was his thing for quite some time, whether it was Russell Wilson and Geno. He was really good at that.
206, 20 years ago when my son was rowing on the varsity 8 at West Point. Go Army, beat Navy. Appreciate that. My wife and I convinced the Husky rowing program to invite Army to the Windermere Cup. Army turned them down on the basis that they had to defend their New York State championship that weekend. I was so disappointed. I think a showing by Army would have done tremendous benefit to exposure for West Point out here on the West Coast. Go Army, go Huskies. Thank you, sir, ma'am. Appreciate that. I didn't know that. Here I
Makes two of us.
Wrote a book on the Windermere Cup. I didn't know that West Point got invited. It must have been a really good reason why they turned them down, but yeah. Ian Furness is floating. By the way, I didn't even read too many of the texts other than the Mice Nuts one about Farhan's appearance, but he is not going anywhere. He's going to be a weekly. It looks like Mondays. We're going to have him on. We're working on a lineup. It's going to be pretty cool. We got Brad Adam coming on tomorrow, the Mariners broadcaster. He's going to be a weekly guest for us on Fridays. It looks like, I'm premature in saying, Daniel Kramer of the MLB beat writer, MLB.com beat writer for the Mariners, is going to be with us probably on Tuesday. So we got Farhan, Daniel Kramer, Brad Adam, and we're getting started. We got friends and fam coming back. The NFL season, we got some throwbacks from the show when Chris and I did it in 2024. We're just getting started here on 93.3 KJR FM.
course. It's awesome. Everything about it's. I mean, listen, you've got a daughter that rows crew. I heard you talk about it earlier. It's the young men and women that are involved in that sport. They're
unbelievable.
They are to me the equivalent of like a D3 athlete. Like they do it because they love it, not because anybody watches. Yep. They do it they want to compete and they want to be part of a team.
6 a.m. rows before the sun's up and the ice.
Damn it, that's what sports should be about at that level. Yeah. Period. I mean, anyway. Such great respect for all the folks that do it. And obviously the tradition here at Washington is second to none. Sorry, Yale and every other Ivy League school. It just is second to none. And what they've done. So for many years, as the home for the Huskies, football, basketball, everything else, we carried the Windermere Cup on KJR on Saturday morning, the first Saturday in May, opening day. And for the first couple years, it was Bob and Elise Woodward did the finish line. And then she had some conflicts and probably at WNBA or something. So the last probably 4 or 5 years that we did it with Bob, I was at the finish line on a wireless mic. Bob was in the tower at the Montlake Bridge with a former coach and rower at Washington, and they would start the race, as you said, in Union Bay. They would take it all the way under the bridge, and then from that point you lose sight of the last 50 meters or so. Or last, maybe how long is it? 2,000 meters?
2,000 meters.
So they probably lost sight for the final 200 meters or so. It was a little bit, maybe even more than that. But it was, and then I would pick it up and bring it home and foul ball to foul ball. Open water, Bob. Washington is kicking someone's ass again because Bob Ernst refuses to bring someone here that can compete.
Hey, now, there's a backstory to that. They brought the Soviet Union, the very first Windermere Cup in 1987, and then they got swamped, and that was about the end of that for a while. But
I asked him once at one of the because we had to go and meet with them and do all the prep and all this.
Which is today. The annual one is today.
And I met with and I said, at the time, Wazoo had a really good women's crew. And I said, why don't you bring the Wazoo women's crew? That'd be even if it's your JV, who doesn't matter. Like, that'd be awesome. Right. Like, make it a little Apple Cup, like for one of the races. Oh, he didn't want he was afraid that they could beat him. And he goes, this is our event, and we're not going to lose. I'm like, okay, good to know. I'm doing a WWE event.
So describe Bob Rondo, great Bob, smart enough to be in the tower of the Montlake Bridge, the control tower of the drawbridge, out of the rain while you're out there.
Yes, I'm pissed. I looked at the weather this weekend, and I'm like, what are we doing? How is this? Emerald Downs opens up on Saturday. We got Joe Withy coming on tomorrow, and he's like, oh, it's going to be great weather. I'm like, that's not the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be rainy and drizzly for opening day and first day at Emerald Downs and muddy track and wet Windermere Cup, but it's a great event.
So you're in galoshes and raincoat.
I'm in rain gear with trying to keep our equipment working with Terry Reiner injured. You've got to make sure it stays dry.
And Bob's in the tower.
That's a brand new RE50 microphone. Is the XLR dry? Can you tell? No, I can't, Terry. I'm just trying to get. I'm trying to survive right now. Meanwhile, Rondo knows every rower and every major for every rower on every boat. You know, all 89 kids. He's like, the coxswain right now. She's a chemistry major, and I'm like, it was. I'll be in all seriousness. For me, like, I don't know if you know, I started my career being a production assistant at Como TV in college, and then afterwards I drove the live truck for a few years. And then my first real job out of the technical side was I was a sports producer at Como TV. And Bob Rondo to me is the most talented television writer I've ever been around in my life. Maybe the best pure anchor I've been around. I learned, and then I think he's the best play-by-play guy that this city has seen. And I just
the country or region.
Yeah. And so for me, and he was so good to me. He was a great mentor to me. When I've done things, even like the Kraken this year, I think of him all the time. He's just one of the best, and he's a good friend and a mentor and a great dude. So for me, to do the game, to do something with him like that on the air, because I was always his producer with Bruce King.
Right.
I was behind the scenes, and so actually to do it on the air was a thrill. So it was a ton of fun. And but yeah, I think in the 5 or 6 years we did it, I don't think it was ever dry. And I sat there, and I'd sit there in this hospitality area, this private party with a bunch of snobby boat people and drinking their mimosas. Like, you could offer me something. I'm not wearing crimson and gold. I would try to find something that was at least neutral in color. I wasn't like Cougar guy showing up, But it was fun. to me, the Windermere Cup is the most Seattle thing that we have.
Yes, it is.
I think it's and for someone who grew up here, and yes, I'm a Coug and no longer root for the Huskies, but did grow up around here going to games at Husky Stadium in the rain and in the fall with my dad and stuff. And I think the Windermere Cup is as Seattle as it gets. The Montlake Cut is as Seattle as it gets. It's just a cruel atmosphere out there. And if you ever get a chance to go out there, man, do it. It's really good. Remember, the Montlake Bridge does go up for like 4 hours afterwards, though. So you're kind of hooped if it's like the Beat the Bridge thing.
Close during it and after it.
Yeah. So, but it's a ton of fun, and you wrote a book on it too. So yeah, it's a fun week. It's a fun weekend around here. Emerald Down's opening, like I said, Windermere Cup too. So yeah, lots of good stuff.
So Bob Rondo, thank you for listening. I'm honored that you're listening. Maybe you just stumbled across our show waiting for Ian to come on, but thank you.
Pretty much.
It's the voice of the Huskies. I'm honored. What do you got going today?
We'll check in. Sarah's talking baseball coming up at 1:20 today. Mariners, what a trip, 5-1.
Yeah.
And retiring 51 this weekend. 5-1, 51.
Didn't they already retire 51?
That's a whole different story. We'll get into that a little bit. Also, 2 o'clock. Oh, we're going to carry the press conference with Jadarian Price at 2 o'clock.
Oh, I'll be there.
Yeah, you'll be there. So make sure you ask some questions so we can hear your voice on the air.
This is for Ian back at the station.
Thanks. I'm sure Pearson will love that. Greg Bell, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR. Got a question? And then Greg Cosell coming up at 12:20. Full transparency, we had Greg on yesterday, right during a 9th inning comeback. It's good content, so we're going to, for those of you that may have been, listening to a 9th inning comeback with 3 runs and Cole Young, and he might be the best second baseman in the American League.
So.
We'll have that at 12:20 today. So
that's Ian Furness coming up next with Jessamine McIntyre and Anderson Hurst. Well, Anderson was on the morning show, so he got to go home.
Bow ball. Here we go. We got open water.
Ian's up next. Greg Bell, the News Tribune. Christopher Kidd will have Brad Adam on tomorrow on Friday on 93.3 KJR FM.
Seahawks hit the field for workout during phase 1 of the offseason program tomorrow. We'll be there. They will introduce their new first-round pick, Jadarian Price, at 2 o'clock in a news conference. We'll carry that for you live here on 93.3 KJR FM. They did sign tight end Harrison Bryant yesterday, 4th-round pick by Cleveland in 2020. A lot of stories about Seahawks ownership. We'll touch on that in just a couple seconds. Kraken, some news coming out of the KCI. Jessica Campbell will not return to the Kraken bench next season. Her contract is expiring. She's going to explore other opportunities. They say it's a mutual decision. We'll touch more on that during the Daily Power Play at 1:45. But Jessica Campbell is out, the first full-time female assistant coach in the NHL. Here we go.
The Ian Furness Show is presented by Snoqualmie Casino. Text us at 49451 and hit the talkback mic on the iHeartRadio app. This is the new Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, here we go on a Thursday.
What day is it, Ian?
Thursday. Just get me to the weekend, please, God. All right, it's a Thursday. Just Jess and I today. Our Jess didn't retire or resign or mutually agreed upon. The other Jess did in town.
Yeah, I don't really have the ability to do that.
You can't just say we're going to mutually part ways and go do something else.
I'm
like
out.
Jessica
Who's
Campbell.
coming with me? That kind of thing.
Yeah, no, that's not the case. Jess Campbell's out. Jess McIntyre's here. Andrews worked the morning show, so he didn't want to stick around for some reason. I don't know why. He didn't want to do 8 hours of radio or something. What's wrong with him? Huh?
I don't know.
This guy's slacking. Young
What
guys.
is he hanging out with his baby or something?
Young people these days. Anyway, we roll on. Touching on the I got a Mariner Randy Johnson thing I want to get to. I know the guys in the afternoon were discussing it yesterday. We'll get to that in a heartbeat. Greg Cosell will join us 12:20. If you were with us yesterday during the 1 o'clock hour, yeah, he was on at 1. But you know what? That's right during the midst of a 3-run comeback in the 9th inning. I said Greg was really good wrapping up the draft. For many of you who didn't see it or hear it, we're going to have that coming up again at 12:20. 1:20, Eno Saris will join us, and then 2 o'clock, Jadarian Price news conference. As always, 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451. You can also send a talk back in iHeartRadio app, red microphone, and speak into existence. We'll talk a little bit about the Jessica Campbell news is significant for a lot of reasons, mostly because she was such a groundbreaker and knocked down a couple barriers to become the first female assistant. We'll do that at 1:45 today as well. And I'll touch in on probably at 1 o'clock on the Seahawks ownership situation too, as well. I do want to hit on this. Randy Johnson's number is going to be retired on Saturday. Cool weekend coming up for the Mariners. The second time 51 is being retired because, of course, another guy wore it by the name of Ichiro Suzuki. So that already took place. I love the fact they're doing the separate things. It's fine. They both wore the same number. It's okay. I'm not going to dwell on that. I don't care. Because the big unit was you just think about how different they were in so many ways. But I was listening to the conversation with Softy and Fane. I don't know where it ended up. I'll talk to Softy during crosstalk, greatest Mariners of all time and all that. I had to go back and look and see because Randy Johnson spent 10 of his 22 years in the big leagues here in Seattle. 10 of the 22. Basically years 3 through 13. His first 2 years he spent in Montreal with the Expos and then came to Seattle where he won a Cy Young with the Mariners in 1995. He finished second in the Cy Young 2 other times with the Mariners and finished third as well. He was an all-star 5 times with Seattle. One of those times, frankly, it was because they had to have an all-star. That was 1990. That's how baseball works. But the other times were very much well-deserved. Always in the MVP conversation, things like that. Greatest Mariner of all time, I don't know if I would go there. And is he the greatest pitcher ever here? Well, in terms of just what they were and who he was as a pitcher, yeah, he was better than Felix. Hate to admit that. Love Felix to death. The Randy Johnson story is a complicated one, though, because the twist with Randy Johnson that's kind of crazy is that you have to go back and remember why Randy Johnson was a Mariner in the first place, and then why he wasn't a Mariner in the second place. So Randy Johnson was traded to Seattle by the Montreal Expos. And so the Expos traded him to Seattle. And the reason was the Mariners were not going to be able to, and this is the craziest, cruelest twist of all. I don't know if people have seen the Expos documentary on Netflix. It's phenomenal. But he was traded by the Expos to Seattle along with Gene Harris, and Brian Holmgren. Brian, I'll think of his name in a second. Bear with me. I said Holmgren. It's not Holmgren.
Okay.
But he was traded to Seattle. And the problem, and here was the thing, is because the Mariners could not afford to let Mark Langston walk in the offseason because of a contract situation and money. Right? That's what's crazy. Like, think about this. A team that ends up going out of business, 10, 15 years later? Like, the Mariners traded for Randy Johnson because they couldn't afford to keep Mark Langston, but the Expos were in a go-for-it mode. Well, and then how did Randy Johnson leave Seattle? Because the Mariners weren't going to be able to keep him. They were cheap, right? Like Brian Holman. I always said Holmgren. I always say Holmgren. Brian Holman, who was really a good pitcher for Seattle. Gene Harris was a really good reliever for Seattle. Randy Johnson was a throw-in. 6'10" guy that walked a ton of people, was wild as hell. Nobody knew if this guy was going to be a full-time big leaguer. And Randy Johnson comes to Seattle and then just blossoms. Absolutely blossoms and has a 22-year career, hard-throwing left-hander, probably the most intimidating player on the mound during his 2+ decades in baseball. But Seattle got him because they couldn't afford to keep or weren't willing. Listen, it's baseball. You can afford whatever you decide. You didn't want to pay the money to keep Mark Langston, a dominant left-hander, great player for Seattle. You didn't want to keep him. That was the story of the Mariners back then. Good players left. The joke was always we're developing people for the Yankees or whoever else was a big market team.
That was quite the pipeline back then, though.
And think about this. As we say all that, the situation with Randy Johnson, you traded Langston to the Expos. They went out of business a few years later. Many years later, but they did. But the Mariners couldn't afford him. Then the Mariners have to trade him in 1998 because they can't afford to keep him. They don't want to spend the money. It's insane. The Randy Johnson story to me is like one of the most complicated things out there. But when he was here, he gave us some of the greatest moments ever. Coming in from the bullpen, playoff games, things like that. Just terrific in so many ways. Always somewhat grumpy and sullen. I did a lot of interviews with him when he was here in the early 90s when I was working at Como as a producer. Hard guy to talk to. I think to this day, hard guy to talk to. Just had I think the thing I sort of respected about it, though, looking back, is Randy Johnson had the same demeanor with everybody day to day as he did on the mound.
Equal opportunity.
He was just like, that's who he was. Like, there's some people that turn it on and turn it off. This dude just was that way. Probably what made him great. The fact that he pitched as long as he did, the fact that he had in the big leagues, I mean, just think about this. In the big leagues, he pitched 618 games, 4,135 in a third innings. In today's world, that just doesn't happen. It just does not happen. 303 wins. I don't know if we'll ever see a 300-game winner again because guys get taken out. You didn't take this dude out.
I think you'd have to fight him.
And you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
He was an absolute machine. To me, one of the few players in sports when he was playing that's worth the price of admission on his own. I think like really in sport, like the NBA, or I'll go back to the NBA a second. The NFL is different. You go to a game because it's 17 a year. It's once a week. The brand is more important than the star. Yeah, there's star players all through the league. Yeah, do you want to see Patrick Mahomes play? Sure, whatever. But really, it's about the team, the logo, the name, and all of that. There are star players, but you don't pay, you don't say, hey, he's worth the price of admission for an NFL game. I don't think that really happens. NHL has a couple guys that are getting to be that way. It used to be Gretzky was that way. Wayne Gretzky was that. Like, one guy's worth the price of admission. Ovechkin in his chase but really, it was Gretzky. The NBA is kind of the star-driven league, right? If you have a chance to go see LeBron play sometime, and that, whether he's the greatest of all time, you want to debate that, it's fine. Mike was worth that. I remember Bernie Bickerstaff famously said when he was coaching in Seattle way back when, it was early in Mike's career, he goes, this guy never plays a road game. Every game's a home game for him. Kobe was that way. Shaq was that way. Mike was that way. Larry Bird was that way. Magic, those guys, they're worth the price of admission. They're just bigger than life. Baseball didn't have a lot of those guys, but it did. It had a few. Barry Bonds might fill in that category. McGuire in his prime. Sosa in their chase, all those things. But Randy Johnson was a guy that's worth the price of admission. Just how unique he was. And there's big guys now that, there's guys that are 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", pitching. But Randy at 6'10", just different. Absolutely different. It's a complicated story. Did he force his way out of Seattle? Kind of. Was Seattle cheap at the time? Yes. Would have been great if they would have kept him here, and what could have happened. I mean, that's the thing when you look back on Seattle, no salary cap. If you could have kept Randy, A-Rod, Jr., all for different reasons and different issues going on, all those things, what could have been. But Randy was worth the price of admission, but he was complicated as well. Greatest Mariner of all time, greatest pitcher of all time. Statistically, probably. Right? Statistically, you look back, 10 years in Seattle. What he did in Seattle was pretty damn remarkable. 118 wins with the Mariners, 62 losses, a 2.83 ERA, or a 3.42 ERA in that time. I'm sorry, 130 and 74. 130 and 74. That's crazy. 637 winning percentage. Just what he did, how he entertained us in a time in which baseball, for many of his years here, the late 80s up until 95, the first, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years of his career, that team was awful in Seattle. He was worth the price of admission. All right. Can't wait. He's going to end up being he'll be honored on Saturday if you're lucky enough to be going. Enjoy. Take it all in. I know we sometimes get upset here in Seattle about the, quote, 95 Mariners and how much we celebrate them and all that. And I understand that. And I do understand at times it's like it feels like it's a little much. But understand as well, without Edgar and Junior and Randy and others in 95, we're sitting here in a town without baseball. So I think it's okay to still pay tribute to that team in 95 and then some. We'll take a break. Greg Cosell wrapping up the Seahawks draft next. Welcome back. Rolling along here on a Thursday afternoon. Ian Furness with you. We'll go to the Virginia Mason Athletics Center at 2 o'clock today for the press conference, officially introducing Jadarian Price, Seahawks first-round draft pick out of Notre Dame, 32nd overall. I say officially. We had him on the show. You can find that podcast, iHeartRadio app. Take a listen. Hugh Millen and I talked to him last Friday. Really, it'd be interesting to see how he sounds today, because when we had him on last Friday, voice, answers, like if you just close your eyes and go, why does that guy sound familiar? He sounds like Doug Baldwin.
Yeah, we got a lot of texters who were.
And I didn't catch it at the time. Okay. But a lot of people were texting in, like you said on the Commodore text line, going, that sounds like Doug Baldwin. Went back and listened to it. We replayed it on Monday. And I'm like, damn, he does sound like Doug Baldwin. Like, if you're just the two of them are talking side by side, they'd be hard to distinguish. At least with us on our interview on the phone on Friday.
Cadence, voice.
Yeah. And like Doug, very thought out. Every answer very well thought out. Like there's no cliches. He was just a delightful guy to talk to. So looking forward to hearing from him when he gets officially announced by the Seahawks coming up at 2 o'clock today. Our own Greg Bell from the News Tribune will be there. So we'll carry that for you at 2 o'clock. Eno Saris will join us coming up today at 1:20. We'll probably try to talk to Eno a little bit about Randy Johnson and his legacy as he gets his number retired this weekend. And we'll also check in on the Luis Castillo. Let Eno know we got to talk about The Rock, the Castillo. He ain't good right now. The Rock ain't good right now. Don't like it. What's wrong with The Rock? But let's talk a little NFL draft. Yesterday during the show, might have been during a ninth inning rally by the baseball team, we had Greg Cosell on. So much fun to talk to Greg. Again, this year, all this season, he was brought to you by the Hall Group, Occidental Hall, Queen Anne Beer Hall, and of course the Kirkland Moss Bay Hall. Great food. And listen, if you're going to the games this weekend, including Randy Johnson night on Saturday, before and after the game, your spot is the Occidental Hall. It's right next to, it's on Occidental, crazy, down the alley. You go past
they
all the...
They really make it easy for you.
Really
to get
easy.
there.
You go right past the hot dog stands and the souvenir shops there on the left. The Lumen Field is on the right. And what would it be? The northwest entrance to Lumen Field, right there in the corner. It's right there. Can't miss it. Occidental Hall, $5 smash burgers post game as well.
That's an unbelievable price.
Like especially
in Seattle,
especially in So I didn't think about the Seattle factor. Yes, you're in Katie Wilson's town, so yeah, it's going to cost a lot of money. And post game on a Sunday, you don't want to cook. It's 4 or 5 o'clock. Go get yourself a smash burger, right? So go check that out. Big thanks to them for the support of us all year. So here's Greg Cosell. We had our final draft wrap up with our films guru, Greg Cosell. All he can do is tell us what the tape says, and I started by asking about his favorite thing in the NFL draft. That would be the draft grades.
I don't know what that means. I mean, when people say that, they obviously know way more than I do. They must know what all 32 teams' draft boards look like. I don't. So I don't know what that means. It's a fascinating concept. People with less information decide that they have a better idea of what teams should do than teams who have far more information. It's really a fascinating concept, Ian, don't you think?
I do. I think the one thing we do know with Seattle, though, is and because Schneider told us this before the draft, and he told us after day one, they wanted to trade down. And he told us after day one, yeah, we tried, we moved. It was a wild end of the first round, though. There was all those picks in front of Seattle. Got moved. San Francisco moved down twice to get all the way out of the first round. So there was a lot of movement taking place, a lot of things going on there that kind of, probably threw a little monkey wrench into what Seattle wanted to do and what John Schneider wanted to do. But in the end, they do pick 32nd overall. We talked about him before, but let's go back and revisit Jadarian Price.
Yeah, well, the bottom line is they do not have a number one running back. And even with a healthy Charbonnet, he's not that guy. So Price can be that guy, especially in their system. You're dealing with a guy that has a very strong traits profile: size, decisiveness, burst, toughness. He's competitive. Obviously, he was a compliment. He only had 233 total carries in his last 2 years there. So there's not a lot of tread on the tires. Obviously I did not know who was going to draft him, but I thought that when I watched him, one point I made was that he showed the desirable combination of traits that would lead NFL teams to believe he could be a feature back. And obviously he was drafted more than likely to be that guy. You don't draft a back in the first round, not to be somewhat of a feature back. He's decisive. He's got short area burst. He's got some explosiveness to him. And I liked him a lot. I mean, I came away believing he could be a feature back, depending on the system, and I think that's a good system for him. And don't forget, keep in mind who their new offensive coordinator is, who came from San Francisco.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just kind of talk about some of the things. Like he's addressed it. We've talked about it. We talked to Schneider and Mike McDonald about it. The one thing he doesn't do is catch the ball out of the backfield, but it's not because he didn't. He can't. He didn't have a lot of opportunities. How hard is it for you? How hard is it for you to evaluate a guy like this who's playing behind the number 3 pick in the draft?
Well, all you can say is you didn't see it on tape. I would never say he can't do it. That's not what he was asked to do at Notre Dame. It wasn't necessary because Jeremiah Love is a terrific receiver, and Jeremiah Love was one of those backs that you could detach from the formation and run wide receiver routes. So Price was not asked to fill that role. Because I'm just sitting in my office at Films and not going to a pro day or not working him out, it's very possible he's got good hands. I don't know the answer to that, so I wouldn't say he can't do it. I would just say I didn't see it on tape. It's very possible he does have good hands. But as far as the running part, I liked him a lot. I mean, is he a shifty, elusive type runner? No, he's probably more straight line linear. But he's physical. He's tough. He's a sustaining type back, and that's really what that offense demands. And certainly with Brian Fleury there now as the OC coming from San Francisco. Look, he's got really good competitive toughness, Price, and that's what you love about him. I mean, this guy gets hard yards.
The ability to read, you can see that on tape though, right? To read the holes.
Yeah, I mean, he's when you're a back, normally in run games, what you coach is the first 2 steps, because you have to start a path. You have to start the path based on what the run call is and how it's going to be blocked. But after you take your first 2 steps, what happens is gaps change. The term I use for that is gap fluidity. There's defensive flow. The blocking then reacts to that. So you then have to have the ability after those first 2 steps to read how the blocks match the gap fluidity and the defensive flow. And, he was good at that.
All right. Greg Cosell joining us, brought to you by the Hall Group. Let's get to Bud Clark, TCU, safety that's kind of all over the field. They lost, obviously, Kobe Bryant. People would just say, hey, they drafted a safety. He's a replacement for Kobe Bryant. Feels like he's a different player than Kobe Bryant. What do you see with Bud Clark?
Yeah, Clark's a fascinating player. He played both in the slot and at safety for TCU, but to me, he's a safety. He's 6'1", 188. He's kind of long, sinewy. He's a little thin. He ran really well. He tested really well at the combine. He's got great length, great range. So he can match up in the slot, but that's really not, I think, what they drafted him to do. But he's one of those really rangy guys. He's very fluid in his movement. He's got really long strides. He eats up ground easily. I think he easily transitions as a back-end safety. And I think he could even play snaps at post safety because he's so long and rangy in his movement. So even though he played a ton of slot at TCU, again, without, being in John Schneider's head or Mike McDonald's head, I would think they drafted him to be a safety in their scheme.
You and I talked a lot last year about Ty Okada and his development and stepping in at times for Seattle at a safety position. Is Bud Clark similar to Ty Okada at all?
He's a different kind of player. Okada, we all agree, played very well, but Clark's just a looser, more fluid athlete with more range. So, Okada's still there, and losing Bryant, you would assume Okada gets the first opportunity. He played 7-8 games where he started, something like that, and did well. But Clark's a different player, and I hate the term he's around the ball because, sometimes I think to myself, well, where else is he supposed to be? Is he supposed to be in the parking lot? I mean, but the fact is he did make a lot of interceptions in college. Some interceptions occur because they're just bad throws. Others occur because he's just playing his responsibility and the ball's thrown to him, but he did make a lot of interceptions. He can catch the football, but he's just kind of a loose, fluid, rangy athlete. He's kind of a fun guy to watch just because of the way he moves.
We were talking on draft day when he got selected on that Friday, day 2 of the draft, with your friend Hugh Millen. You've heard of Hugh Millen before, and the respect that Hugh and so many others have for Mike Macdonald and his defensive acumen and just what Mike Macdonald brings. And it's like Bud Clark feels like a Mike Macdonald guy. Like what can we do with him, right?
Well,
what can we do with him?
Really interesting. If I could expound on that for a second,
absolutely.
I happen to hear Mike Macdonald speak on social media about the NFL and sort of the changing nature of offense. And I think Bud Clark fits this, and I'll tell you why. What McDonald spoke about was the fact that what offenses are doing more and more of is they're able to play with 2 tight ends and 3 tight ends and still formationally and route concept wise play as if they have 11 personnel on the field, meaning 3 wide receivers. So as a defense, if you do not have to change personnel very often, which they do not have to do because of Eminwari, and theoretically Bud Clark fits that because he could be a safety and a slot if you choose to do that. So now, and whether he's ready to play week 1, we can't answer that question, Ian. So, I'm not going to go there because we don't know. But once he is ready, now you have 2 players not theoretically, 1 practically in Eminwari and 2 theoretically in Clark, that you don't have to take off the field because Eminwari can be a linebacker, Clark can be a safety or a slot. Now you don't have to worry about how do we match up to a team's personnel. We don't have to start trying to play that matchup game with different personnel and potentially get caught.
Greg Cosell joining us. All right, Julian Neal, another defensive player, cornerback, taken with the 99th pick, 35th pick in the 3rd round. And Julian Neal's a guy, they moved down to get him, but they ended up getting a guy that, boy, he jumped on the conference call with us on Friday, and, man, this dude was all about Julian Neal. I love you want a cornerback that is confident, Greg? This guy is filled with confidence. Probably the most entertaining of those calls we've had in 17 years of doing that out there at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. What do you see on tape from Julian Neal?
Well, when I saw that they drafted him, I said to myself, that didn't surprise me at all because he's almost 6'2". He's a big, long, physical corner. I kept watching him thinking, the one thing he lacks is that great recovery speed, if a guy gets on top of him, he doesn't have that speed that you'd ultimately like. So can he be beaten over the top at times? Yes. So I kept going back and forth watching his tape and thinking, is this guy a press man corner, which he's very good at, by the way. He's very physical. That's his game, and he obviously, based on what you just said, I'm sure he feels like, man, I can line up against anybody and I'm just going to beat the crap out of him. But then I thought to myself, is he better off as a zone corner? Because just that recovery speed is a little troublesome. But it did not surprise me at all, given the size, the length, the physicality, the toughness. I mean, he played the run on the perimeter. He was a willing and strong, assertive tackler. That means something to Mike Macdonald. He struck me when I saw that pick. That was the end of day 2, right?
Day 2, yeah.
Third round.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. When I saw that pick, I was like, oh, that's a Seahawk pick. And again, whether he's ready to play, week 1, you can never answer those questions. Because a guy hasn't even been through rookie minicamp yet, so you don't know. But he just seemed to me to be a perfect Seattle Seahawk type corner.
Greg Cosell joining us. One more Seahawk pick I want to get to, and then we'll touch a little bit on the Rams and the 49ers because what they do certainly matters to us out here. Let's talk about, now, he's listed as a wide receiver, kind of feels like a special teams guy, Emmanuel Henderson Jr. out of Kansas.
Yeah, it's funny. There's so many guys, as you know, that get drafted, and wide receivers are like this in particular. A lot of wide receivers make it, and a lot of wide receivers get drafted. He is long. He's 6'1". He can run well. to me, he's a definite vertical dimension. Now, obviously, they re-signed Shaheed, and he's that guy. But Henderson is also a vertical dimension. He's got the straight line speed to run by, get on top of corners. I'd say at this point, and the reason he's drafted where he was is because he's probably a little bit of a one-trick pony right now. He needs coaching. He needs repetition to develop into a more complete receiver who can win in multiple ways. But there's no question that he's got speed and he's long. So, when receivers start to get drafted later, Ian, as you well know, I mean, you've been doing this a long time. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. It's because there's something about their game that needs work. And no one comes into the NFL as a truly finished player. But as you get later in the draft, particularly with receivers, it's because there's something about them. It could be one thing, two things, three things, but there's something about them that clearly needs work. And while he can run and it's clearly a vertical dimension, he needs a lot of work to become a complete receiver, but there's something there.
All right, Greg Cosell joining us. Let's get to just quickly look at the other two teams that matter, all due respect to Arizona. That'll be the Rams and San Francisco. Let's start with the Rams. Ty Simpson's the name everyone was talking about, where he was drafted and the fact they didn't add to a team that's a Super Bowl contender right away. They also took a tight end out of Ohio State, a tackle out of Missouri, and so forth. So what'd you make of the Rams draft?
Yeah, the Ty Simpson pick, look, I've learned over the years, speaking to GMs and coaches, you never want to be in a position where you have to draft a quarterback because of desperate need. Now, the Rams are still a very good football team. Obviously, could they have drafted someone at 13 who, could step in and be a starter? Perhaps. You never know. Look, there's no guarantee with first-round picks, no matter what. You know that. I mean, how many first-round picks percentage-wise become, all pros? How many first-round picks even become truly contributing starters?
Right.
The percentages are low, so you don't know the answer to that question. But you also don't know when Matthew Stafford's calling it quits. You don't know about Matthew Stafford's health. I mean, you and I can remember last year, even through late August, there was a question as to whether he'd be ready to play week one.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, he went on to have the best season of his career and is probably, a Hall of Fame type player, but you just don't know the answer to that, and you don't want to get stuck. And it's worked out for other teams. We saw what's happened in Green Bay, first with Aaron Rodgers, who sat for 3 years, and then for Jordan Love, who obviously sat. So you just, if you're in desperate mode at the quarterback position, it's a very bad place to be.
The San Francisco 49ers traded down twice in the first round.
Yep.
They finally take a pick. It's Deshaun Stribling. We know him. He started his career at Wazoo, ended up going to Oklahoma State, then Mississippi. Big receiver. They took a couple of they took an edge rusher in height. They took the second running back off the board in Black from Indiana. What'd you make of what the San Francisco 49ers did?
Well, what I've been telling people, talking to people these last couple of days, I can only tell you how I evaluated the players. I don't get caught up in, I see, someone said, well, the Niners made a bad pick because they could have gotten Stribling, 50 picks later.
Right.
Well, how do you know that? I mean, that's an easy thing to say. Anybody can say something like that. As soon as I hear that, I just dismiss that as being moronic. But I really like Stribling's tape, and I really like Keelan Black's tape, the runner from Indiana. And I think he absolutely fits the 49ers system really, really well. I think he'll end up being their backup to McCaffrey. And at some point, McCaffrey, they're going to sit him for 2 possessions, a game, just because of the age and the wear and tear. But Stribling is 6'2 plus, almost 210 pounds, a burner, an absolute burner, runs by people. By the way, a really physical, dynamic blocker, too, which we know how important that is to this 49ers run game. And it's funny, the way he was deployed at Ole Miss, I came away feeling like, wow, there's a lot there, but I didn't see him work the middle of the field in the context of their offense. So what I did is I actually went back and watched all his targets from 2024 when he was at Oklahoma State, and he worked the middle of the field really, really well. So that just enhanced my evaluation of him, and I really, really liked his tape a lot. So again, I don't get caught up in where guys get drafted. Bill Walsh used to talk about this all the time, that once the draft is over, it's irrelevant where guys get drafted. Either the guy's going to become a good football player and help your team or not help your team. The idea that you could have gotten a guy at a different spot That's just banter that, people who like to think they're smart say. You have no idea about that. You're looking to draft good football players that help your team, and I think that's got to be the approach you take. The consensus doesn't mean anything.
Well, and I think with we also forget what I forgot actually for a couple of days. With San Francisco, they draft Stribling with their first pick to add to the wide receiver core, which has been an issue with the Ayuk situation and everything else. I tend to forget they added Mike Evans too. So they've upgraded their wide receiver position.
They sure haven't. And obviously, they're hoping Ricky Pearsall, who I liked a lot coming out and has shown flashes when he's been able to play, they're hoping he can stay healthy. They also signed Christian Kirk. So they've got I think they still have DeMarcus Robinson, who wherever he goes, he catches passes. He's never going to catch 70 balls, but he catches passes, as you well know, because he's been in the NFC West for, a while. So, they have a pretty deep wide receiver room now.
What I don't know if there's a zillion guys out there, so if you didn't watch their tape, that's fine. They did draft 2 guys from Washington out here, Carver Willis and Price, the cornerback. Did you watch tape on either one of those guys?
Well, actually, I watched both corners, Dacario Davis and Price. And Dacario Davis, I think, went in the 3rd round to Cincinnati. And I liked him a little more than Price. I think he's a little smoother, but they're both long athletes. And from Richard Sherman, who was not a 4.37 guy, nope. And I'm not comparing them in terms of what they're going to be, but length is a big deal at the corner position. And it can make up for the fact that if you don't have great recovery speed, with a long body and long arms, I like Davis a little more, but Price to me is a good prospect as well. I did not watch Carver Willis, so I can't speak to him. But those 2 corners, look, Cincinnati drafted Davis in the 3rd round. Yeah. 3rd round's not a throwaway pick.
Nope.
So he's going to get an opportunity to play, and we'll see, what happens there. Price, I think, was a 5th rounder. Now you start to get into late territory where he's going to have a he's going to have to work through the OTAs and minicamp and really show to get an opportunity.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, Greg, that wraps it up for us. We appreciate it. We'll check back in the fall, but we love having you on every week during the season. And frankly, same thing during the lead up to the NFL draft and our post-draft as well. It's just great to have you on. And thank you so much, man. You got a lot of requests across the country, but we appreciate you coming on with us.
Oh, Ian, I love talking to you. I mean, let's hope we're back, and, look, hey, the other good thing is Seattle's a good team. I like talking. It's more fun to talk about the good teams than to talk about the bad teams, believe me, and they'll be a good team again this year. You never know records and all that. No one can answer that, but, they're not going to go 4-13, Ian, I can tell you that.
Hey, actually, can I ask you one quick one real fast? I got about a minute here.
Yeah.
In the event they sign him, there's a lot of talk about Dante Fowler coming here. What can you tell us about him?
Dante Fowler is a player to me that I remember doing coming out of Florida, and I thought he'd be a better player than he's been. Look, he's been in a lot of places. He still has some pass rush ability. He's not a stiff by any means, but I think he was the 3rd pick in the draft when he came out, something like that. I think so. He was definitely top 5, if memory serves me correctly. Mm-hmm. And I really liked his tape, and I thought he could become a dominant edge player in the league. And he's been the guy's going to play 12 years in the league, and far from me to say that's not, a great thing to do that. I mean, who am I? I'm just a guy who sits and watches tape. But I thought he'd really be a more dominant edge pass rusher. But I just remember watching him in Florida, and I thought he really had excellent traits. But hey, guy's going to play a long time in the league.
Greg, you're the best. We will talk in the fall. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Ian. Really appreciate it.
There you go. That is Greg Cosell. Our last scheduled visit with him. He'll be back in the fall. Love having him on all the time. We'll take a quick break, come back, wrap up hour 1 next. All right. Welcome back. Big thanks, Greg Cosell. Just got a couple minutes here. So, a lot of rumors out there in regards to the Seahawks sale, which is imminent. Depending on who you want to look at and see and all those things, different sources. Reporting to Front Office Sports, saying Mark Zuckerberg is out there, and then that's been denied by others along the way. Listen, I've said this multiple times. The process is not Jody Allen and Bert Kold out there trying to sell a house with a third-party broker. The NFL's heavily involved. Heavily involved.
Yes, they are.
And I think just from what history tells us, the NFL more involved than, say, the NBA is with brokering deals, but they're both still involved. Like the NBA is going to figure out the Seattle situation, the Vegas situation, but I have to think that with the NFL, they've got a long list of people. Well, maybe not long, but a list of people who have always been interested in buying an NFL team. The way the NFL is set up, you don't need necessarily local ownership. So, Mark Zuckerberg is a sexy name out there.
I don't know how sexy that name is.
Well, you know what? I think that's actually a good point, Jess, because with all the cutbacks with Meta, right?
Yeah.
How sexy is it? Billionaires are billionaires for a reason. And cutting back and AI and all the things that's going on in the tech world right now. All we care about is, does it stay status quo? John Schneider, Mike McDonald, the way they run things, the way they operate things, how the business side has worked with Chuck Arnold. That's all I care about. And I trust the NFL, honestly. I trust Roger Goodell. I trust the NFL. And frankly, if Jody has any say in it whatsoever, I trust her. Now, look, we had Dwight James on the other day. Jody Allen and Bert Kold are not popular names down in Portland. I get that. I understand that. And really, especially Jody, Bert was more of an NBA guy. He was involved with the hiring of a GM when Paul was sick the first time when we replaced Bob Whitsitt with John Nash. But that wasn't their thing. Paul's thing was the NBA. Paul G. Allen's, his deal was the NBA. He loved the NBA. He would go to pre-draft workouts. Like, it was, I mean, he's a reason, good or bad, and probably not great. It wasn't a great pick. There was otherwise guys better, but he's one of the reasons they took Martell Webster right out of Seattle Prep. He watched his workout. It was massive. We were there for it. It was massively impressive. Guy shot the lights out of it. He looked athletic. It just, probably wasn't the best pick, but Paul was there. Seattle guy. He wanted that you pick Martell Webster. Period. End of story.
Yeah.
So he was really involved with the NBA. Jody wasn't. Jody's more of a Seahawk fan, and I think she will do a better job of making sure that whoever does, with the NFL's work, and I believe, again, the NFL is heavily involved with this. The NFL got rid of Dan Snyder. The NFL got rid of what's-his-face in Carolina.
Yep. That was the other one.
The NFL knows what it's doing. They are all about the shield. I don't think we're going to, if Zuckerberg's the right guy, great.
Well, the NFL can find him the right guy for the league, but we're more concerned about the right guy for the Seahawks.
Right.
And I think Paul Allen did a great job of giving the right people in the right positions everything they needed to succeed.
Prior commissioner, not the current one.
Yep.
We had the worst owner in the history of the NFL here for a while. And I say that because Ken Behring was all of that and a bag of chips. Came in, got rid of Mike McCormick and Chuck Knox, brought in Tom Flores, brought in a guy as his first GM that was a murderer. Got indicted for murder during the summer that year.
Oh God, yeah.
In Mike Platt. So and then wanted to move the team. Like, you could not have, Hall of Famer Mike McCormick, potential Hall of Famer Chuck Knox, out. Tom Flores shouldn't be a Hall of Famer, in, because he's a Raiders guy. And then you hire a GM who was a player agent who was, before he even really served in the job, got indicted for murder in a business scheme. Hired 2 ex-football players to shoot a guy with a crossbow and put him in a trunk. That's who you hired. Ken Behring is, Howard Schultz, yes. Clayton Bennett, yes. Ken Behring, right there with him. May
That's
have an
another
advantage.
Level. That might be another level.
May have an advantage. They've done it to us once. I don't think they'll do it dirty to us again. I think we'll be fine, and that's about as much time as I want to spend on the Seahawk ownership situation until it gets done. Okay, we'll take a break. 49451 is the Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451. By the way, I'll get to that next segment. Before we get to, we got a little baseball stuff to get to. Jess, what's our word?
We do have a word of the hour. Remember, Grand Slam cash
Can't wait.
contest.
Love it.
And
all the texts are right.
Yep.
My attitude, yes, correct.
93.3 KJR.com. That's where you enter it. As soon as you go to that website, you'll be right. You'll be directed to enter this word, and it is cash. So it is very appropriate for this. Anyway, go to 933KJR.com, and you have a chance at $1,000.
Can I tell you how much I appreciate you doing that? Thank you.
I do things for you, Ian.
We'll take a break. Come back. We've got two things to hit on before we hear from Eno Saris, talking a lot of good stuff about baseball, including closers next. We didn't really get an answer when Clifford called into the talkback, but Dick said it's the Big Red Dog.
Texted in already asking if he should participate today.
Well, I just love it. I love Clifford.
I give a resounding yes.
Fane and I were talking about it in Crosstalk yesterday, and I heard them talking about Softy and him were talking about it later. Clifford the Big Red Dog. It's not Clifford Averill. We know that because it's just Cliff Averill. He would never call himself Clifford. So I don't know who this Clifford person. We don't know who he is, but
he's one of many. Isn't he the fourth?
I don't know. You know what? It almost makes me miss basketball in the Philippines. It really does.
Oh, Ian.
I'm really well because at least I know who Cassidy Hubbarth is.
Yeah, that's true.
Although, where's she at now? Is she on Prime?
I don't know.
She left ESPN. I think she's either on Prime or NBC. You can Google that for me. But yeah, I know, at least I know who Cassidy is. But Clifford, can't wait for the new podcast.
I always like her work.
Yeah, she does a good job. She does a good job. So I'm fascinated more and more. We'll talk to Eno Saris coming up in a few minutes. Just the comparison between Felix and Randy Johnson in their time with the Mariners. And, like, depends on what number you want to look at. And I'll ask Eno what the number for a pitcher that we look at. But with Seattle only, right? Just with Seattle only. Felix's WAR for pitchers is 49.9. Randy Johnson's was 39. Now, maybe that's a reason for that. Randy started through 266 games with Seattle. Felix 418. Earned run average. Felix has the advantage 342, but it's like by a minute, like 0.111. They're basically the same. They both had a 3.42, but Felix was a little bit higher or a little bit lower when you go past 3.42 and keep going. So it's almost even there. Felix has more wins. Do we care about wins? No. But it's remarkable to think about Felix having more wins because Felix didn't get wins. The year he won the damn Cy Young, right?
Oh, yeah. He had a lopsided
win-loss percentage. Randy Johnson's higher. But again, do we care? I don't know. We can go through shutouts. Randy Johnson had 19 shutouts with Seattle. Felix had 11. Randy had more shutouts and fewer games. I mean, you go through all, and I'll ask him later. Greatest Mariners pitcher of all time. It's a top. I don't know, 49451. You guys tell me. I mean, in terms of their career with Seattle, Felix probably has the advantage, depending on, again, the numbers you want to look at. If you want to look at their overall career, which I just don't think we're doing, we're talking about in Seattle. Right? In Seattle, Felix was just go off WAR. He was better. Randy was number 2. But that's also based on the number of games you played too, right? So that's probably part of it. They were both great pitchers. Lefty, righty. So you had that going on. I just know this. This is the difference for me. Just for me. Felix didn't want to be traded. Felix wanted to be here. Fane brought this up yesterday. It was a great point. Felix cried at the podium. Thank you for the contract extension. The entire staff met him outside the press conference room as he walked in and gave him a standing ovation. Felix, to me, is more important for the Mariners than Randy was.
I would completely agree with that because it wasn't.
And it's by a little bit, just a little bit.
Well, Felix played through an unsuccessful period of time and was the best pitcher that we had seen over his longevity with the Mariners. That's my opinion. But I was not here for the Randy days, so I can rightfully admit that. But I was at that press conference, and it was a $175 million contract, if I remember correctly. He could have gotten so much more elsewhere. Market, He was in his prime.
He didn't want to leave.
He did not want to leave, and his family loves the city too. And yeah, I think for what it means to the fans of Seattle, I'd put him ahead of Randy.
Yeah, we're lucky to have had both of them here. Randy, I said again, 95, he was a big, I mean, he's a reason, all those guys that made a difference in 95 are a reason we still have baseball here. I guess I would say this. For me personally, I feel more of a connection to Felix. As a Mariner fan, I feel more of a connection to Felix. And that's no slight on Randy. I just have, and listen, I'm a very petty individual. I'll be the first to admit that. Junior wanted to leave.
Yeah, he did.
Randy wanted to leave. Mark Langston wanted to leave. et cetera, et cetera. A-Rod left for the money. Can't blame him. Whatever, it's money, right? Felix didn't want to leave. I don't think Cal wants to leave.
Mm-mm.
Josh Naylor wanted to stay here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you got to go through the list of guys. Julio is going to stay here.
Mm-hmm.
That to me means more. We have, especially in a non-salary cap sport, because if all things were equal, look at like the great Seahawks teams, and they could have paid guys, more and fit them under the cap. Sherm left because his contract, they could get out of the contract, and he's coming off an Achilles surgery. Now, he ended up playing after that. We understand that. But that just wasn't a good business decision to keep him here. If they didn't have to worry about a salary cap, they probably would have kept Sherm here. They probably would have kept Cam. Well, Cam had to retire because of medical reasons. Maybe Earl sticks around, right? Earl started becoming Earl. Although, on a side note, do we love the Earl reclamation project going on right now on social media and all the appearances?
Extensive. Well, what I was going to say, too, is...
I hope Earl's good. I hope he's all got his whatever was going on with him figured out, because
me too, but
he's such an important part of our city's history.
I think if he stayed here and didn't go elsewhere, that they had some way of containing Earl. If all the coaches that were around him at the time were also still there and nobody left for other jobs, I think they had a way with him.
Right.
And maybe that when you
maybe
said
Bobby
Earl
sticks
becoming
around.
Earl,
maybe Bobby sticks around. Maybe KJ sticks around.
but it's impossible.
Right. It's just impossible. Salary cap league. That's the difference. In baseball, if you can pay guys, you don't have to. You're not restricted by what. That's an organizational decision. But I think they've come a long way. I think Stanton and his group. Let's be honest. Let's give them credit. Come a long way. They're keeping guys now.
Yep.
They locked up Julio early on. Right. They got that done. We're good. I mean, Emerson's already done. Not even up here. Right. I mean.
Right.
Cal locked up and good. The pitching thing's a different one because you kind of have to be careful when you're going to extend those guys. You got to be really careful with arm injuries and everything else. I get that. But they've done a good job of keeping guys around. And I just think, like, in terms of where the organization is now, I mean, just the Josh Naylor thing was a great example. Keeping him. Make a trade. Show him the culture. Keep him here. But that aside, you can chime in. Pick your favorite child, Felix or Randy, 49451.
Sweet child.
That's
divine.
what it is. You're picking your favorite child. Like, who do you pick? Like, they're both fantastic. Like, it's not a slight on either one. I personally feel more of a connection to Felix. To me, yes, Randy, like I said in the first hour, worth the price of admission when he pitched. Like, to see that big, huge man that is 6'10", and when the ball comes out of his hand on the left side, you feel like as a hitter, it's actually touching your face. Yeah, that is incredible to watch. And I was lucky
killed a bird, man.
Yeah, it was. We had back in the Kingdome days. They would when we went, like, if you're a media member, they have a select few tickets they'll give to media members to go to games, right? And at least they did back then.
Oh, they do now.
Do they do? Okay. I'll never forget. Our seats were in 109, section 109, which is in the Kingdome, which was kind of just offset from home plate, but behind home plate, basically.
Sounds fantastic. Anything that starts with a 1 is usually
109, right down there. And I would go a lot of Sundays when I was working at Como, and because I was a poor producer. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to go. And my buddies and I would go, and we'd go to the games. And I remember watching Randy pitch a few times. It was just incredible. Like, watching it from there, he was delight. Felix just had this connection with the fans, the whole Felix T-shirt thing and all that.
Oh, King's Court.
The King's Court was so cool. I think you were there. I think I said was it the last one we did? What was it? They paid tribute to him one night. It might have been the last start he had, kind of the last year. We thought it might be over. It was incredible. Like, it's just everything about him was emotional. So anyway, you can pick your favorite, 49451. Talkbacks as well on the iHeartRadio app. I think it's cool, though, this weekend. I'm sure Randy will be in a good mood. I did laugh that Softy tried to call him and text him. Doesn't know if it's the right number or not. Hasn't heard back. Maybe he's heard back by now, but dude, he's not calling you back.
I wanted to say, too, because after he retired, I had not met him during his time in Major League Baseball, but I used to produce a very off the beaten path show called Rock Meets Jock.
Yeah.
And I would get athletes, and Duff McKagan hosted it with Kevin Calabro, and I got these athletes and rock stars together.
That'd be really fun.
And it was in person, and it was a live event. Randy did it because I think he was throwing out the first pitch one night, and I finagled away to do the show from the ballpark that night, and Randy could not have been nicer and cooler. I mean, I was scared of him because I knew the reputation that he has.
Yeah.
He was just cool breeze, perfect smile, hair done, dressed nice, floats through a room. And that was the Randy that I met for the first time. And so I would be intimidated by him if he was in that grumpy mood. I do know his reputation.
You know what's wild?
But I met that one.
You know what's wild is that Randy and Junior both have the same passion right now after baseball, photography.
Yeah, I know, right?
They both have that same. They have that same thing that they're doing as a hobby or like I know for like Junior, he's got to shoot the Masters and some other things, and it's like they've had a lot of things going on, which I love. Like it's kind of cool to see that connection with those two guys along the way. So, all right, let's do this. Let's take a break. We'll come back. Our guy Eno Saris is going to join us. What a great column in regards to the closer situation in baseball, the evolution and the change of closers. Seattle has one. We all know that. Our guy, Andres Munoz, sensational. But a lot of teams are getting away from that. And is a save really a save if it's only a couple outs in the ninth inning? We'll talk about that. Get into Castillo. Talk maybe a little bit about Junior or about Randy and Felix. All that coming up on 93.3 KJR FM.
the next big baseball stat. Brought to you by Georgetown Brewing. Brewed with Northwest ingredients in Seattle's historic Georgetown neighborhood. Featuring local favorites like Manny's Pale Ale, Bodhisattva IPA, and Georgetown Tavern Beer. Available in the tap room 7 days a week and throughout the region. Look for Georgetown Tavern Beer at T-Mobile Park and ask for yours today. Now with Ian, here's Eno.
Eno Saris joins us every Thursday at 1:20. We appreciate his time. We also appreciate our good friends at Georgetown Brewing. Look for a Tavern Beer or a Bodhisattva when you're at the games this weekend at T-Mobile Park. Grab and go at section 141, right up above there. Can't miss it. Walk in, grab, go. Thanks for coming. Grab a Tavern Beer. Fantastic. Ask for it in your local establishment as well. Eno, how are you, my friend?
Doing great.
I appreciate you jumping on. We've got a lot to talk about. A great story in The Athletic by Eno, Andrew Baggerly, and Dan Hayes, which we're going to get to in a second, which I read this morning. Bullpens keep evolving as the sport devaluing the save stat. Somewhere, Andres Munoz is going, what? What the hell are you talking about? We'll get to that in a second. And my old man here, I sit here, I'm thinking to myself, the great Raleigh Fingers and others back in the day. So some of the first closers. But I date myself. We were talking about this earlier, and just I'll throw a general one at you first. Randy Johnson's getting his number retired this weekend by the Mariners. It'll be the second time the number 51 is retired, by the way. The other guy was a guy, you might have heard of him, Ichiro, a year ago. Randy also wore 51 before Ichiro came here, so the 51 will officially be done and over with after this weekend. Randy Johnson, when people say, hey, you study pitching and it's a different era and things like that, what does Randy Johnson mean to the game of baseball?
Well, I mean, one of the things that he was a throw forward. He was kind of a guy that presaged the modern era of tons of strikeouts, big velo, and he was one of the highest strikeout rates of his era, and really the beginning of all that. So, just a really excellent pitcher with just amazing. I mean, also think about all the angles he's coming at you with. We're studying the angles of pitching now, and there's just all that sideways, ferocity coming at you must have been really terrifying to face. With him, he made himself, or he changed, and he became a guy that, 22 years in the big leagues is remarkable. 618 games, 603 starts in baseball. He had over 300 wins. Let me start with the wins. I know it's a stat that just doesn't mean, and we know that more than anybody with Felix Hernandez here in Seattle, the win stat. But, boy, are we going to get to other 300-game winners in baseball ever again? I don't think so. I mean, the closest is Justin Verlander, and he may not get there. And just the way we're using guys, the way that we've shifted so much bulk to the bullpen, has just meant that more and more wins are going to the bullpen, and guys aren't having the same length of career for other reasons as well. They're throwing harder, and they're being injured more often. So, I don't think that's going to be. I think that's going to be a number that's going to go extinct, and so we're going to have to look for other numbers to judge our starting pitchers. And, the one number that maybe people can approach, although I don't even know that one, 4,875 strikeouts. I mean, no. In terms of strikeout rate, maybe people can touch him, but doing that for so long was just really what was so impressive about it too.
It is amazing. The velocity is the thing that's interesting to me. And, we see all these arm injuries now, and we just talked about his durability. I mean, it was remarkable. His only issues were back issues, I think, for the most part. And maybe along the way there was an arm issue, but it feels like for the most part, if Randy Johnson had an injury issue, it was his back, and he's 6'10", and he can understand it. He would touch high 90s. I think, he did get over 100, but now we see all these guys throwing over 100. Why has the velocity changed so much? And what would maybe... Look in your crystal ball. What would a Randy Johnson be throwing today with whatever it makes it? Whatever guys are throwing harder today, what could Randy Johnson do in today's baseball?
Yeah, it's really weird because he only pitched a very little bit in the pitch tracking era. So his last 2 years, he had a 91 and 90 mile an hour fastball velo, but that was, when he was 45 years old. So, it's like you can't really extrapolate from that and know what he did exactly. The technology wasn't really there. And
What I would guess is this. The hardest throwers of our time, the max velocity since we started tracking it, hasn't changed. Guys are throwing 106. It's been 106 forever. Aroldis Chapman, Mason Miller, 106. And so what I would guess is the hardest throwers for a really long time have touched 105, 106. I'm not suggesting that Randy did, but I would guess that Randy, could touch 98, 99 and sat 95. That's the big difference. What we're seeing today is a guy who can touch 99 sits 97 because he gets so much value for his team and in contracts and everything by sitting 97 rather than 95. And what he does lose in longevity, it looks like baseball is willing to look the other way. Hey, maybe you had a Tommy John. We're still going to give you a big contract afterwards. And so there is something to that where the closer you sit to your maximum, the more stress you're putting on your arm. So that's what I would guess is that he had, 4 ticks in his arm where, he'd sit 95 but could touch 99 when he needed it. And that's been one of the biggest differences.
I remember University of Washington here has a great softball program, or at least used to before the Big Ten, I think. But they got the great softball program. Danielle Laurie, when she was pitching here, was remarkable. Pitched for Team Canada, Olympics, all that stuff. And I remember, guys, they did stuff with the media every now and then. Hey, go out and try to hit a Danielle Laurie pitch, right? And whatever the speed is in fast pitch, say it's 65, 8, whatever it is, it translates higher, right? Because the mound is closer. What do you think? Like Randy Johnson, did it translate too differently? Because you're 6'10". When he lets that ball go, it's like on you, right? It's probably a 95 for him is probably like 100 and something for somebody else.
Yeah, he probably had great what we call extension now. So the guy who has the best extension right now, if you want to watch it play out, one of the best is Logan Gilbert. So he's kind of the modern day Randy Johnson there. And so he's really releasing the ball close to play. That's totally part of what Randy did so well. Not for nothing, the height, the angles, the extension, it did make it take a little time for Randy, and that's sort of part and parcel of the story that everybody knows, that it took about 4 years. And that's the one comp I have between him and Felix Hernandez. They both took 4 years where they were pretty good before they really hit their strides. Both of them in their 5th years were, just amazing, and then broke off just a Hall of Fame, it turns out, Hall of Fame stretch of dominance. And the other thing that I thought was funny, maybe you noticed this, they have the same career ERA as a Mariner.
Exactly. 3.42. Yeah, it's nuts, huh?
I love that one.
They're actually in a 4-way tie. Felix, Iwakuma, Randy, and James Paxton, Big Maple from up north of the border. Yeah.
Somehow that makes sense.
George Kirby, by the way, Mariner fans, is 5th, and Luis Castillo is 6th along the way. Is Felix a Hall of Famer in your mind?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I said it turns out he hasn't been anointed yet, but he got so close in the votes last year that everybody who's hit that level makes it in.
Good. He's one of, like we were talking,
and I vote for him. So.
Do you? Oh, I love,
got my vote.
That's why we have Eno on. Georgetown, send him a case of Bodhisattva right now on the line. Well, like we were talking about earlier, it's Randy's an interesting dynamic because he was traded here during a time when Seattle couldn't afford to keep Mark Langston. And then in the end, they couldn't afford to keep Randy Johnson, so he left, right? And so that's how he first came to Seattle in the first place. Felix never wanted to leave. We're kind of like, pick your favorite child, right? Like, is it Felix or it's Randy? And it's hard. I mean, they both had great careers. Randy was part of '95. That's why we still have baseball. But it'll be fun to see him honored this weekend. Felix is me personally. Felix, I just think I have a little more connection just because what he meant, what he felt about the city was just different level for today's modern athlete. But I'm glad to hear you think he's going to get in the Hall of Fame. I thought so. But that's good to hear.
There's a stat called clutch that they keep on Fangraphs, and I was surprised to see this, that Felix Hernandez's clutch rating was way higher than Randy's. So maybe there were some big games and some big moments that Felix really shone. And I just think that, Randy's career was so long and had so many other chapters that, you can't help, even as a Mariner fan, being like, oh, yeah, so one of his most iconic moments, came as a Diamondback,
Yeah, that's the hard part.
So that kind of changes it. Every big moment that you think of for Felix happened as a Mariner.
That's
every moment.
Yeah, including the perfect game. Randy had the first no-hitter in Mariners history here, striking out Mike Heath of the Detroit Tigers in an epic Saturday night game in Seattle at the Kingdome. And we didn't have a lot of those back then, to be honest with you. In fact, very few, to be honest. But then Felix with the perfect game, which was, but what did Randy won 4 Cy Youngs with Arizona. He won 1 here in Seattle. So you're right. And then obviously the World Series and MVP and all that stuff. Eno Saris joining us from The Athletic. I feel like I'm asking this every week, but I'm going to ask again. Are we concerned yet about Luis Castillo?
I mean, every time he turns in another clunker, you got to be a little bit more concerned. I did try to, say that, and I still think that there's not real huge indications that he's done or anything. I mean, there's a stat called Sierra that's a good estimation of your skill, and it's on the ERA scale. He has a 4.38. I mean, that's not great, but it's not a 6.35.
Mm-hmm.
I know the strikeout rate has fallen, but the strikeout rate has fallen for a lot of the Mariners pitchers. I don't really understand what's going on there. I tried to look if it had something to do with ABS, and I couldn't find anything. But, a real luck stat that people point to is his batting average on balls in play is 374. For his career, it's 285. So, his fastball velo is right in line with where it was last year. I know he started badly last year, and he had some bad moments last year. So I'd be giving him time. If he needs a fake IL stint, to go figure something out, I might do that. Or I don't know, give him a piggyback for a couple outings just to get things right. But I can't imagine he goes from what he did last year, 3.54 ERA and 180 innings, to just being done.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, done is that'd be terrifying to think of that. I think our buddy Joe Sheehan on Tuesday called it the Dodger vacation. Find a way for a 15-day injured.
Yeah, exactly.
Arm fatigue, right? That just happens. I mean, you can't walk like a baseball can't say arm fatigue. Well, he's a pitcher. Of course, he's got arm fatigue. That happens all the time.
Something hurts. There's got to be something hurting in there. No, and also what's weird also is over the time in Seattle, he was a sinker changeup guy when he first came in, and then they really made him a 4-seam slider guy. And his percentage of usage of changeup has gone so far down. I just wonder, and some of the stuff on that has fallen off. I just wonder if, if you send him on the IL, could he find a changeup again?
That's not a bad idea.
It's something that used to be such a big weapon for him.
I think he goes again on Sunday against Kansas City, so we'll see what happens there. I love the story. This is, and one of the things we've learned with you over the years, in the last couple of years having you on, which is a ton of fun. Stats are really interesting, and there's so many better stats and better ways to look at things now than there used to be in baseball. The save is a fascinating one, is it not? To me, a save for a relief pitcher is kind of like a home run for a hitter. It's just like, it's very sexy. It's what you want. You want to have that on your resume. You retire. I mean, we've got a couple guys in the Hall of Fame because they're saves leaders, right, all the time, and things like that. But the save has evolved quite a bit. We just talked about no one's ever going to get to 300 wins again. What is a save now in today's baseball? If someone says, what should be a save? You get to play baseball God. You get to play the baseball god and the stat god, and you get to decide what makes up a save in baseball. What would it be?
I don't know that I would change the current definition of saves. It's not bad. I would say the save is more like the pitcher win, because it takes a whole team to get you there.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes a defense behind you. It's a team stat. It's the finisher for a win. But if I could do something, I might increase the value of things like holds. One thing I would really love to do is give wins to relievers more often. There's a lot of times where the starter pitched 3-4 innings, and then a reliever comes in and pitches 2 innings and keeps them into the game, and the starter gets the win for some reason. There's a lot of times where I look at a box score and I say, I have no idea why that person got that win. And I hate the one where, like a reliever gives up the tying run and gets the win.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
I would just fool around with who I award the win to. I would try to give more credence or just like make more leaderboards for holds, which are kind of like mid-game saves where you keep the team in it. And I think that the story was about the fact that we're spreading saves around so much now.
Yeah.
We used to award one guy the closer role, and that is funny because you've got Munoz there, and if a manager was given truth serum, he'd probably say, "Yeah, I would love to have one guy." But even that, we now don't do back-to-back-to-backs anymore, and we try to avoid back-to-backs where we can. Because of fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
And so you kind of always need a backup closer. And then on top of that, now we're doing things where, I could go to my backup closer, or I could go to that one guy who has really sideways pitches and, the next three batters can't hit sideways pitches,
Yep.
So there's matchups play. And then on top of that, then there's the injury part, which we've alluded to a couple of times. Right now, of the top 15 closers coming in, 10 are on the injured list.
That's an insane number. I saw. I mean, names that everyone recognizes: Edwin Diaz, Devin Williams is struggling with some other stuff. Daniel Palencia. I mean, all these guys. Duran has got an oblique strain. Got an oblique. That hits home with us here with Matt Brash, by the way. But yeah, I mean, how about the fact that 100 pitchers have a save already this season? 29 games in the season. That's the most since they started keeping track of saves, right?
Yeah, and I think it's a lot of things. It's the coping. It's managers coping. They don't have their number one guy, so they're just going to spread it around. It's small markets coping. The Twins traded away their entire bullpen, so they're just trying to keep their head above water. And then it's a little bit like the opener strategy, where like if you don't have a great fifth starting pitcher, then you're gonna play some games to try and make that pitcher better.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever you've got there. So. It's coping, it's matchups play, it's injuries, it's all of that. But it is a little bit like running back by committee in the NFL, where you may just not have guys that hit those upper numbers anymore. Yes, the NFL is a little bit more complicated because they went to 17 games and so you can get that extra game to get to those big numbers, but. Still, there were some workhorse backs like Adrian Peterson, some guys back in the day that just ran all the time. And now most teams have two or three guys and they mix it around and they throw a lot more. And so you're just not going to get to those levels. And it's complicated because in baseball you have an arbitration system. So young relievers coming through, if they got saves, they got money. Now it's like, well, he got 5 saves. Do we give him some money? Do we not? And what about this other guy who's been amazing, but they've been using as a fireman and hasn't gotten any saves? Shouldn't we give that guy some money? So there's some questions here about how we go forward with record books and with rewarding players, economically.
I think it's a great point because you just look at like attempts and carries, right? Like how many? It used to be 300 or really 250 plus carries in the NFL was a given, and now. Last year, only 4 guys had 300 carries, and even not many had 250 plus. And you're spreading it around. It's probably also sports science, right? Like guys, you can only do so much, or we're limiting. We just talked about the 300 innings and all that. I mean, Seattle's in a unique situation, right? With Munoz, they're one of those teams that has a guy, knock on wood, who's healthy and does it. You mentioned this last week or 2 weeks ago, and I thought it was an interesting dynamic because. In our town, anytime Munoz has a rough outing or struggles, people immediately go, well, then Brash should be closing. I think you were the one that said Brash doesn't really have, quote, closer stuff. Is that right?
He doesn't have a closer strikeout rate, yeah.
Yeah. How important is that for a closer?
I mean, every ball in play is a lottery ticket, and the batting average on a ball in play is 300, like I was saying for Castillo.
Yeah.
The batting average on a strikeout, we all know what that number is.
Yeah. But that's because it's so you are looking for, and the manager comes into play, as you just said. If you don't have your guy ready or you don't want to use him 3 straight days or 2, whatever it is, then you're looking through and saying, okay, it's all matchup at that point. That's probably a ton of managerial decisions.
Yeah, but we just had Adam Bonavino on Rates and Barrels today talking about this story. And he brought up the fact that, when you get to the postseason, you almost want every one of your relievers to be closer level, right? The game's on the line. You want everybody as good as possible. And so he thought, it may, he even said this, it may cost you a game in April to do this. but you should try people out. Like, it is actually better to have people try the ninth and to get a save. And so it would be probably better for the Mariners and for Munoz and for Brash, and for October possibly, to give Brash a shot. Just one save or something. Backup closer situation. Munoz has pitched, 2 or 3 days out of 4 or whatever it is, So you just you kind of give them that experience. You get them ready for October. And the other part where you're saying you keep the fatigue away.
Yeah.
You don't use Munoz for like 75 innings to get him to the postseason, and then use him for another 15 in the postseason. I'm a little bit worried about that with Louis Varland in Toronto. He's pitched 90 innings last year, and he's one of the highest used pitchers again this year. Now, he just got the closer role there. Maybe they'll be more careful with him going forward. But, those innings add up. Jess Lamarja once told me, if you get over 80 innings as a reliever, you are tired.
I'm going to read a quick paragraph before we wrap things up for Mariner fans. This is from Story. One mechanism to judge relievers could be leverage index, which is a stat that judges how important the current game situation is to the team. Bases loaded in the 7th, that can be as important to the win as a clean 1, 2, 3, 9th inning. Oh, 7th inning. Not going to your closer. That hits home here, That hits home. Edward Bizzardo. that I read that and I went, okay, I didn't need to relive that again. But that's the thing. Like, do you use your closer in the 7th or 8th inning these days, right? Is he still a closer?
Yeah, and there's some leaders on this. When it comes to who comes in and the biggest moments, there's some leaders on here that aren't closers from around the league. And Matt Brash, is actually really close to Munoz. He's been in almost equally as difficult situations as Munoz. So equally difficult, equally important to the win. But there's some guys who are the firemen for their teams, like Adrian Morejon in San Diego, who has, he has a higher leverage index than Mason Miller, who's come in done some easy peasy 1, 2, 3 innings.
Isn't it always easy for Mason Miller, though? Like when you just come in and throw 105? That's true. I think it's just easy. It doesn't matter if it was the 1st inning or the 10th inning or the 9th inning in between. It seems like it's easy for him. Listen, you want to get smarter, baseball fans? Read stuff at The Athletic. Also tell them about the Rates and Barrels podcast you guys do.
Yeah, today we had on Adam Ottavino, like I said. We have Jed Lowry as a regular guest, and Mondays and Fridays a little bit more fantasy oriented, but we're a daily podcast that tries to just do deep breakdowns and get the player perspective, as well as I kind of represent the nerd perspective, I guess. And we kind of play around with that dynamic. Sometimes we do breakdowns where I'm like, oh, this is how we should pitch him. And, they say, well, Trevor says that you can't pitch like that. What are you talking about, nerd? But we have fun, hitting baseball from all the different angles.
We have a couple baseball nerds and a couple football nerds on our show. We embrace all nerds because I'm not smart enough to be one. So that's why we love having you on. Thank you, sir. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, thank you.
That's Ito Sarris, brought to you by Georgetown Brewing. We'll take a break, quick daily power play, and then we got the Jadarian Price press conference coming up top of the hour, 93.3 KJR FM. first full-time female assistant coach in the NHL, and I think that's an important thing to acknowledge. Incredible for her to get to that point. She earned it, and I think that's also important to note. She worked her way up. You look at her bio, working as a skating coach, power skating coach, skills coach with a number of NHL players, working overseas, coaching overseas, and then in Coachella Valley for a couple of years with former coach Dan Bilesma. They went to the Calder Cup Finals, League Championship, the Calder Cup Finals for a couple of years, and she was coaching down there, got promoted when Bilesma got the job in July of 2024. He got fired after the year, but they kept Jessica on last season. Her role changed. It did evolve. It definitely wasn't the same this year under Lane Lambert as it was under Dan Bilesma. She did a lot of work, though, after practice, after skates, with players, younger players. I'm sure if, we talked to Berkeley Catton right now or Ryan Winterton or any of those guys, they would tell you that she was instrumental in their development this past season. But whereas a year ago with Bilesma, she was running the power play. If they were drawing up a play into the game with a 6-on-5 situation or what have you, then she was the one doing that. This year, that was Chris Taylor. And frankly, the power play was better this year under Chris than it was under Jess, although it did slump a little bit at the end of the season. But listen, the organization sometimes takes a few hits because of everything they do besides winning hockey games. And I think there's some that will say that things like having a female assistant coach or common thread nights and things like that are more important to the organization than winning. I would counter with they're really important things to have as part of your organization and what your goals are for an organization. Winning is still the most important thing.
Yeah, I don't think anyone in that organization would disagree.
Yeah, so when people say, all they care about is having a female assistant coach or doing a common thread, no. But the thing that is good about this organization is if there is a female or someone that doesn't look like me, white male, I don't know if I'm still middle-aged or not, probably not, probably past that. But if there's someone that is deserving of a job, they don't look at color, gender, or anything like that. And Jess was certainly capable and certainly deserving of that job. And now she'll get a chance to go somewhere else and probably have an opportunity to do a little bit more behind the bench with another team somewhere else in the NHL, hopefully. I know a lot of people are saying, she needs to go coach in the PWHL. I'm sure any team would hire her in a second in the PWHL. She's been an NHL coach. That's important to note. She has been an NHL coach. And that's what she will probably stay doing. So good for her. Congratulations on a nice little tenure here in Seattle, and also more importantly, telling and showing young girls that there's a place for them in hockey. Whether it's men's hockey, women's hockey, it doesn't matter. There's a place for them in hockey, and Jessica was able to do that. And so I kind of felt like this was coming. Her final interview, we rotate the assistant coaches for between period interviews on our TV broadcast with the Kraken, and she did the final game and talked to Piper, and I remember looking over and saying something to this feels like a goodbye, so maybe she's known for a while. I don't think this was necessarily part of the quote audit or anything like that. So, but thanks to Jessica for what she did here in Seattle more than anything. Thanks to Jessica for showing the way for young people that aren't dudes, for young girls, and showing them that there's a place for them in hockey. There's a place for everybody in hockey, at least there should be, and that's not always the case, I think, but this organization is doing its best to get to that point. Okay, just NHL tonight. We got a couple elimination games. If Anders was here, he'd be all happy and cheering because he doesn't like himself. He does not like himself. The Edmonton Oilers, and they are in dire straits. They are facing elimination tonight in Anaheim.
All right, go Ducks. It's the only time we say that on the show.
I don't say it. I like watching greatness, and I like watching Connor McDavid in the playoffs. And I don't like Joel Quenneville, the coach of the Ducks. So
to each their own.
Also tonight, Minnesota could close out their series against the Dallas Stars. That one I'm rooting for the Stars because I'm hoping we get Sevy on at some point. But his team might be knocked out. And then what we'll say to him then? Well, you guys only played 6 more games in the Kraken in the playoffs. I don't know what you're talking about. You only had 6 more playoff games in the Kraken. You want to talk all that kind of stuff.
You're already pre-trash talking.
Oh, trust me. Yeah. Just in case. Because we'll get him on at some point during the Stanley Cup playoffs just because he's entertaining. But there you go. So 2 teams facing elimination tonight. The Stars and the Oilers, and they're both on the road for those games. So should be fun. Stars game tonight is late. I believe Johnny is on the call. Eddie's doing the he's at the Kentucky Derby. So I think John's doing one of those two games. I think it's the Oilers Ducks, but we'll see. Okay. We come back. Introductory press conference. Jadarian Price coming up next.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All right, headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. M's win yesterday, 5-3, 5-1 road trip. Cole Young clutch again. Game tying 2-run double in the 7th. Go ahead 2-run single in the 9th. He has an RBI in 6 straight games as well. Matt Brash did leave the game with some side discomfort. Find out probably more tomorrow on that one. Royals here tomorrow to start a homestand for Seattle. 3 games starting on Friday. Don't forget Randy Johnson night on Saturday at T-Mobile Park. Seahawks hit the field tomorrow for their first workout during the rookie mini camp. Friday, Saturday, we'll be out there doing shows. Greg Bell at 10. I'll be there afterwards. We're going to hear from Jadarian Price here in just a few moments. His introductory press conference looks like it's around 2:15 this afternoon as well. Kraken, Jessica Campbell will not return to the Kraken bench next season. Her contract's expiring. She's going to look for some other opportunities around the league. Speaking of the NHL, we got some games tonight. Stars taking on Minnesota in mini. Stars facing elimination down 3-2. How about the team that's been to the Stanley Cup final 2 straight years, the Edmonton Oilers? They're down 3-2 facing elimination. They're in Anaheim tonight taking on the Ducks. NBA playoffs. New York leading their series 3-2, taking on the Atlanta Hawks tonight, trying to close that series out. And the Nuggets and the Timberwolves. Minnesota leads that series 3-2. They can close that one out at home tonight, too. There you go. Let's go. Sorry, I forgot about the Celtics. Boston leading that series 3-2. They're taking on the 76ers tonight. My fault. Sorry. Sorry, Mike. Tell Mike I'm sorry. Didn't mean to slight your Celtics. Nobody likes 76ers. Jadarian Price here in just a couple minutes. Do we have the dumbest thing we've heard all day?
We do. I'm just prepping it. So
There's no swearing in it.
No, there isn't. Just give me a minute.
I will give you a minute. I didn't mention this, and I was going to in the headlines. The story coming out from the world of golf, and even if you're not a golf fan, I think it's an interesting dynamic because of what it involves. We got the World Cup coming here this year. I don't know if you guys heard Farhan Lalji on today from TSN with Greg Bell. The contingent from Iran was stopped in Toronto before there's a FIFA meeting, kind of like a global FIFA meeting in Vancouver taking place today and tomorrow. The Iranians, they were stopped in Toronto, not allowed to come there. And there's all kinds of things going on. I don't think this calls, but FIFA has been accused of what we call sports washing before, which is basically use sports events, sports teams, et cetera, to distract from basically human rights abuses. Well, that just is the definition of what the Live Golf Tour is. And to think anything different is just kind of naive and dumb. They have been basically the rival tour from the PGA has been getting funded by Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, which is the PIF. They're taking that money away after this year. So it's going away. Not going to happen anymore. No more funding for sports washing tour called the Live Tour, which included some of the best players in the game that left the PGA Tour 4 years ago. It launched in June of 2022. Big names, Bryson DeChambeau, Phil Mickelson, Bubba Watson, Cam Smith, who's coming off a major win. I mean, a lot of these guys had left to go there. And really all Live Golf was Saudi Arabia, which is just known for absolute highly unethical human rights transgressions. It was sports washing by Saudi Arabia and the Saudis and the PIF. And these guys left to go do this and join this particular golf tour, a rival tour for the PGA. Now, the PGA is far from perfect. They got issues, and they've actually changed some of those issues as well, which is good. But there are some out there that are saying, well, now you got to welcome all these guys back. You got to put them back on the tour. You got to have them ready to go. That ain't the case. All those spots have been taken. Brooks Koepka found out the hard way. He's back on, but on a limited role. He's not in every signature event. He's not in all the events. And Brooks had to take a couple penalties along the way. So these other guys want to come back in. They made the decision to leave the PGA Tour. They made the decision.
But the dumbest thing I've heard today, which isn't a shock, it's the second time this week we go down the ESPN road. No, it's the first time this week. I'm sorry. I had my sports confession was ESPN earlier. But the dumbest thing I heard today, do we have our dumbest open?
Of course.
My favorite one, fire away.
The Ian Furness Show proudly presents Ignorance at its finest. Until Softy hits the air. A special part of your day where intelligence takes the segment off. If it sounds stupid, it probably is. Ladies and gentlemen, the dumbest thing you'll hear today. A real no-brainer.
If the PGA decides to punish these golfers, we should be all, excuse my language, we should stay in their ass like white on rice. They should not be punishing anybody. It was their negligence. It was their abuse. It was their taking golfers for granted that forced the existence of LIV to begin with. The players didn't want to leave the PGA. They were forced to because they were looking for better opportunities because of the manner in which they were treated. And we know this because the PGA stepped in afterwards once LIV came into existence, Mike Wilbon, if you remember, and they expressed a willingness to make these modifications because they knew that you had done the players wrong. You wouldn't have felt the need to alternative measures and to modify your approach if you thought you were doing the right thing. You knew you were doing the wrong thing. You knew you were taking them for granted. And that's what forced their hand. Now, we have to understand, LIV invested, I believe it was like $6 billion, if I remember correctly, Wilbon, and it was reported losses of about $1.4 billion over the first 3.5 years. And then when you look at this, it says here, golf highlights, stuff like that. They were strong, LIV was strong digitally. But in terms of linear television, their audiences were roughly 17 times smaller than PGA Tour events during head-to-head weekends. So we understand, at least here in America, it's about the PGA. It ain't about LIV. And the players knew that. But at the end of the day, this is how you're making a living. And all they wanted was to be treated better based on the revenue that they were generating for the PGA, and the PGA stuck their nose up like the arrogant people that they were, and they mistreated these guys. So now that this is going away, supposedly, and these PGA players or these players from LIV are going to looking to come back, I don't want to hear anything about punishment. They should be embraced. They should be accepted, and PGA should learn from this and treat them more fairly than they did in the past, which forced LIV's existence to begin with. If they don't, as Kendrick Perkins would say, we should be in their ass like back pockets. Plain and simple. They don't need to be doing that to these guys. Leave them alone. Let them come back, and let's enjoy.
Let's just kind of break it down with Stephen A. Smith. The players that left for a rival tour to try to take down the PGA Tour. And now they want to come back to the PGA Tour. There's multiple reports. These guys are all like now calling the PGA saying, let us back in like he did for Brooks Koepka's the only smart one. He saw it coming a year ago and got ahead of it. But he's had to pay the penalties and pay the price.
Yeah.
These guys left, first of all, take the money, take the sports washing aside from it for a second. The greatest thing about golf and the PGA Tour is you're paid for performance. And I would just ask, what's easier, to get guaranteed money and play a 54-hole event over 3 days where you know you're getting paid, you're still under contract, by getting paid big money by the Saudis, or go out and compete, try to make a cut, and try to win, God forbid even win a major, but a signature event if you can get into those, which are more money. And that's the only good thing that came out of this. Like, he was right. PGA Tour wasn't mistreating players, but they've done a better job with the players now. And they're giving guys more opportunities to make more money. That is a truism. That's a truism. But to say that these guys were mistreated, come on. First of all, you make the choice to be on the tour. As a golfer, you know what it is. You're trying to win. You are paid for your performance. Simple as that. The LIV Tour wasn't. But yeah, they're going to be penalized to come back. And here's the problem. All those spots have been taken by guys that worked their way up through the Korn Ferry Tour, which is the minor league tour, qualifying school, Q school, and all those things, or win an event here and there and became part of the membership. Those spots are gone. It would be, and that not just here. It's not just PGA Tour. The DP European Tour has the same thing. Same thing. Those spots have all been taken. There's 2 major tours here and overseas as well. And they were both trying to be taken down by the Live. So for someone to say that they should be welcomed back and embraced, really? I mean, I want to watch John Rahm play every week. I want to watch Bryson play every week as a golf fan. But you went out and took basically blood money from the Saudis. You took blood money. That's what you did. That's it. That's not even up for debate. And now you want to walk back in with no ramifications, no repercussions? Good luck. Stephen A. Smith's got a hard job. He's got to talk about all sports, all teams. Well, I shouldn't say that. Doesn't talk about all sports and doesn't talk about all teams. But he's got to talk about a lot of sports and a lot of teams. National stuff is hard to do. I have, Jess, you produce national shows. You know.
Sure have.
I have never, ever, and a lot of guys in our business do like weekend shows. Lund does it. You know, He's good at it. He does a really good job. A lot of guys in our business do weekend shows and do other things. I've never had a desire to do that. I just, because I don't care. I don't care about the Mets. I don't care about the Yankees. I don't care about the Chicago Cubs. I don't care about the Houston Texans. I care about our teams here. So it's a hard job. I get that. But trying to take, like basically taking the side of the Saudis and the Live players for trying to destroy and take down the PGA Tour, which is our tour in this country, North America. Stop it. Stop it. Even by your standards, Stephen A., that's dumb. Absolutely moronic. Anyway, 49451. Lots of text coming up. Let's do this. Take a quick break. We'll take an early break. We'll come back. Jadarian Price press conference coming up in a couple minutes. 93.3 KJR FM.
the Sportsbook, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're back. Waiting on the Seahawks news conference to introduce Jadarian Price. In the meantime, how about if we read a couple texts, 49451. I'll call these up here right now. Oh, yeah. Patrick Reed was also smart. Yeah, Patrick Reed was trying to get out, too. What's that, Jess?
It appears once I refresh, I do see a plethora of talkbacks.
We'll get some talkbacks here at the bottom of the hour. We'll carry a portion, not all, of the Seahawks news conference, I don't think.
Okay.
I asked earlier about Felix, Randy, 425. Felix all the way. Perfect game. 206. I love Felix, but I'm sorry to hear there's no debate. Randy, even isolated in his Mariner career, is far better dominating pitcher. I didn't ask the better pitcher, just who was your favorite? Like, who's your favorite child? Randy wanting to leave is revisionist history. Randy wanted to leave because the blank front office wouldn't extend him. Okay, listen. Understandable. And everyone wanted to leave this organization. I get that. You want your money. That doesn't mean I have to like it. Felix never wanted to leave, man. That's my fault. I'm going down with that one. Felix, without question, since the 253, loyalty is key, just like Cal. 206. I would say I love both of my children, but I like one of them more. That's awesome.
That is actually spoken probably by a true parent.
Oh, let me think about that for a second with mine. No, I can't. Can I? No, I can't.
I like your hesitance, actually. The fact that you're
can't.
Actually making a choice there.
King Felix forever, says the 425. He was Seattle. He was the king of the city. He chose us over everyone else. Randy wanted out, and that means he didn't choose us. And again, they didn't want to pay him, whatever. I get it. 360, forever vote the big unit. I was in opposite building when I was a kid. He'll always be a superstar. I know this isn't true, but I'm going to... Did you see the one in all caps? I'm going to read that during crosstalk.
Okay. I think that's a good choice, actually. I did see that one.
This is 253, because I asked Eno about this. This came in before we had Eno Saris on. Imagine Randy Johnson in today's era with more knowledge and technology.
I wonder if that would just mess someone like him up sometimes.
Well, what he said, and I'll read the whole thing. Imagine Randy Johnson in today's era with more knowledge and technology for technique, diet, physical therapy, and training. He'd be untouchable. So we asked Eno about that. And he said, and this is a guy that studies this stuff, that's what he does. He said that we don't really know what Randy was throwing and all the things, because we didn't have the data we have today.
I like that.
So, like, he could have been throwing even, I mean, they had jugs guns behind home plate. Kind of by today's standards, dinosaur-like. And spin rate and all those different things. The big thing, like Eno said with Randy, that made him crazy great was with arm angles changing all the time and as tall and long as he is, the ball is just on you. Like, it's one thing if you're throwing hard, but if you're that tall, it's kind of like I made the Dan, and he liked the comparison. I talked about Daniel Laurie when she's pitching at UW, which is the most dominant pitcher in college softball. Ball's coming in fast, but I might be wrong. Let's just say, for argument's sake, it was 70 miles an hour. You go, well, that's not that fast. Yeah, when it's from that close of a range, it's damn fast. You ain't touching that. Softy tried hitting off her. It's a famous KJR moment. You know who's doing play-by-play? You know who's doing play-by-play for that? Diana Rossini.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
She was still in town at that time?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Oh, I got two things I got to talk to him about today. Yeah, it was Rossini was doing play-by-play.
That would be an appropriate conversation.
Rossini was doing play-by-play. Well, she wanted to hit too, and yeah, it was it was a classic comment. We used to have the sound in the system. It was really good.
Didn't Jim do that too?
He might have because he was.
I know he played horse against Sue Bird.
I think he was. Well, he was doing weeklies with Gas and Graz then, so he might have. Yeah.
Yeah, I just felt like he did that. Maybe it was for an article of his own that he did that, but I remember him saying that. Yeah, you might think you can, but you absolutely can't.
I don't think anybody could touch what she was doing. Let's see what else we got going on here. Hang on, help me out here. I talked about Connor McDavid. Tell Ian that Connor McDavid and greatness should never be used in the same sentence. Oh, sir.
It's okay to have sports hate.
Well, he thinks Connor's not great? Come on. What are we doing? Are we still waiting on the Seahawks?
We are.
Do you have a talkback you want to get to?
I do.
Okay.
Hang tight right here.
Fire away.
This one is actually back by popular demand.
Beautiful.
Give me 1 second to get it up. And here we go. Hang tight.
Hey, it's me, Clifford, with the Clifford Podcast. The people have spoken. 4 people requested me yesterday. That's 4 more than have ever listened to this podcast. And I thank you, where we talk about life, food. We don't talk about LimeWire bikes. Ain't no we on this podcast, just me, Clifford. You don't know who I am, and I don't either. I'll be back at the people's request. It's Clifford with the Clifford Podcast.
If Clifford comes on every day, what was the Lime bike thing? What did he bring up?
Lime bike.
Hit that again. Play it again real quick. I'll tell you when to stop.
Hey, it's me, Clifford, with the Clifford Podcast. The people have spoken. 4 people requested me yesterday. That's 4 more than have ever listened to this podcast. And I thank you, where we talk about life, food. We don't talk about LimeWire bikes.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, that's what it was.
That's a Sue Bird, Megan Rapinoe reference. Whee!
Oh, gosh, I forgot about that. Yeah, they killed that promo, right?
Well, they killed the podcast, you mean.
Right,
Yeah.
but is the promo still there?
Well, I would assume so since the podcast is over. I don't think so. Let's see. 360. I was disappointed Felix re-signed with the M's. He deserved better. Never appeared in a playoff game. With Randy, did the same thing to Omar Vizquel. Said he was hurt and both went on to keep playing. Yeah, there was a lot going on there. I listen. There was a lot going on back then. So maybe I put too much blame on Randy for wanting to leave. I mean, listen, Junior. I know I'm in the minority for this. I didn't like the fact Junior wanted out. I know he's going back home to Cincinnati, but I didn't like the fact Junior left. Right?
Yeah.
And really, for him, he grew up there, but home's always been Florida and stuff for him, right? So
yes.
Let's see. Make the former LIV golfers re-enter the PGA based on merit. Pick a few mutually approved PGA tournaments, and these blood money LIV ass clowns will have to qualify for the PGA based on their performance, or send them through a Corn Ferry tournament. Yeah, they're going to have to go through some stuff. They're going to have to go through some stuff. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Let's see. Hang on a second. We got a lot of Felix / Randy's in here. I'm going to go back to a couple of those. We're still looking. I'm glancing over to see when this 2:00 press conference is going to start, and apparently it's going to start closer to 2:30. Well, it will be 2:30.
There are some media members filing in.
Yes. A lot of people bringing up the credit card companies and others with the Saudis and the understand. We do business as a country with the Saudis. Absolutely. I think you can distinguish between the two. Right? I think you can distinguish between the two in terms of what the LIV was meant to do, and then the other businesses that we've been operating as a country, in all countries, through them. Mm-hmm. Right? I mean, I think that's it. Here we go. Keith Miller. Am I a bad Kraken fan for low-key wanting Edmonton Oilers to have a deep run? It's only to watch Anders' blood pressure rise. No. And I would be lying to you if I didn't say that that's part of why I want them to take a deep run, because I think it'd be kind of cool.
Get to continue the bit.
Yeah, I think basically just we have a hockey chat with Anders, Bento, me, and who else? Chris Crawford. And yeah, man, those guys, they're all about the Oilers hate along the way. So I get that. That's fine. Let's see. Ian, your show has the best baseball guest segments. Always get so much out of the boys and top it off with Joe and Eno. Can't get enough of it. By the way, a lot of people texted this yesterday. We're going to work on Joe's audio.
Yes,
right?
we are. Yep.
I think we have some ideas.
Yes, we do.
He lives in New York. I think it's whether it's the echoey apartment, whatever the hell it is. We've got some ideas on that as well. All right, we got some ideas on that. All right, let's do this. We're still waiting. Greg Bell's giving us an update. We'll take a very quick break, come back, and hopefully hear from Jadarian Price next.
Broadcast studio. Now back to Ian Furness, powered by Seattle's closest sports book, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Jadarian Price being introduced here in just a couple seconds. They're walking into the auditorium. I'm told he will wear number 8 for your Seattle Seahawks, Jadarian Price. Kobe Bryant's old number. Before that, Carlos Dunlap's old number. Some guy named Hasselbeck, might have heard of him, or that number as well.
That was my birthday present for my nephew's 8th birthday.
Oh, there
we
you go.
get him jerseys that correspond with his age every single year. So.
Julian Neal will wear number 1, last worn by D. Eskridge. Let's head to the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Jadarian Price is holding up jersey number 8. He's with John Schneider and Mike McDonald. They'll do the obligatory photo opportunity, and then we'll hear from the newest Seattle Seahawk, Jadarian Price, newest first-round pick by your Seattle Seahawks, Jadarian Price, as they sit down here as well. D. Eskridge, yeah. So, Julie Neal, you don't have a lot to live up to. That's fine. That makes it nice and easy. Let's head to the Virginia Mason Athletic Center right now as Jadarian Price sitting with Mike McDonald, his head coach, and general manager John Schneider.
Thank you.
Good? Good? Thanks. Yeah, cool. Jadarian. All right, Jadarian Price Day. This is awesome. Here, come on. Yeah, so on behalf of Jody Allen and Chuck, everybody in the building, we just want to welcome Jadarian and let him know how excited everybody is to have him here, and welcome to him to our family and this great organization. And yeah, just really excited for you, brother, and excited for, like I said, everybody in the building and everybody that's gonna help you out throughout your career here.
Jadarian, you got to start off with the most important question. Did you just pick number 8 because that was one of the numbers available, or is there some significance to that number for you?
It was multiple factors. One of the numbers available, but also I wanted a little change, a new chapter in my life. Haven't done single digits since I was like a little league, so a new change. I thought it would be nice.
At what point did everything start sinking in for you after last week?
The person I am, like, as soon as something good happens, I'm like, okay, on to the next. Like, how can I get better from this point on? So it didn't sink in until like a couple days after I had the draft parties and all that stuff. And when I'm really sitting down meeting with Coach Hammond and going over the playbook and stuff, and I'm like, okay, it's a real deal now.
Mike, why did you smile when you heard him say that? But I mean, that sounds kind of like your philosophy.
Yeah, no, it's just this is such a great time of year with new faces, draft picks, rookie camp this week. It's just a lot of excitement with the new team, and this is really what kicks it all off.
Jadarian, the opportunity here, obviously just being in the NFL, right? But to join the Super Bowl champs, a team that loves to run the football, how special is this specific opportunity here in Seattle?
Yeah, I'm just blessed to be here in Seattle and part of a winning program, winning culture, and just coming into a locker room and being able to compete, and coming from a culture like Notre Dame and you being taught so many things, and the habits I created, they'll translate to this NFL level, so that'll help. But I'm just blessed to be in this position that I am.
John joked about Jadarian Price Day, but there actually is a Jadarian Price Day in Denison. Is that right?
That's true. Yeah.
January 20th. How did that come about? Did you ever expect to have a day named after yourself?
Yes. So the mayor of my town, he called me like a week before, and he was like, hey, we're trying to figure out when we're going to get you a day for you. And I'm like, I don't think I need a day. Like, it's not that serious. But everyone was all like, nah, you need a day. So it was a random Tuesday during Combine Prep. I drove down from Dallas down to my hometown, and they did the little ceremony, and it was cool. Took some pictures, and I got a little plaque, so that's nice.
Mike, what's it like year over year seeing rookie classes kind of these early days kind of form whatever bond they're going to form and come together as a group?
Yeah, that's a great point. We had such a great rookie class last year. That's on record for really how one of the catalysts for the team coming together. So to start that process over again, and I'm fired up to meet the guys. See how they get along. But it's going to take on like a new life form of itself, and so I think one of the things that we do here that's kind of cool is we don't force it. We let them, we give them some air to breathe to figure out their own journey and how that meshes with the vets, and that's why we go through the whole process. So, but that's what makes this so exciting, because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know how it's going to come together, but somehow it'll come together one way or another.
Jadarian, what is Denison, Texas like? What was it like growing up there, and how do you feel like it shaped you?
Yeah, Denison is very, it's a big football town. Not many people know this, but it's the longest running rivalry between our rivals, Sherman, Texas, and all of the state of Texas. So, just being a part of that program, and I don't know how much you know about Texas high school football, but they put a lot of money and effort into, getting guys to the next level. So I had a great support system. Have a huge family, extended family, and friends and coaches who, supported me and got me to where I am today.
Jadarian, what was the year like when you had the Achilles injury? You kind of had to miss a lot of that, and I guess how did you kind of go from that?
Yeah, I early enrolled to Notre Dame in that spring. Had a great spring ball, was battling for the starting job, actually, and then unfortunately, I tore my Achilles that summer in OTAs, and just had to figure out to find a new passion outside of football. You know, even though I wasn't on the field as much, and I just started lifting weights more. I got bigger, toned up my frame, and then once I got on the field and got healthy, you know, I haven't come back since. Been good.
You mentioned the Zoom call that you had with Thomas Hammock, and what specifically stood out from that interview, how you guys were able to connect, how you to hit off, and how much of the fact that he coached against you, how much did that help in that standpoint? Because he had an extra special viewpoint on you.
He didn't stop letting them know. I mean, we're like, all right, we get it. You guys beat Notre Dame, all right? We get it.
Yeah. On that point, all 3 times that I've met with Coach, he has mentioned that game. And he hits me with hey, if I was coaching you, I would have, and you ran the ball a little bit more, maybe I would have beat us. So, but that's in the past. You live and you learn, you know. But he's a great coach, and I'm excited to play for him.
Jadarian, you talked about a great support system. What inspiration do you get from your mom and then your 2 sisters?
Yeah, I get a lot of support from my mom. You know, single mother most of her life, and raised 3 kids at a young age. Obviously, she overcame breast cancer when I was pretty young, so I had to mature and take care of my younger sisters. But watching her go through that, the chemotherapy, the all that, and still overcoming that, I feel like I can overcome anything. Like you mentioned earlier, the Achilles injury, like there's nothing that can set me back that I can't overcome.
What's the last week been like for you? Just kind of settling into what's next for you, kind of having people reach out to you. Anyone in particular reach out of note that kind of got taken back by? Any teammates or anything like that?
Yeah, it was really nice hearing from some of the teammates. You know, I know some of these guys got so much going on, and they got their own off-season program to worry about. But to reach out to me and you know, with open arms, like got any questions, things like that. Guys like Cooper Kupp, I think of off the bat, like, you know, I really appreciate that, and that just goes to show, you know, I'm coming into a winning culture, so I'm excited.
You've got guys that want to prove themselves and they want to make an impression, but what do you want them to take out of rookie minicamp? What's reasonable?
Well, it's multifaceted. I mean, with the guys that we know are going to be here, we definitely want them to. It's an introduction to how we do things here in Seattle, and it's such a great opportunity to see some of the trial guys as well. And we have a pretty good history of, you know, to find some of these players. And when you talk about being, you know, 70, you know, 90, 105 people deep, like it's going to be needed, you know, whether we want them to stick with us right now or, you know, be in the bullpen, so to speak, where they're one of the first guys we call. So, I think of guys like Jamie Sheriff and, you know, that are still with us now. So, yeah, this is a great weekend. You know, you're finally back on the grass. Yeah, there's a lot of things to be fired up for.
You know, I mean, your running backs coach told me outside zone is your love language. Maybe wishes for you, they would have run more Notre Dame. What about outside zone do you like? What fits you most?
Yeah, I like the options it gives me as a runner. You know, just being able to stretch defense and puncture, as they say, and just allow the linemen to do what they do and get up to the second level on the double teams. I really like to see it develop, and I'm pretty good at keeping my shoulders square once I get to the line of scrimmage. So I love all the run plays, but it just happens to be, you know, at Notre Dame we did a little mixture of mid-zone and outside zone, and that just was what I was pretty good at. So.
Mike, John, did you have to project him into your outside zone system, or did you see enough at Notre Dame to see that fit?
I don't know. You've seen him run a lot of different runs, but you're not really. I'm not looking at it through the lens of like he's run this scheme X amount of times or anything like that. You see the movement, you know, the person, the competitor. You know, that's what our coaches talked about. So, yeah.
When he talks about puncturing it, I mean, you could tell, you know, the patience. You could tell him, like, you know, staying on track, and then his cutback abilities. You know, in my opinion, it was like clearly the best in the draft.
How do you your whole running back core? It seems like you got some different styles there within Jadarian and Emmanuel, maybe being a bigger guy and stuff like that. How do you just kind of assess that whole group right now?
Yeah, we're excited. We're excited about it. It's a cool group to work with, and
Thomas is, excited to be working with these guys, and we're glad that Thomas is with us as well.
You've got some time to decide, but rookie talent show. Any talents you want to let us know might be coming down the pike?
In my free time, I'll be thinking about things and practicing. Yeah.
I liked how you said, like, you're in one of your Zooms, you're like, I like music, I just can't play music.
Oh, yeah. I wish I could.
Yeah.
But I actually took a couple music classes at Notre Dame. But
Jadarian, what are some of the habits you alluded to earlier that you said you built up at Notre Dame that you think will help you have success in the NFL?
just carrying yourself as a professional. I'm not in college anymore, but at Notre Dame, you had a rigorous athletic schedule, but also academic schedule. So you always had to be on time, take care of your stuff, but also taking care of your body. I really learned my body and how to take care of my body outside of facility as well. So, yeah, just carrying those habits over.
At what point did you develop a routine that you feel comfortable with in terms of the taking care of your body stuff?
I really feel like after the national championship run, long season, so you really had to get back in the weight room and train room and fine-tune different parts of your body. And I made a big jump this past season, as you can tell on my game tape. So I really feel like my habits showed up this past season.
John told us about a conversation that your agent had with you maybe a couple of years ago about improving as a pass catcher. Can you talk about the growth in that part of your game and what all went into that?
Yes, it really started off in the spring, just jumping in line with the receivers and seeing how they really break down, how they keep their arms pumping, things like the little things that I didn't really notice. And I didn't have as many reps in game this past season, but just doing a lot of that in practice and watching so many films of receivers and stuff and continue to learn this past offseason, because it's been a while since I played a football game. So just having that so much time to just watch film and learn has been good.
You talked about how your decision-making, your vision is one of the things that stands out, about your abilities. Sean Alexander was a MVP running back here and actually had his vision tested laterally, could see things outside the view. I'm curious, with all the testing you've done, have you ever had any vision testing to see if you've got anything going on there?
I don't know if I've had any testing, but I'm interested to see if I have some type of something. I don't know.
When did you realize that was something you had, you're just special in terms of being able to see what was coming in the hole?
It's not something I realized. It's something that, coaches I've really trusted told me, hey, you're different in this aspect, and as long as you keep understanding and, getting smarter in the game of football, you're going to separate yourself from others. So I took that and ran with it.
Jadarian, when it comes to evaluating players, you guys talk a lot about getting to know the person, the competitor. In the evaluation of Jadarian, what stood out to you in that aspect?
Yeah, just like class. He talks about, being a pro. Just a classy person. Obviously was raised well. I felt bad for him during the process, kind of in the background, watching all these Zoom calls and everything, like how many times he had to answer the question about why he stayed at Notre Dame. And, the guy's like, there's 32 teams in the National Football League, and we asked him several times. I'm sure he had to answer it, with all the other clubs as well, and he just handled it, just with ease. God rest his soul, Ted Thompson would say this is a class act, this is a classy pro right here. And that just really stood out throughout the spring.
Jadarian, you mentioned kind of the football culture in Denison. Do you remember when you first started playing? Did you just kind of grow up playing football from the minute you can remember? Or?
Yeah, probably from the age of 6. Tackle football, my cousins put a football in my hands, before I could talk, so.
Jadarian, if someone who hadn't seen you wanted to know what your game is like, what games would you tell them to go watch from the 2025 season or 2024?
USC for both seasons, 2025 and 2024.
Why those games?
Because I showed my versatility, what I can do in the run game, pass game, and returning ability.
Jadarian, your way to the end zone, would you rather run through a defender or around a defender wild?
Through a defender. Going into the end zone,
yeah.
It's just something about it. As a running back, you train all season putting all this heavy squats and power cleaning stuff. Why not use that?
Jadarian, when it comes to pass protection for the running back spot, what's important to be good at it, and where do you think you need to improve at it to be successful at this level?
It's all about mentality and will. You know, can you show up to the line, meet them at the line of scrimmage? Don't fold back or catch. That's the biggest thing. Use your hands, striking them at the line of scrimmage. But that comes with preparation. You know, that's how you get more confident. Knowing where guys are going to be at, studying the defense, knowing what the O-line is doing. So it really comes with preparation.
How important is that communication with the offensive line, particularly when you're going against NFL defenses and the complex blitzes you're going to be facing? How important is that aspect for you?
Yeah, it's really important. You know, football takes all 11 guys on the field, so even the receivers got to let you know if something sums up, you know, corner cat or something like that. So as long as everyone's clicking on the same page, we'll be good as offense.
Was there a part of your game in college that you feel like you didn't get to show enough of that you do want to show at this next level?
I'd probably say catching the ball out of the backfield.
Anything else?
Hey, real quick, Dave, special shout out to all the coaches this weekend, EK and his staff, and we have 68 players here this weekend, and they're planning these practices and bringing everybody through. EK's bringing everybody through, getting his staff, getting all the equipment, everything on the field ready, and these guys are working their tails off. So just as the cool kids say, like, give him some flowers, right? Like, give Eric his flowers.
There you go. Eric Kennedy is who John Schneider is referring to, the great equipment manager, longtime equipment manager. Also worked with Mike Holmgren for the Seahawks. All right, there's Jadarian Price. Take a quick break, come back, wrap things up with Softy next. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I got a text here for you, buddy. Got a text. 360 says.
Don't read that one. Oh, I thought you were talking about the one I say.
No.
Oh, yeah.
That
Keep that
was
one
good.
to yourself.
That was good when you read that one last year, when you sent that one last year. Hey, Furnace. Softy heard back from Randy Johnson. He told him to
Not
meet
yet.
him. He said he told him to meet him behind the old FX McCrory's building after retirement celebration and bring the boxing gloves.
Yes.
Are you and Randy going to go toe-to-toe?
That would have been Griffey, not Randy. You know, I once dropped a chair on Randy Johnson's knee. Did I ever tell you about that?
Wait, you did?
Yeah.
Well, and it's a shock he hasn't got back to you.
It's on the wall there. The audio's on the wall there. It's he was coming off a rehab appearance, and we used to go into the old Kingdome clubhouse, and you'd have 3 or 4 chairs, semicircle around the guy's locker, and I had to reach over with my Marantz tape deck and my long microphone cable, and I fell over a chair, and it almost hit him. Like, it literally fell right 2 inches from hitting him in the knee, which I think is why he was rehabbing, by the way, because of his knee. And so can you imagine, this was, God, must have been 96 maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
97?
Yeah.
I'd been here for 3 years, 2-3 years.
And
I put him back on the DL.
Hey,
the knee injury.
The intern at KJR just put Randy Johnson back on the injury list.
I wasn't even an intern then. I was doing the night show.
Oh, well,
I was hosting 7 to 11.
Could have been the shortest lived radio
How about
career
that?
ever.
7 to 11, not 7 to 10, 7 to 11. You know why 7 to 11? Because Tom Lee wanted us on the air after the Mariner game was over to do a post-game show. That was the worst job in radio
When
I
did
ever
it
had.
switch to 7 to 10?
Oh, I have no idea.
Is that with Locked On
yeah,
Sports?
Maybe.
Locked
Yeah.
On. Locked
Yeah.
On. Opening
Yeah.
smash. Here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
David Locke, who once hit me in the face with a newspaper.
Yeah, well, I texted him on that.
You know about that story?
He actually
What's that?
he said he deserved it.
Really?
Yeah.
He didn't even know what the hell he was doing. You know, he's actually a psycho, by the way. You know that, right?
He hired me.
Yeah, he's got like walnuts loose. Seriously.
Hey,
Did you really text him and ask him? That is funny.
You can blame me,
oh, God.
or you can blame him for me sitting here with you today.
Okay,
He
well,
hired me
now
to
I
do
know.
sports. He hired me to do sports radio.
Yeah. I've always wondered who we should blame for your miserable appearance in the office
David
every
Locke.
day, and now I know.
David Locke is the guy to blame.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. He hired you in Salt Lake.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Tom
yes.
Lee hired you here.
No, Richard Moore did.
Did he really?
Yeah.
I thought Tom Lee hired you. Remember Tom Lee's sales pitch to David Locke when he was doing a radio show in Utah? He's like, you want to be a big fish in a small pond or a big fish in a big pond? Come on up to Seattle.
Well, you know what he is
and
now?
now he's back in Salt Lake City.
Big fish in a small pond.
Well, he's a big fish with a much bigger wallet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
When
Oh,
he
yeah.
was here.
Yes.
I mean, he's done
Yes.
very, very well.
He's done very
All
well.
right?
Okay,
Podcasts have been very, very good to David Locke.
So your guy Jadarian Price,
Yes,
is going to wear number 8.
Okay, got
best
it.
number 8 of all time.
Napoleon Kaufman.
No, best number 8 for the Seahawks.
Oh, the
of all
Seahawks.
Time. Is it Jeff West?
Ooh.
Sean Salisbury?
Okay.
Stan Gelbaugh?
All right.
Matt Lytle?
Yeah.
Carlos Dunlap?
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant or Matt Hasselbeck?
Oh, Hasselbeck.
Okay, let's take Hasselbeck off.
Okay.
Who is the next one? Sean Salisbury, your guy? Don't you used to have him on the show all the time?
Every
didn't
now
you?
and then.
Yeah.
He's in Houston.
He's kind of angry now.
We all are. I would say, oh boy, Kobe Bryant of that list.
Of that list
is probably number 1.
Matt Lytle. Who the hell is that?
Didn't Dunlap have like a decent little
2021
blip on the radar here?
They brought him here in 2021.
Yeah, he played well.
Because
Right.
they had nobody, they had a bunch of injuries and stuff on the line. Yeah.
Well, maybe they do the same thing with Dante Fowler. You saw that yesterday,
Yeah.
obviously, the Dante Fowler stuff.
Yeah, we talked about
Go
that.
for it.
We
Why
talked about
not?
that with Cosell yesterday, and he's like all in. Says, bring him in.
Honestly, like, why wouldn't you be?
Yeah.
I mean, you bring him in, doesn't work out, whatever. No harm, no foul, you move on.
It sure feels
Right?
it sure feels like the way they approach the draft.
Yeah.
That they kind of feel like they've already got that thing.
Well, they do need to have a replacement for Mafe. I will just say this, though, that it's funny. I brought the Fowler thing up on the show yesterday with Dick and Mike Florio that, you know, this doesn't feel like another one of the Pete Carroll, John Schneider 2013 draft specials.
No.
With Luke Jokel and Ziggy Ansah and DJ Fluker and all those guys.
Yeah, what was that draft class?
I think it was 2013.
And it was like they ended up bringing almost everybody in here for the top 10,
they had
right?
like 7 guys in the top 13.
God.
I had it written down somewhere, and I have no idea where it is. But it was Ziggy Ansah, it was DJ Fluker, Deion Jordan from Oregon.
Yep.
He was here
Yep.
for a while. Who else was here? Eddie Lacy, but he was a second rounder from
wow.
that draft.
Yep.
Was here, and this feels different than that. Maybe it's because McDonald hasn't done it enough yet to make us roll our eyes at it.
Well,
if this was like move number 9, like Pete Carroll made,
oh yeah,
we'd be like, all right,
Well,
this
those-
is just another ridiculous reclamation project.
Those all
Stop
felt
it.
like desperation moves. Plus,
Right.
none of those guys had accomplished anything.
Right.
Like
right.
Dunlap
Yeah.
had.
Yeah.
You know, Cincinnati was it was a train wreck. Obviously, DeMarcus Lawrence had, and
Yes.
certainly Fowler has as
Yeah.
well. Hey, do you remember that? Do you remember this one? This is crazy. Now I'm stuck on numbers.
Mm-hmm. Fun with numbers.
What number did Jermaine Kearse wear his first year here? Before 15.
It wasn't 15. Doug Baldwin wore 15.
Doug Baldwin did wear
his
15.
first year in Seattle.
Yes, he did.
And then he switched to 89.
Yes.
I used to know this about Jermaine, and I forgot. Just remind me.
He wore number 11.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And then switched to 15 when
Right.
Doug wore number 15 the first year and switched to 89.
Remember what happened to Doug Baldwin in his very first game?
Yeah, I was sitting right behind him on the end zone.
Actually, was that Russell Wilson's first game too?
Yeah, it was in Arizona.
He knocked his teeth out?
We were standing right there. We go, honest to God, I'm sitting there with your buddy Schrammick.
Yeah.
And we're standing in the end zone getting ready to do post game.
Right.
And that suicide ball was thrown to him, like murder ball. And like, what the hell just came out of his mouth?
Yeah.
That was his tooth.
He said he picked it up, by the way.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. Badass. Pretty wild.
I don't know if that was his first game.
Yeah,
was that his first game? Was he? I thought it was 2011.
It was Doug's second game, Russ's first game.
Season.
Yeah.
Season. Yeah,
Russ's
first game of the 2012 year.
Yeah.
God, we sound old right now.
We are so old.
Yeah.
What are you doing today?
What is today? Thursday?
Today will be Thursday.
John Canzano's coming on today at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Well, good timing on him because there's multiple reports out that are kind of contradicting each other about the Apple guy and the Facebook guy buying the Seahawks.
Do you like either one of those guys?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
I mean, if they win games, what do I care?
Yeah.
Who gives a damn?
Yeah.
So bring them on in, right?
Are you in the bidding too?
I would be if I could afford it.
Could you get a whole consortium from the golf club?
I'd buy like one millionth of the football team.
Just call the Nicholsons
I could do
and the
that.
Talking Tens. The rest of the guys are your real rich golf
They
club.
spend all their money on other stuff.
What?
Yeah, which we can't talk about.
Gambling?
Anyway, so he's on today. Brett Boone's on today as well.
Okay.
We'll talk about the Live PGA thing that you were talking about, all that as well. Some Mariners baseball, and get ready for tomorrow at UW with the spring game. So there you go.
Oh, Dogs After Dark.
Dogs After Dark.
I'll see you
tomorrow.
out there.
Although it's not going to be dark, by the way.
No.
It's going to be light, the entire thing.
I'll be out there with you. I'll see you then.
That's a lie.
Okay, it is.
See
See
you.
you. Bye.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All right, here we go, boys and girls, on a beautiful Thursday afternoon right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Headlines are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill, baby.
I got 2 words for you.
Baseball. Mariners get a day off today. Yay. They take 2 out of 3 against Minnesota. They take on the Royals tomorrow for 3. Randy Johnson getting his number 51 retired on Saturday. Brian Woo, Emerson Hancock, and Luis Castillo. All eyes on Luis Castillo on Sunday over the weekend.
Paolo Banchero and Cade Cunningham, only the second opponents ever to score 45 or more in a playoff game last night, and the Pistons win over Orlando to send that series back to Florida, with Detroit now trailing 3-2.
Wouldn't it have been great if Paolo had gone to UW?
Yes.
Like his mom and dad did?
It would have.
And carried Washington to a Final Four for the first time since the 1950s. And all of us are sitting around wearing Magic T-shirts right now, rooting like mad for our guy.
Or would he have just done what all the other freshmen did when they came here?
Flame out?
Flamed out.
I don't know. Maybe he would have stayed for 3 years. What else? NHL, the Ducks looking to close out the Oilers tonight. Minnesota looking to do the same thing to Dallas. And the Kraken today, Dick, announcing that Jessica Campbell, who was the first women's coach in the history of the NHL, leaving the team to pursue other opportunities.
And here we go.
And now, 2 goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards.
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
All right, here we go. 3:02 on a busy Thursday afternoon right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Softy, Dick Jackson with you until 7 o'clock today. We got a lot to get to. Johnny Canzano, Johnny Cans, will join us at 4 o'clock and talk a lot about what's going on down there in Portland with the new owner of the Blazers. People might be asking, why do we care about who the new owner of the Blazers is? Well, the new owner of the Blazers was approved by the old owner of the Blazers, who happens to be the current owner of the Seattle Seahawks, man. So what does that say about who the Allen estate would potentially sell the Seahawks to? If anything, there's dueling reports out there right now, by the way, about the guy that runs Apple and the guy that runs Facebook. Tim Cook and Mark Zuckerberg rumored to be involved in bids to buy the Seahawks. There's also another guy, Dylan Byers, who was on multiple occasions now on social media today, tried to shoot that down, say it's not true, those guys aren't involved. So we can talk to John about that. There's a lot going on down there. I want to know, like you and I talked about yesterday, or was it 2 days ago or yesterday? Whatever, it doesn't really matter. On the air, we're talking about how does the process work when the Allen estate approves the new owner, which I like to call a steward, by the way. When they approve the new steward of the Seattle Seahawks franchise, what does that process look like? Is there a committee? Is there one person that's got more of a voice than somebody else?
Is it NFL controlled and not really controlled by Allen at all?
Who makes the call?
Yeah.
You make the call. Who makes the call on who gets to purchase the Seattle Seahawks? If there's multiple bids,
You make the call.
who gets to decide? So, I mean, look, I want to know all this stuff. So we'll talk to John at 4. Brett Boone will join us at 5 o'clock today. Obviously, we're getting ready for the weekend. Are you guys going Saturday to Randy's thing, by the way, Randy Johnson?
I'm attempting to get tickets.
Well,
yes.
VenueKings.com. I will just tell you this, that VenueKings.com, last time I looked, you get in the door for like $30 for the game on Saturday. And they actually had tickets behind home plate for under $100, by the way,
Really?
for the big unit ceremony. And those are the prices you pay. There's no fees anymore. So check it out. You just go to Softy, VenueKings.com. So we got that going on. Obviously, the Mariners in Kansas City. I want to start off, though, because I'm really curious about the reaction from the audience and from all of us, obviously, on what we would feel like. And this conversation, I want to kind of transition into the live thing in a second. But the report came out today that Tim Cook and Mark Zuckerberg were rumored to be interested in putting a bid together to buy the Seahawks. And some of the responses that you would see, right, on social media were like, well, screw those guys. I don't want those guys buying the Seahawks. Okay? Whether you don't like Facebook, you don't like Apple, for whatever, you don't like their politics, you don't like the way that they treat customers, or a million reasons why somebody would not like a CEO of a major company that brings in $1 zillion a year, okay? So I'm curious to get the thoughts from our audience on that. at 49451, and then go around the room and get your guys' take on that as well. On what the reaction would be here if Tim Cook of Apple put together a group to buy the Seahawks, or Mark Zuckerberg, who could buy the Seahawks tomorrow with the change in his couch cushions, by the way. He's that rich. You guys know that, obviously. And then transition that into a live conversation, because I heard Ian Furness on the air today, and if I'm putting words in his mouth, I apologize.
Right.
There's a chance I am. But we'll just go with
like
it
you
for
did
now.
with Anders a couple
exactly.
weeks ago.
Yeah. But that's fun. That's fun to do with Anders, right? So I thought I heard Ian say that the PGA Tour should not take back the guys that left for live. And he said that the guys that went to live took blood money from the Saudis. He had his thoughts on that. I don't agree with that, but whatever. That's fine. You want to believe that? That's more than your prerogative. And then how would we feel about that if those guys came back from live, like Bryson DeChambeau, like John Rahm? If they came back to the PGA Tour, would we be okay with that? Or should they be punished for leaving to go work for the Saudis? So where do we sit on all this stuff?
Are we
Go
starting
ahead.
with the Seahawks?
We start with whatever you want.
Well,
Go ahead.
For me, I mean, I really don't care what people's politics are. I really don't. I mean, I stay so far away from that. It just, you want to believe, you want your political persuasion to be whatever it is. I'm not going to judge you for that.
Right.
Whether you're super far left wing, super far right wing, you be you. And I just want a great owner of the Seattle Seahawks.
Right, exactly.
And I'm not going to be on social media. Oh, I can't believe Mark Zuckerberg believes in this or has this political slant. And Tim Cook. It's football, man. Is he going to be a good owner or a bad owner?
Right.
And those two guys, especially Zuckerberg, building a almost $1 trillion industry out of nothing is a pretty good resume to be an owner of a football team. I would rather have somebody like that versus somebody that just got their daddy's football team and doesn't know how to do anything with anything, because we know there are people out there, the trust fund babies, that don't know how to do anything. They're 35 years old and never done anything in their life, and now they're the owner of a football team.
Jim Irsay.
I'd rather have a Mark Zuckerberg than those type of people.
There's a big but in this conversation, and that's how much are these guys going to actually have their hands in the operations of the team
directly?
Because I mean, the reality is none of us know Mark Zuckerberg personally. Obviously, is he the type of personality who's going to want to come in and get his hands dirty and actually want to be part of the operations? Well, considering he deals with Meta and deals with everything else, you'd think no, but you never know, right? I mean, the interesting things, Safdie, you bring up a great point, which is how do we feel about people who have backgrounds in some areas? I mean, the whole Saudi thing, there's so many soccer clubs around the world, specifically in the English Premier League, but so many other soccer teams who are pretty much just paid entirely through oil money. Their owners are these big oil tycoon people.
Right.
And the entire teams where there aren't salary caps, where in the APL you just spend some more. Man City gets the first treble in long time because their entire team is oil money purchased. A lot of people are angry about that in England. That, hey, you won three titles unfairly because your entire team is over, just purchase money, and it's oil money. That's not what the values we stand for. It's kind of a crossroads globally in the soccer world of, is your team spending a lot because you make money from oil, or is your team spending a lot of money just because that's just your owner?
Well, but like, what if they just spent money because the owner was a rich guy?
What if he made money from something else other than oil?
Like the Dodgers, for example,
And
right?
that's the crossroads.
So you're okay with spending a lot of money as long as it's the right money.
Did they get it legally?
Yeah.
Did they earn this money legally?
And they've spent the money through the right places.
If they earned the money legally, then what's the problem?
Guys, and again, I think your take is great, Dick. I agree with it entirely, which is going to make this conversation boring. I mean, I wish I just did not agree with you so we could have some fun.
And I kind of think I agree with you on the live. We haven't done the live thing yet, but we'll do that too.
Guys, here's the thing. And look, if you feel differently, then great. That's fine. Whatever. Like, we don't need to agree on this. It's fine. I mean, if there are Seahawks fans out there that don't like the idea of Mark Zuckerberg or Tim Cook owning the Seahawks for whatever reason, good for you. That's awesome. You can have that opinion. You have yours. I'll have mine. Let's go grab a cocktail, right? Whatever. So I don't give a damn.
But if we're talking about 50 to 100 billionaires, which is what we're talking about right here.
Yes.
Everybody can easily go on the Google machine and find out how they made their money. And everybody, if they wanted to, could find something they detest about that person.
Well, here's the thing
it's whether you choose to do that or
Here's the thing about the NFL. I don't know, honestly, if the Seahawks' success over the last 30 years is because of the fact that Paul Allen was the richest owner in the NFL, or because of the fact that Paul Allen actually knew how to run a business the right way.
The latter.
Because there's a salary cap in the NFL. There's only so much money you can spend in the NFL. Now, you can go above it and pay the price next year. You can buy training facilities. You can buy a plane. You can locker room, whatever. You can have a top-notch cater chef in your locker room. You guys get the point, right? There's things you can do on top of that to make the team attractive. But I really think that, in my opinion, and I'm not saying it's that unfair, but to just say that the Seahawks won because Paul Allen's rich, I think is ludicrous.
No, he hired the right people.
He hired the right people and got out of the way.
Yes.
He wanted to go out, and this is where maybe the money does play a little bit of a role, and that he could go get Mike Holmgren. He could go get Pete Carroll. Yeah. He could go get Todd Lywicki. He could go get John Schneider and then retain him when everybody wanted to grab him. So that is, there is a money aspect there. But the fact that he hired the people, he was smart enough to know what he didn't know. And that's all I want out of a new owner. Because, guys, I think we can assume, for the most part, whoever buys the Seahawks is going to have a buttload of money. They're going to be rich, wealthy, beyond belief. Now, unless they're cheap, like this guy in Portland apparently is cheap, this Condon guy, and we'll talk to Johnny Canzano about that at 4 o'clock. It really is not, for me, going to come down to how much money do these people have. It's going to be what kind of bosses are they? What kind of people are they? Do they want to get the right people in place and give the team the best chance to win by hiring the best people for the jobs that it takes to win? Coaching, general managers, scouts, cap people, right? Things like that. Yeah. So, and for 30 years, the Allen family has done that job, I think, better than anybody. So I'm kind of with you on this whole thing. I mean, look,
especially
man,
in this situation, because the Seahawks are at the top of the heap. I mean, most teams don't get sold after winning a Super Bowl.
So then the question becomes, do we want an owner who has a bunch of other things going on, like a Zuckerberg, like a Cook, who clearly have
Paul Allen
a
did.
lot of
a ton going on.
Exactly.
Tons.
And that's why Paul Allen could step away.
Right.
Or do you want an owner like Mark Cuban, who it's his one and only, I mean, not one and only thing, but that is his number one passion.
I don't know.
He's a courtside every game.
Yeah.
The owner would be in the... Do we want a overly involved one? No.
Yeah.
But the question is, what's that line?
I just don't want an owner on draft day sitting in a draft room telling John Schneider who to draft.
That's right.
Well, the Cleveland Browns on draft day.
That's what we're talking about. We don't want that guy who doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. So that's the point. Hire the right people to do those jobs. And, again, I just, look, guys, I mean, first of all, even if they are sold to, let me backtrack. We have no control over it, number one, as you guys know. I don't know if you're aware of that, but we don't have any vote on
right?
this.
We're not in the room?
We should have a vote, but we don't.
Okay.
So who buys the NFL? Who buys the Seahawks? You want to disagree with the owner of the team and his or her politics or whatever? That's fine, but that shouldn't preclude you from rooting for them. I mean, it's like, I heard Ian today talking about the Live thing and all that, and it just got me thinking that, there's a lot of people that probably work for a lot of companies out there, including this one, and maybe they don't agree with everything that their corporation does. I guarantee you there's people that work for Amazon and Google, Microsoft, whoever, of course, that don't agree with everything their corporation stands for. Yeah. But it's a job, and it's okay to disagree. Even with your superiors, you can disagree. I mean, it's like, remember the thing in Qatar when they were building all the World Cup stadiums, Jackson, and all the workers were dying? Yeah. Remember that story? You know who has an office in Qatar? iHeartMedia. Okay? So, I mean, whatever. It's like, hey, man, when you're that big and when you employ that many people, you're bound to not agree with everything your company is all about. And that's okay. That's fine. So just because the Seahawks, in my opinion, are purchased by somebody you don't like, politically, morally, ethically, doesn't mean you can't start, rooting for a different football team or stop rooting for the Seahawks. So, I mean, this idea that we have to live in this world where every dollar we spend, every penny we invest has to go to somebody that we align with 1,000% on everything. First of all, it's not realistic.
It's impossible.
And number two, it's ridiculous. It's insane.
Exactly.
Insane.
I
mean,
just-
guys, like with the live thing, there's thousands of companies in this country that do work with Saudi Arabia. Thousands.
Can I make the easiest prediction ever? No matter who the new owner of the Seahawks will be come a year or 2 years from now, there will be protests about something involving that owner.
Of course.
No matter what.
And you know what? If you want to protest, that's fine. That's fine. But this idea that, well, it better be somebody that I align with. I mean, look, I don't go down that road unless it's like a obviously like ridiculous road, okay? Like the extreme. I don't go down that road. But the live thing, and just, you know, Dick, the reason why I brought it up, because I heard Ian driving in today say that the guys that went from the PGA Tour to live took blood money from the Saudi Arabians. And he's got a right to his opinion. He wants to believe that. That's fine. He's not alone. There's a lot of people that have said stuff like that. And I would just say this. I think that there is a lot of selective outrage out there about stuff. There's a lot of companies, as we said, that do business in Saudi Arabia. I don't think we're really, you know, before we go to a hotel or an entertainment venue or a restaurant or jump on an airline, are we all doing our homework to make sure they're owned by somebody that we align with politically? No, that's not realistic, and it's insane to think people need to do that in their daily lives. And again, just because you're enjoying a steak or you're going to a movie or watching a concert or boarding a plane, you know, you can disagree with that corporation's values. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But guys, I just think that in the end, all of this stuff is all about one thing. And it's just about what's best for you and what's best for us and what's best for me when it comes to the Seahawks and what's best for me when it comes to the PGA Tour is getting the best players in the world playing together again, getting them all back from live. Like Ian was talking about, should they come back?
Right.
Oh, absolutely they should come back.
Absolutely.
The ones that belong on the PGA Tour, yes. 100%. They should come back.
I mean, are we really talking about a lifetime ban here for those people?
Well,
I mean, there's ways to get back in. What they did with Brooks Koepka was genius. What Brian Rolapp, the new PGA Tour commissioner, did with Brooks Koepka was genius.
Remind people.
They made him pay a $5 million donation to charity.
Okay, right.
They made him forfeit the next 5 years of PGA Tour equity because in the last agreement with the players get a piece of the pie now.
Right.
Brooks Koepka gets nothing for 5 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And he's excluded from this year's FedEx Cup money. So he can't win the FedEx Cup, which is another $20 million that he could potentially win.
Right.
I mean, that's a lot of hits to get back in for Brooks Koepka. I think you do the same thing with the elite of the elite that are in live, Bryson, Rahm,
if they can
Hatton.
afford it, right?
Those guys can those guys can definitely afford it. And then with the other guys, and we can talk about this when we have more time. I mean, with the other guys, I think there are also other avenues to get them back in as well.
And you know what? If you need that $5 million, that's fine. I don't even need that. I was like, dude, they're professional athletes. This is the greatest golfers in the world. Bring them back, put them on the tour. If the goal is to get the best players in the world playing together, and it makes the PGA Tour better, and it makes the ratings go up, and it makes my interest in the tournament increase, then bring them back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, guys, can you imagine, like back in the 80s, I got a list here. Steve Young, Reggie White, Herschel Walker, Doug Flutie, Jim Kelly. You know what they all did? They all played for the USFL. Can you imagine if the NFL said, no, we don't want you? I mean, how ridiculous is that? No, we don't want you because you went to a rival league.
Mm-hmm.
You had the gall to go play for somebody else.
Owned by our president.
Exactly. Did he own a team, by the way? I thought he owned a team, or he tried to buy a team, something like that. Yeah. But the point is that can you imagine if the NFL had said those guys can't return? They can't come back because they played in the USFL. Guys, these players are just trying to, make the best living they can. Obviously, their best living looks different than our best living. I understand that. But everybody is ultimately trying to do the same thing, maybe on a different level. And that's make as much money as possible, make the best living they can make. And I remember what Harold Varner said. Look, this is generational money that I never, ever would have made on the PGA Tour.
Oh, we've talked about this before. Right. I would have done it in a second if I was Harold Varner.
I was going to ask you, like, Jackson, if Manchester City called you, Newcastle, we want you to be our new radio voice. We're going to pay you 10 million pounds a year. Yeah. See you later. You're out the door.
Everybody has a price.
What if the PIF started a American podcast sports network and said, we're going to take one notable influencer from each major market. We're going to pay that guy $5 million. and they called me, or they called you, or they called Ian Furness, or they called you, Jackson, you're out.
See ya.
You're out.
I will do anything except if it's for the Portland Timbers.
Yes, Trump owned the New Jersey Generals.
There you go. Yeah. We're going to break. More to come on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Softy and Dick on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're back on a busy Thursday right here on 93.3 KJR FM. The Live Golf, Tim Cook, Mark Zuckerberg debate is raging like a wildfire on the text line, 49451. Social media, pitting Seattleite against Seattleite.
I'm sure everyone's calm on the text line.
Not really, but that's okay. Whatever. You want to flip out and flip out. I mean, if you feel like that's where you want to spend your energy, then go for it. A couple of people texted in and said, well, what about your hate for Starbucks? Yeah, well, he screwed us, right? And we've seen what kind of owner Howard Schultz is. Like a guy wrote in, how would you feel about Howard Schultz owning the Seahawks? I would not feel good because of what he did to the Sonics. I mean, isn't that all you got to know? Like, there's no history as sports owners with Zuckerberg and Tim Cook.
Right.
But there is with Howard.
Absolutely.
And it didn't go well at all.
No, and he showed you what type of owner he is. He's going to sell out.
1,000%.
He's going to sell out whenever the times get tough.
Do you want a guy or a gal to own the Seahawks who has proven that he is willing to sell a public trust to somebody he knows will move it?
No.
No.
Absolutely not.
The answer is no.
That would be my first look when I asked Claude about his resume.
No. I mean, guys, because that's part of this, right? I mean, honestly, it is part of it. Like when you have another owner, and like I said earlier, I want to make this crystal clear. None of us have a vote. We should, but we don't. This is why I want to have John Canzano on at 4 o'clock today and ask him, how much vetting of this new owner will the Allen estate do in regards to what kind of stewards they'll be? Because if you sell to the wrong person, like when the Nordstrom sold to Ken Behring and when Howard Schultz sold to Clayton Bennett, it almost cost us our football team.
That's right.
And it cost us our basketball team.
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
So if I am...
Our baseball team was Smolian.
That's right. I am getting out. You're exactly right, Dick. It almost cost us our baseball team, too. I am getting out, and I want to make sure that whoever buys the team, if they ever sell the team, wants to leave it here. And I'm going to look that guy or gal in the eye, and I want to read them up and down like a book, and I want to find out what kind of person they are. Because I'm not selling this thing to you if in 20 years from now you're going to flip out and give it to a guy from Florida.
And you kind of just hit the nail on the head, which is we need to know about who this person is buying the Seahawks personally. Are they somebody who has ties to another place that does not have a football team that they may want to move it to?
Great point.
Does this person have a interest in getting hands-on and have a background with a company or background with wherever their business is in coming in and getting their hands in the mud and changing culture of places? Really what we can do is, guys, we can kind of build a wish list of the priorities. Whoever owns the Seahawks, we need X, Y, Z, and just go down the list and start building out.
Yeah.
Because I think
a great question.
The first two things are that they won't move the team and that they'll let John and Mike cook.
You know what? That's actually a great point. If you were on the committee to decide who was going to buy the Seahawks, if there were multiple bids, what are the 3 questions that you'd want to know the answer to? Right?
Yeah, where are
text
you
us
from?
In 49451.
Because I would say, where are you from? Can we automatically know? Does that place have an NFL team?
Right.
And then what's your history in your business with I guess how impactful you are in the day to day?
Right. Does this person have a desire to have a team in his or her hometown?
And how many companies have you sold to make a quick buck?
Salty, to your question, though, because you can ask them and you can say, like, oh, let's say you're from, let's just use this example because simply they don't have an NFL team. Oklahoma City, business owner from Oklahoma City.
Right.
So, you're from Oklahoma City. Yeah, but I have no interest in moving an NFL team there.
Right.
Sure,
Right.
liar.
Right.
I mean, like...
And maybe they don't. Maybe they don't,
yeah.
right? But you want to find that out. I mean, it's like the Clay Bennett thing, and the reason why I'd be obviously against Howard Schultz is because he screwed us once already. I don't trust the guy.
Yeah.
And he sold the team to a dude who wasn't hiding from the fact at all that he wanted to have a team in Oklahoma.
Right.
He put the freaking Hornets...
housed them after the hurricane.
In Oklahoma City after the hurricane. And they got great crowds. He saw what Oklahoma City could be. He was a minority owner in the Spurs, and he saw what Oklahoma City can be. And look, he lied about it when he came here. We all knew he was lying, but everybody knew that Clayton Bennett had a desire to have a team in Oklahoma. And that son of a bitch sold to him. So screw him, right? I mean, that's where the disdain for Howard Schultz comes from. I don't blame Howard Schultz for selling the basketball team. If he couldn't handle it, Dick, and wanted to get out, okay, fine. But can you at least do us a favor and give it to somebody who you know is not going to move it?
This is interesting, guys, because I get the counter report about Tim Cook not actually being a potential owner.
Yeah, from Dylan Byers, right?
Tim Cook is from Mobile, Alabama. He went to Auburn University. He has lots of roots in Alabama. Alabama, heavy football community.
Yeah.
They don't have an NFL team.
They don't have
that
a city either.
instantly
Right.
worries me.
Yeah, they may not
Or
be
they
able to
gotta put a
afford it.
football team.
Yeah, they may not be able to afford it.
There's not a city in Alabama big enough for an NFL
everything
team.
you're saying is-
I understand your
makes
point.
sense.
I understand
Yes.
your point. I mean, we're talking in general terms here,
Yes,
right? We're not
exactly,
talking,
yes.
literal here in
No,
some ways. I
no.
mean, Dick's right. You're right. Whatever. I mean, there's certain cities that I'd be concerned about, and there's certain cities I would not be concerned about. Like, for example, let's say a baseball team got sold tomorrow to a guy who's from Portland. Okay, that's a problem.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Portland wants a baseball team.
Yes.
Badly. All right?
Salt Lake City.
Let's say there was a NBA basketball team that gets sold tomorrow to a dude from Seattle. Okay, right? I mean, guys, hello. So there are cities that you probably should rank above others as far as concerns, but I just think the general idea, I just want people, I know I am. I'm really as invested as I can be. There's only so much we can invest in this. We can't invest anything financially, obviously, but emotionally, time-wise, we can invest as much as we want in who the new owner of the Seahawks is going to be and finding out what the process is all about and talking about the process on the air. And guys, this is actually a great time of the year for this to happen. It's the summer. There's no football until preseason. You got the Mariners, obviously. You got the NBA going on. But this feels like, doesn't it, guys, a good time of the year to devote a lot of time to making this a big topic that people are aware of. And if it can, even one iota, influence somebody of power with the Allen Foundation to make sure that they really think about who buys this team, I'm all for it.
What is the general take on the text line that's negative about either Cook or? I mean, what's? I mean, I'm sorry, I don't follow the politics of Tim Cook. I don't follow the politics of Facebook. I mean, I just.
One guy says he's got a program that tracks us and spies on us. Okay,
So he's a plant.
A lot of oil money here coming out of that stuff. Human rights issues with Apple, Facebook employee relations issues. I mean, there's stuff like that that'll come up on the text line.
I did want to share. I'm going to credit this person on my Twitter because when we saw the Zuckerberg news, I posted a GIF from the social network of somebody destroying Zuckerberg's computer. Matthew Munt, who interacts with all of us on Twitter, says, "We don't need Tim Cook. I don't want a team who's behind by the league by 5 years and announces moves as innovation." That's an Apple Samsung joke for you right there.
Gotcha. So you're saying that Samsung is a superior product to Apple?
By far.
That's what he's saying?
That's what Samsung people say.
By a long margin.
No, I mean, I have an iPhone and I enjoy it.
I do too.
Whatever.
But no, I think the point that Matthew's making, it's actually a good point, is like Tim Cook has run an organization that comes out with, sorry iPhone users, this is just the truth, comes out with technology and says, we introducing a new technology. Great. Galaxies did it 5 years ago.
Well, then why don't they get sued for
I think they do.
They do.
They do. Yeah.
And that's why Apple had to go and change their messaging system so it would better comply with Android.
So let's say, and we're kind of veering off here, but let's say that I agree with all that. Okay, is Tim Cook going to pay John Schneider what it takes to keep him on as GM? Yes, then fine.
That's the most important part.
And stay out of their business.
Whatever. I mean, if you want to rip off other people's ideas, go ahead.
That's right.
I don't give a damn. Just pay John Schneider what he's worth.
No, that's exactly.
With those ideas that you're ripping off, use some of that money and go pay John.
Stay out of their business, though.
I guess, and I don't know how interested the masses are in this.
They should be interested.
Yeah, big time.
They should be.
Yeah.
They should be.
I think intrigued. I think that, yes, there are certain things that we talked about that I think are important to vet out. I'd like to know who's doing the vetting.
Right.
Is the NFL coming down with a short list and presenting it to Jody Allen and say, okay, Here are the people. Here are the groups that we have vetted and approved. Now you get to pick. I mean, it is her football team given to her by Paul Allen. So she should be able to pick, right? And I mean,
I don't know how that works with
that's
the estate.
thing.
I don't have any idea. That's why we're getting John on the air at 4:00. That's what I want to find out. I mean, this is the Allen estate, I believe, is selling the assets of Paul Allen. They are liquidating everything.
Yep.
Yachts, sports teams, museums, right? What's it called? The M-Pop or whatever the hell it is.
M-P,
Does he
yeah.
still own that? Does the Allen Foundation still own that thing?
Probably.
They're going to sell that, right? I mean, everything's going. Everything has to go to the studs, and all of it goes to charity. So who makes the call? I don't know.
Well,
I have no idea.
Mike Florio has talked about this a number of times, and I'm just glued to Pro Football Talk whenever he talks about this, because he's made it clear that this is just simply about money.
Yeah.
And the lawyers involved and the selling for charity, it will be simply who spends the most money. The caveat is the NFL must approve that owner.
Right.
And it will
Right.
take, so that group.
But that's always the case, right?
Right.
The NFL always has to approve.
It's not just going to be like who spends the most money. It could be anybody globally. The NFL will make sure to do their background.
Yeah.
And and I don't know about you guys. I trust the NFL, an organization that said, Dan Snyder, no, you must sell this team.
Yeah.
The NFL has done pretty good with understanding
They
want this to be an owner. We don't
But
want this to be an owner.
Keep in mind the NFL, and this is a long time ago, they also were the ones that approved Ken Bearing as a buyer.
A long time
They said
ago.
yes. I
Yeah,
mean,
different commissioner, but I understand
The point
that,
is they make mistakes. And look, guys, honestly, I'm not worried about the team moving at all. I'm just not like it's not even on my radar. What I'm worried about is somebody not running it the right way and us not winning games.
Because then you're stuck.
That's what I'm worried about.
If you have a bad GM, you're not stuck. If you have a bad quarterback, you're not stuck. If you have a bad coach, you're not stuck. If you got a bad owner, you're stuck.
Yeah.
You are absolutely stuck until they do something so stupid that they're forced to sell the team or they decide to sell the team. And in
Right.
certain, look at the Cleveland Browns. There's
Look at the
so
Carolina Panthers.
Carolina Panthers.
With that
There's
putz they have down there.
so many franchises out there that are just mired in mediocrity at best because they are poorly owned. And the Seahawks could be that in the next 15, 20 years.
With the wrong guy, they totally could be. I mean, we can't sit here and say the biggest reason why the Hawks had success for 30 years was because of Paul Allen and then not admit that the exact opposite can have the exact opposite
right.
impact.
Yeah.
Both things are possible. And we just saw one of them for 30 years, which was great. So how about we really try and keep that train going? And let's not hire a bum and a maniac and an egomaniac and somebody who wants to stick his hand in the cookie jar when it don't belong there, a guy who thinks he knows football when he doesn't. Look at Jerry Jones, for God's sakes. Are you kidding me? Yep. Well, I mean, Jerry Jones.
30 years without a Super Bowl.
I mean, what if this team gets sold to an owner who says, I'm going to be the GM. I'm going to do what Jerry did.
Oh, God.
I mean, it's happening right now, and it's been happening for 30 years in Dallas, and nobody in the NFL has done anything about it.
We
because
honestly,
they
guys,
can't.
We have to put our trust in the NFL owners and Roger Goodell to say yes to the right person.
Yeah.
But
we
is
have
it,
to trust them.
I need to know the order.
Right.
Is it the NFL vetting, handing it to Jody,
Yes.
or is it Jody
We'll
vetting,
find out.
handing it to the NFL?
Or a committee that represents the foundation.
That's
right.
it.
We'll
That's
find out at 4 with John Canzano. Fun with audio next. what do you know? So just tell us, what do you know about this Zuckerberg and Tim Cook thing?
Well, first of all, pleasure to be on with you, Softy. And I am from Seattle, and I am a Seahawks fan. So true honor. Look, here, I'm a bit out of my jurisdiction here. I'm not a sports reporter. I don't usually cover this beat. I am, however, a media reporter and have relationships with some of the guys around both Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, and Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta. And the moment that this report came out, I thought, no way this can be true. So I reached out to both parties and got a pretty swift response, which was just like, no, we're not interested. There might be a scenario here where these guys have their investments in capital firms that might be interested. I'm thinking of a firm like Iconic, which a lot of the big Silicon Valley guys have their money in. Maybe they're taking a look at what at most could be like a 10% stake in the Seahawks. But the notion that either Zuckerberg or Cook are interested in this is just patently false. And in the hours since I put that out into the world, of course, spokespeople for both men, I believe, have come forward to Bloomberg and said as much as well.
So where did this come from, Dylan? Is this this imagined, or because there are potentially ties to this capital group that's where they put the pieces together?
Here's what I would say, and I don't want to. I have been somewhat mystified at the way that front office sports. I know a lot of folks at front office sports. I like them. I know their investment, their backers. Like, I like those guys too. I don't want to cast aspersions or anything, but I would say I think what happened is they got some bad intel or some bad rumors. Rumors, as you know, tend to fly around the world of sports and just deal making more broadly. And I guess they didn't run it down. I think what still mystifies me is why, even now that the reporter of that piece has acknowledged that both Tim Cook and Mark Zuckerberg's people are denying it, but they still haven't changed the headline on the site.
Well, so Dylan Byers again with us from Puck.News with us on the year. You mentioned kind of venturing out of your zone a little bit here, but you cover the media world, all that stuff, and you know Apple, you know Meta, you know Google, all that stuff. When you saw this story, you said your first response is, there's no way that's true. What is it about Tim Cook? What is it about Zuckerberg that led you to believe that?
Sure. Well, one, I would say I know these guys a little bit, and Mark is like firmly involved with running Meta, has never expressed interest in owning a sports team. It would be very out of character for him. Could he afford to do so? I think his net worth is somewhere in the realm of like $350 to $400 billion at the moment. So the answer is sure, he could. Tim Cook can't. Tim Cook doesn't have the net worth to do it. Conceivably, he could be part of an investment group.
Right.
But Tim, despite getting ready to step down as CEO and take on a chairman role at Apple, is also not a guy who's expressed interest in sports ownership. I mean, he's interested in having, Apple having media rights for F1 or MLS or things like that. But that's not his bailiwick. And also just to go about that, for either one of those guys is something that would have happened, I think, with a lot more calculation and then ultimately a lot more discretion.
So if it's not these guys, Dylan, who is it? I mean, what type of person makes sense? I mean, you're savvy in the business world. You're a Seahawks fan. I can imagine you'll probably dip your toes into this area here pretty soon if you haven't already.
I will. And look, there's a lot of interest here. I think you get to a certain sort of stratosphere of wealth and, what is there to buy if not an NFL or an NBA team? You certainly, when you're talking about the NFL, you guys know better than anyone, you are talking about 32 people or family offices who are part of one of the best recurring revenue businesses in the world. So I get why people would want this. I have to imagine it's an individual like that. On the other hand, we start to see more room open up for private equity to get into this. You see Josh Harris and Apollo getting into owning the Washington Commanders. So I certainly think there's a lot more room for that. I don't deny that there will be a wealthy individual, perhaps one with name recognition, perhaps out of Silicon Valley,
right,
that comes forward here. It's just not one of these two guys.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's funny, Dylan, and again, Dylan Byers from Puck.News with us. He was the first to kind of refute this front office sports report that Tim Cook and Mark Zuckerberg were showing interest in buying the Seahawks, and that's now been backed up by the folks over at Bloomberg. I mean, my first name that I came up with, not to buy the Seahawks per se, because he's a Bay Area guy, was a guy like a Larry Ellison, who was shown to have interest. Like, he wanted to buy the Golden State Warriors, and he got shot down. Like, somebody like that from this area. I mean, Steve Ballmer's name comes up all the time. He owns the Clippers. He's got ties to Seattle. Bill Gates is, a basketball fan per se, but who knows what kind of moment in time in his life he's in. When you think about, those types of people, Jeff Bezos, for example, tried to buy the freaking Commanders, for God's sakes, right? Are we talking about people like that we should be talking about?
Yes, we are. We are totally talking like people about that. And by the way, I would not look, someone with ties to Seattle certainly seems to make a lot of sense, but I think we've reached a point where the value of these teams is so high and it's such a limited inventory when teams come on the market that it does not necessarily need to be someone who has Seattle or Pacific Northwest ties.
Right.
I think you look at 32 teams. I haven't, unlike the Sonics coming back, I haven't heard any talk of expansion in the NFL. I don't think that's happening. So when a team comes on the market, anyone who even has a glimmer of an interest in this is going to take a look. And you're right, there are only so many people with the kind of capital who can make it happen.
Yeah. Dylan, great stuff, man. Appreciate this. And we will talk down the road, man. Thanks for jumping on in a pinch here, man. Dylan Byers from Puck.News, again, was the first one to come out. There was a story that was tweeted out, reported earlier today by Front Office Sports that Mark Zuckerberg and Tim Cook are each among the names considering bids for the Seahawks. And Dylan quoted that, said this just flat out is not true. And Bloomberg came out and joined the chorus. So, I mean, who knows, right? In the end, what's going to happen. I could see a cynic that just heard that entire conversation, a skeptic saying, well, of course they're going to say no. Of course they're going to deny that they have interest in buying the Seahawks. They don't want their shareholders to know. They don't want the employees to know. They don't want their partners potentially to know that they're doing something like this.
But he brought up concrete reasons why.
No, for sure. He talked about their personalities, all that stuff, whatever. Tim Cook, I mean, again, he's exactly right. You could see him being part of a group to buy the Seahawks. Maybe he buys a minority share. Right? You never know. Maybe he's John Stanton doesn't own the majority share of the Mariners, but he's the public-facing voice of the franchise.
Has Chris Larson ever, been a facing person with the organization?
I don't even know what Chris Larson's voice sounds like.
Exactly.
Okay? I have no idea, right? I mean, people that I talk to that know him say he's kind of a quiet, kind of an awkward kind of guy, whatever. He does what he does, and Stanton's the face. So maybe you see Tim Cook doing something like that. Zuckerberg, if he did one day, maybe Zuckerberg is sitting around California, and he's thinking to himself, you know what? I really wasn't planning on buying a football team, but then I saw this tweet come out. That's a good idea.
Yeah. Well, the thing about
maybe I'll do that.
The thing about Zuckerberg is he's so young that he literally 25 years from now could be like, now I want to buy a football team, and I'm only 60.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, he's how old is he? He's 41 years old, by the way.
41.
41 years. Imagine having an owner that's 41 years old of your Seattle Seahawks.
41 yards.
Well, I think there's an angle on this from the local perspective, from the group that's going to sell the Seahawks and the group that just bought the Portland Trail Blazers. That should be of massive interest to Seahawk fans. We're going to kind of hit on that angle a little bit with John Canzano next on 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All righty, kids, here we go. Headlines on Southie Dick Jackson until 7 o'clock tonight. Brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill, baby.
He's too ugly to be on that wall.
There's a report from Front Office Sports today that Tim Cook of Apple and Mark Zuckerberg of Meta were interested in buying the Seahawks. That's now been blown apart by two different sources, including our friend Dylan Byers, who was on with us last segment, and now Bloomberg, who say those guys are not interested in purchasing the Hawks.
How about this story? Duke is entering a first-of-its-kind partnership with Amazon that includes exclusive rights to 3 non-conference basketball games this season. How about these for games? Duke against UConn in Vegas, Duke against Michigan at MSG, and Duke against Gonzaga in Detroit.
Those are all pretty good games. Pistons stay alive, down 3-2 after a win last night against Orlando. The Cavaliers also up 3-2 on Toronto. Houston wins at the Lakers without Kevin Durant. Tonight, the Knicks look to close out Atlanta. Boston the same to Philadelphia. Minnesota also up 3-2 on Denver.
Rookie Flau'jae Johnson put up 20 points in 18 minutes last night in a Storm win, 91-81 win over Portland. They end the exhibition season 1-1. They open the regular season next Friday.
NHL Anaheim up 3-2 on the Oilers. They'll play Game 6 tonight. Minnesota also up 3-2 on Dallas with Game 6 this evening. All right, joining us right now on the radio show, let's get to it. Johnny Canzano, Bald-Faced Truth radio show, johncanzano.com. I don't even know what the hell he's doing anymore. Are you doing the radio show still? Is that a thing of the past? Or what?
I'm still doing it. It's going to be a new and improved show effective July 1, though.
Okay.
We'll talk about that later. Let's talk about what you want to talk about.
Well, what I want to talk about, we can't talk about on the air, but we can talk about a lot of other stuff that I want to talk about.
All right.
Well, first of all, let's just get to the news that we had last segment. You saw this report that came out about Tim Cook and Mark Zuckerberg interested in buying the Seahawks. Dylan Byers was just on with us and said it's bogus. Those guys don't have interest. Not true. Here's why. Gave us the reason. Zuckerberg is firmly implanted with Meta. Tim Cook can't afford it. What's your take on that story?
Well, there's a limited number of people who can put $1 billion out there. And so the list of people that you call is short. Some of this reeks of someone within the league or within the transaction itself trying to drum up interest and float out and create leverage. This happened with the Blazers. It happens with every sale. People start to just go down the list. I had somebody who was part of an ownership group that was kicking the tires in the Blazers say that, everybody's calling the same people because, to buy these teams now, what are we talking about for the Seahawks? $8 billion, $9 billion, $10 billion. And so the list of Steve Ballmers and the late Paul Allen and the guys that can just buy it by themselves, you kind of exhaust that list and then you go on to the next. And I just think, the league knows, the NFL knows of some groups out there that have lined up and maybe not been successful with other team sales. They're going to be the first calls. They're going to create as much leverage as they can. It's in the best interest of all these teams in the league for the Seahawks to go break a record and sell for the most amount of money. I do think that the Seahawks sale is different than the Blazers from one standpoint. We all saw Jody on that stage. You saw how happy she was. You saw her raising the flag. We never saw that in Portland with the Blazers. And that's still a Seattle kid. And so I do wonder if Jody might want to say, hey, let me be part of a group. And I wonder if she could have a little more influence that way if Bert and Jody want to stick around with the Seahawks. But I don't see them having majority ownership. I don't think they're in it for that kind of money.
John, what is the vetting process to purchase an NFL team? I mean, how much say does Jody have? How much say does the NFL have in who these people are and who the final buyer is?
Well, I've talked to people who are like the majority investors in some groups, and they say the existing owner, or in this case the trustee, has to want to sell it to you. So you want to be on good terms with Jody if you're part of an ownership group that's coming in. But ultimately the NFL knows, and the NFL has a process, and they discouraged Bezos from bidding on teams before because they sort of just have a pecking order of people who have sort of lined up and waited their turn. And I think that will happen to some extent with the Seahawks. The difference here is, Jody wasn't very holistic in the way that she sold the Blazers. Yeah. I mean, she allowed Tom Dundon to put 20% of the team on layaway. I mean, this is, 20% is still owned by the Paul Allen estate until September of 2028.
Right.
He didn't have the money. She took the absolute biggest deal she could get.
Okay.
Not very holistic.
Well, and what Dick said, I just want to follow up on that because that has been, I think, the genesis, the crux, if you will, of our conversation. I've been watching what you're saying and reporting about this guy that owns the Blazers, right, about how cheap he is. Maybe it's unfair. Maybe we need to wait a couple years to see what really happens with this guy, but not off to a great start so far. We all know that with the limited time we've had to observe this guy, and we get concerned. Well, if they'd sell the Blazers to a guy like that, who are they selling the Seahawks to, right? Like, do they give a damn? Do they care who the steward of this public trust is going to be? Or as you said, is it simply put going to be, hey, look, we're just taking the biggest check we can find?
The owners in the NFL want the biggest check, right? Because they want the valuations of their teams to all grow with this. And the same was said of the Blazers thing. But the Seahawks, it's a little different. I think the fact that you're coming off such success on the field, the fact that, that field and that stadium and that city has supported the team the way they have, I just think you're gonna have a hard time trying to convince. I know Sonics fans are they're scarred, right? You've been in some fires, and now somebody's lighting a cigarette down the street, and you're like, hey, put that out. Like, I understand. I understand why. But I don't see the Seahawks moving. I don't think they're a flight risk. The portability's not there as it was with the Blazers.
John, let me interrupt you. Yeah. We're not worried about the team moving. We're worried about the new owner stinking and not doing what Paul Allen did.
Well, 100% you should be, because I think Blazer fans took Paul for granted, and nitpicked, and but Paul spent. Paul cared about the team, and he spent. And so, for sure, this ownership group that came in behind him, Tom Dundon comes to the introductory news conference. Somebody asks him, how many games will you be at? And he says, I'm not really going to be at the games. And then, he had this hollow look to him, his feel like he didn't really care about the team. All he cared about was, can it turn a profit? I went up to him after the end of the news conference just to introduce myself. And he says, yeah, I know who you are. And I went to shake his hand. He fist bumped me.
Wow. Smart. He's smart. He's kissing your ass. He's smart.
But he didn't want to shake hands, and then he was like, let me get out of here. He couldn't get out of there faster. He chewed his leg off and got away from me as fast as he could. And so I think, people have said he doesn't care what people think of him. I think he actually doesn't care what the consumer thinks of him. And I think he looks at this as a stepping stone. I don't even know how much of his own money's in this team. I think, the NBA should have done better. Adam Silver should have done better. And I hope Roger Goodell is a better steward with the Seahawks.
So tell Seattle fans that don't know anything about this guy. Why is he as horrible as his reputation? What's been his biggest misstep? And why was he so successful, or why have the Hurricanes been so successful under his ownership?
I think you got to look at him and you got to say, how did he make his money? We always do that. How do they make his money? Paul Allen's got a story. Tom Dundon's got a story. Tom Dundon's story is subprime automobile loans. And you look at the business of some of these, retail car places that really make their money doing subprime loans, like Carvana and other places like that. Dundon made his money there. He has money that we would all love to have, a few $1 billion, right? But he doesn't have like the FU money that Steve Ballmer or Paul Allen had, where he could just come in and buy the whole team. And so when he bought the Blazers, I immediately looked at the finances and I said, how is this guy who's got a few $1 billion, how is he affording the minorities, even the majority stake, 15% of the team? How is he coming up with $700 million to buy, $4.5 billion team? And so I started kind of doing the math, and I was like, this isn't mathing. Like, I don't think he can afford the team. And so Dundon, there's a little bit of fake it till you make it in his game. I think hockey is a completely different animal than the NBA. It is just a different equation. I talked to NBA executives who say, Dundon's come in, he's going to try to run this like a hockey team. This is not a hockey team. You can't do this in the NBA. You have to be far more worried about free agents wanting to play for you, wanting to come to you. You have to take care of your players. He goes on the road in this first playoff series, and he says, hey, the two-way guys who helped the Blazers make the playoffs, they can't travel because they're going to just be in street clothes. And by the way, we need to check out of our hotels at 12:30, even though it's a 7:30 game, so that we can save the money. We don't want to pay for the extra. And he leaves home the team photographer, and he leaves home the guy who writes for the team website, and he says, okay, we're saving a few dollars there. But fans are looking at that, and they're going, gosh, this is symptomatic of an owner who is really not going to invest and not invest in the ways that help make NBA teams successful.
So let me go back for a second, because what you're saying there about Adam Silver, the NBA, they should have vetted this guy more. They should have maybe had more of a interest in the steward of the Blazers. And they didn't. I don't know who was second in line behind Tom Condon.
I don't think there was. I don't think there was anybody second. I think that's the problem.
Then, exactly. There will be a second place, and there will be a third place, I would think, with the Seahawks. So in the end, Is there a committee of people at the Allen Estate Foundation offices, wherever they are? Do they sit there, sift through these offers, and then present one that they like to Roger Goodell to go to the other owners to get them to sign off on the guy? Who's on that committee, if there is a committee, and is Jody a part of it? And if she's not, is there one person, Bert Cold, somebody else who has a bigger voice and more votes than somebody else?
There's a law firm that contracts with each of these leagues that helps sort of handle the process of vetting ownership groups and basically putting in front of the trustee, here are the viable ownership groups and here are the, prospective pluses and minuses with each. Now, the league's going to want to sign off on this because the league wants in that room in that board of governors room, they want the strongest ownership groups that are there. And I think it's why Roger Goodell and this law firm, New York City-based law firm, has told people in the past, hey, don't bother bidding on this team. It's not your turn. It's not your time, Jeff Bezos or whoever. Your team's not going to go to you. So what I think is it's a little bit of both. I think you're going to get the NFL presenting sort of these viable groups through this intermediary, this law firm in New York, and the name of it's escaping me now, but I've written about it. But they're going to basically take these groups to Jody, who is the trustee, and then say, here are your candidates, and they'll work with her on that process. They ultimately want it to look like somebody emerged as the bona fide no-brainer. This is the best group. And it gives to sort of the minority owners in that are parts of other groups, it gives them an opportunity to say, well, maybe I want to be with a different group. And so they will do some, creative sort of piecing together sometimes of these groups. It happened with the Blazers sale. The Panda Express family was part of another group. And what happened? Tom Dundon is announced, they made a big visible, loud proclamation. Oh, Dundon has the option to buy the Blazers. And I said, why are they doing that? And another NBA president said they're doing that because he doesn't have the money and he wants everybody to know if they want to invest in a team, call him now because he's got the option to buy the team. I think the NFL is much more solid as a league. I think you're going to see, as you said, I think there will be a line of owners who are lined up. I think the Seahawks will end up in good hands and, they'll live to play another day. And hopefully, though, you don't get an owner like Dundon. Maybe the NFL is just a different animal because of the way they share TV revenue and the salary cap. And, I think, you have a hard time being cheap in the NFL is what I'm getting at. And, Robert Kraft was known as one of the cheapest owners in the NFL. That team plane that the Patriots were flying on was terrible. It had ashtrays in the armrests and the players were all upset about it. But it's different, right? Because you're an NFL team. How many road games are you taking versus an NBA team that's flying around doing this on a month-to-month basis?
Yeah. Hey, man, look, it's one of my biggest regrets. Never got to enjoy a smoke on a plane. Never.
Is that right?
Fun? Oh, I'm not that old, man. No.
Yeah, we were 15.
Take a drag off a Camel Light, flying overseas, man. That sounds like the good old days to me.
John, I want to talk a little bit about Dundon vis-a-vis the NBA expansion. Would the NBA owners nix or hold off expansion plans if they legitimately thought that Dundon would either flip the Blazers to a Seattle owner or try to move the team here?
Yes. And I ultimately Adam Silver works for those owners. Those owners want as much money as possible. It's his job to make them money. And if they determined that there's a couple of scenarios here. One, is it in the league's best interest and the owner's best interest to slow play expansion if it helps Dundon get a new arena in Portland?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
They will slow play that. That's why they'll say, hey, we're not ready to vote on expansion. They'll wait and see what the Portland City Council is going to do. Will they build him a new arena? Will they just renovate the arena? They're going to do everything they can to help Dundon because the owners do that for each other. The second thing that has recently come up is, there's 3 years remaining on the Blazers lease. That's nothing. Right? That's nothing in your world.
Right.
You know it.
Zero.
You guys know it better than anybody.
Correct.
He is pulling from the Clay Bennett playbook right now in the way that he's acting and the way that he's talking. And it's scaring people in Portland because we've seen it go down in Seattle, right? Same way. And so what I had presented to me for the first time just a week ago was I had an NBA executive, longtime executive, who said Seattle expansion isn't done. It's not a no-brainer. It's probably going to happen, probably going to be Vegas for sure, and probably Seattle. But he said, I could see the NBA trying to put Portland in Seattle, move the Blazers to Seattle, and then, fanning the flames for a larger payday from someone like Vancouver, BC, or Nashville, or Kansas City, because the feeling was ownership groups in those cities might pay more,
right,
and have a bigger windfall payment for the NBA owners than an owner in Seattle. So keep an eye on that. I don't think that the door is closed on that.
Well, that's one of the reasons why we called you, right, to get you on, John, because I mean, in simple terms, the Blazers moving to Seattle, where did you feel the possibility sat 6 months ago, and where do you feel the possibility sits at today?
I had it at like 1% 6 months ago.
How about now?
How
about now?
30%.
Whoa!
What? Well, so John, what news should we want? If Sonic fans just want the Sonics and not the Blazers, and I think 99.99% of Sonic fans want the Sonics and not the Blazers.
Yeah.
But what news do we need to hear before the expansion vote to feel good that they're actually going to vote for expansion for Seattle?
You want Portland to get settled. You want the Portland City Council to back up what the governor is saying. Say, hey, we'll give you all the renovations you want. Dundon's sitting at the table like a guy who doesn't care. His eyes are hollow. He's talking in a monotonous voice. Like he doesn't give a rip where this team plays as long as it turns a profit. And if the Portland City Council just, says to him, hey, look, we'll give you all the we'll give you the $600 million in renovations, and I think they're going to do that. Or they say, we'll build you a brand new arena. Where do you want it to be? Yeah. I think Dundon takes that and takes a win, and he walks off, and Portland stays there, and then all of a sudden the governor's vote, and then you get a new version of the Sonics. Or the other thing that works for people in Seattle is Blazers are moving, but they're going to Nashville, right? And that would be a Dundon move, right? Because he's already developing that NHL complex, and if he put an NBA team in there, that might work for him too.
Just feels like we want your situation settled as soon as possible. Yes. That is really whatever it's going to be. Just settle it, figure it out. And I'm here to tell you what, John, down there, and you can tell all your constituents in Portland that we would much rather have an expansion team. I think we can say that, right, Dick? Yes. Up here in Seattle. But if the only choice is taking the Blazers, give us the Blazers.
Wow, look at you.
Give us the Blazers. This whole idea that I'm not doing to somebody else, that's nonsense. Absolute not. This is business, all right? You want me to be a hypocrite? I'll be a hypocrite.
Friends, not show business.
Don't give a damn. I want my freaking team back, and if it ends up being the Blazers and the Sonics are reborn out of the Portland bosom, I'm fine with that. That's again, I don't prefer it, but if that's option 2 and there ain't no option 3, give me the damn Blazers. So I don't know. I mean, are people like, honestly, is this dude? You went from 1% to 30% in 6 months. That's significant. Yeah. That is not a nothing burger. Do Blazer fans, you think, feel that? Do they wake up and feel that?
Yeah, they're feeling it. There's a faction of people who are saying, if this happens, I'm done with the NBA. There's a faction of people saying, we can't let this happen. The governor in the state of Oregon came out, and she signed just earlier this week, her part of the deal, the $575 million towards renovations to Moda Center. But what I think Dundon really wants is, I think he wants a new arena.
Right.
I think this is, I think we're about a week or two away from Dundon coming out and saying, renovations are fine, but what we really need is an entertainment district around the building, and I'd like to put that, on the suburbs of Portland, and I think that's the next move for him.
Yeah.
There's political will like never before.
Good.
In Oregon, it's never been there before, but
should be.
But how people in Portland want Major League Baseball, and they're saying, hey, we need MLB, and Major League Baseball is saying, hey, we need the Rays and the A's to get settled first. Seattle's a little bit in that camp right now, I think, with this expansion thing. I think it's a no-brainer that they're going to Vegas. I think Seattle's going to get a team. Is it an expansion team, or is it a relocation? We're going to find out.
All right, you're the best. Great stuff, man. And we'll talk soon.
Anytime.
All right, see you, man. John, I mean, look, this would jive, because you asked Dick about, this would jive with the news that came out, was it yesterday or 2 days ago, about the NBA saying this may not be done this summer.
Right.
You may have to wait until the end of the year.
That would definitely
that would mean that they're waiting to see what's going on down there before they figure out what's going on up here, right? Like, why would we give you an expansion team today when there's still a chance that we may move the Blazers up there?
Well, the one thing
Let's
is
get that thing settled first, and then we'll
Yes.
figure it out.
And if you want, let's say you're out there and you don't give a bleep whether it's expansion team or the Blazers.
Right, which is kind of where I'm at. I prefer expansion, but I'm not going to lose sleep over it either way.
You'd get the Blazers first.
Hell yes, they're a better team.
But you'd get them earlier.
Oh, no doubt. Yes, no doubt.
And they're a
Right,
ready-made basketball team. So if
Right,
you're like putting if you're putting your list together of
Right.
would I rather have the Blazers turn into the Sonics or the expansion Sonics,
Right.
you're putting your list together.
Right.
Yeah, it's heavier over on expansion Sonics, but there are some positives about having a team that moves.
No question. They're a better product. They'd be here quicker. Now, they may let this thing drag on for a year or so. Right? If there's a fight for public money for the arena down there, they may let it drag on. Maybe there's a chance that Dundon flips this to somebody else. I mean, that's probably not going to happen, but you're exactly right that if you're just talking about basketball, you want it fast and you want as good a team as you can get, then you want the Blazers.
That's right.
I'm personally willing, I guess, 49% to maybe suffer for a couple years to have my own team and not have the Blazers, partly because I want the rivalry. I want the Portland-Seattle rivalry. I mean, if Portland moves up here, the nearest rival is Golden State. That's it. It's 1,000 miles away. There's no Vancouver. There's no Portland. So I would love to have that. But, guys, I am not one of these people, and maybe I should be, and maybe I'm a hypocrite, and that's fine. I'm not one of these people that says, you know what, I don't want to do to somebody else what was done to us. I do not care about that. The NBA showed us 18 years ago that this is about blood. This isn't about feelings. It's not about history, not about who deserves what and who's put the work in. It's all business. Let's treat it like business and get the damn team back. We're going to break, all right? Let's come back and pick this up next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Softy and Dick on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
The Blazers moving to Seattle. Where did you feel the possibility sat 6 months ago? And where do you feel the possibility sits at today?
I had it at like 1% 6 months ago.
How about
because 30%.
Whoa! I thought he was going to say like maybe 10, 8, whatever. He went right from 1 to 30.
I mean,
That's pretty impressive, man.
I just went online and bought my Denny Avdia jersey.
Holy moly. I mean, if you could buy stock or put odds on the Blazers moving to Seattle, you might want to bet it now.
Yes.
Right? Because if they get into a pissing match down there about the public funds for the arena, which I'm kind of glad to hear that they're stepping up, and I hope they do step up. And I do hope they keep their team. As many of those Oregon schmuck football fans I despise down there, that'd be a hell of a hammer, wouldn't it, to hold over Oregon fans' heads? Yeah, we beat you again. Yeah,
we the biggest hammer.
Took your basketball team, sucker.
See, that's not a hammer; it's an atomic bomb.
Yeah, I mean, it's like what we said about winning the final Pac-12 championship over them.
Yeah, that was pretty
it's
big.
Something that they can never have.
That's right.
Even
well, the Pac-12's coming back though, but I get your point.
That's not a hammer. Like that's a shotgun.
Yeah, this is the biggest one.
We're talking about something that's like.
Yes.
There's no coming back from this.
In the battle between Seattle and Portland,
it's over.
This would be the biggest salvo fired by anybody.
Like
there would be no more battle.
There would be no more battle.
Kenny Wheaton.
It'd be over.
The Pac-12 championship, the years of domination by the Oregon Ducks over UW. This would be the ultimate hammer to drop.
I think about the Sounders Timbers and that rivalry and having Portland fans in our stadium. Like at that point, like. Remember, we talked about this a while back, and there's like the hatred between fan bases makes a great rivalry. But at the point where one fan base just feels sorry for the other fan base, we talked about this, I think, with the UW-USU
the Husky
thing.
Cougar thing, exactly.
Like Portland Timbers fans coming to Lumen, I would like look at them, and I would then suddenly feel bad, and I would feel sorry for them.
Wow,
because
which would be the ultimate sign of disrespect for them.
It's over.
To have us feel bad. You know what? I changed my mind. I don't want an expansion team.
No, come on.
I want the Blazers.
Well, I mean,
I know. No, I want them. Screw them.
Fair.
Screw them.
For me, it's
like we already hate their city. Why don't we just
What else can we take? What else can we take? Voodoo Donuts? We're already taking that.
Yeah, we took Voodoo.
Didn't they open a Voodoo?
Yes.
Up here?
Capitol Hill.
What else do you want?
Ooh.
What about the 8 Crop? You want the 8 Crop?
They have a great tiki bar.
How about Pumpkin Ridge? Can they bring that up here?
Bring it up, man. Whatever.
I want Cannon Beach. Can I have Cannon Beach? I want Seaside.
Yeah, we're having a sale. Just go grab what you want, man. Going out of business.
Goonies House.
I want that's
Astoria.
Right. That's right.
I want Astoria.
Hey, Tillamook. Utterly chocolate.
Oh, yeah.
I want the ice cream factory.
Tillamook's here.
That's a great call.
I want the ice cream factory. We want Pumpkin Ridge, the Blazers, and Voodoo Donuts, and Sun River.
Yeah.
And the entire town of Astoria. We want your coast, because your coast kicks our coast ass.
What does Ashley advertise? The Tualatin Valley? We want that, too.
We want the wine. We want it all.
That. We want that, too.
Hey, all the weirdos, the purple-haired weirdos, you can keep them, but we want everything else. we want everything else.
I mean, for you, though, isn't the currency time right now? Meaning I'd rather have an expansion team than the Blazers. It's just a matter of what the time difference is.
Yeah, if it's going to be significant, then give me the Blazers.
Exactly.
100%.
Like, if it's 3 years versus 1 year,
give me the Blazers.
I'll wait the 3 years.
Right.
If it's...
I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's
you know me, Dick. I want him back as soon as possible.
I understand that.
As soon as possible.
But if it's 1 year versus 3 years, I'd probably still go stake the expansion team. If it's 1 year versus 5 to 10, forget about it.
Well,
give me my basketball team.
I want you to take your dad to a basketball game. That's what I want. Okay? I want you to take your dad and Dixon, and I want 3 generations of Fanes to go to a basketball game together. I can't have that. I want you to have that. And you're not the only one. There's anybody else out there listening right now who has an aging parent, whatever, somebody that's sick, get him back, because we want to watch him. We want to do it together. So I don't want to wait anymore.
Yeah.
I don't want to wait for a lot of reasons. Lenny's gone. That's not going to happen. But there's a lot of other reasons to get this done as soon as possible. So I think we just figured it out, man. I mean, text us 49451. As long as we're taking what we want.
What else do you want?
What else do you want from Oregon?
I'm sure we're missing some good stuff.
What did we say? We said Sun River.
Yeah.
We want
Pumpkin
Ridge.
Can I also add?
We want all of Voodoo Donuts.
Yeah.
We want Nike. Let's get Nike.
Oh, yeah, of
right.
course.
Move the Nike
Yeah.
headquarters. Starbucks is going to Tennessee. Let's get Nike.
Yeah.
They can come back
So
here.
you mentioned Starbucks.
We want to Nashville. Right.
I want Dutch Bros.
Okay, you want Dutch Brothers.
But if we had Nike,
Tillamook, the entire town of Astoria. What
Bend?
else?
I've never been to Bend.
Yes, great
Bend,
golf.
yeah, I mean, Sun
Great
River
golf.
is right outside of Bend, yes.
Yep,
Bend.
do it all. Sun River, Pumpkin Ridge, Voodoo Donuts, all of it. Nike, Tillamook, Astoria, the entire town, and Bend.
If we had Nike, would they start contributing to the Huskies?
Maybe. Yeah. Move the headquarters. Are they still in Beaverton, by the way?
Would Phil just say, you know what? If I'm moving to Seattle, I might as well just support the Dogs now.
We're an Adidas school, so that'd have to change at some point. But I mean, you text us. What else do you want?
Astoria plus pretty much all the coast. I want.
Okay.
Let's replace our coast with their coast, I think.
Yes, the coast. Because don't you think their coast is better than ours?
Yes.
I want the A-crop. I know it's for sale. Move it up here. Bring it to Seattle. All right, well, A-crop version 2.0. Bring it up.
This is great.
Okay, A-crop. Sun River, Pumpkin Ridge Golf Course, all of Voodoo Donuts, including corporate, Nike, Tillamook, cheese and ice cream. Bring that up here. The entire town of Astoria, the entire town of Bend, and Dutch Brothers.
Is Bandon too far south?
No, bring it up here, too.
I want Bandon.
We want Bandon also.
How about Crater Lake?
Yeah. Crater Lake, bring it up.
Yeah.
Bring it up. Just give us the whole freaking thing, man. What the hell? Why not?
Man.
Well, there's going to be a lot of people that won't want the Blazers under any condition. I'm not one of them. So, hey, it's funny because Pumpkin Ridge actually had a live tournament, did they not?
They did.
And then
They
the
did.
people freaked out. The members freaked out, and they said, no more. We're not doing this again. That's big in the news today because apparently the PIF, Saudi Arabia, is pulling funding for the Live Tour after how many years now? Is it 4 or 5?
4, I think.
Whatever it is, 4 or 5. And look, it was never a moneymaker from the start, and I never thought it'd be a moneymaker. I thought it was an ego play by the Saudis the whole time. And maybe if it was not like how many sports leagues have we seen, events have we seen that go belly up like right after a year? It's like, well, this isn't going to work, so the hell with it. And maybe one of the reasons why, Dick, it lasted as long as it did is because they didn't give a damn about
That's
losing
exactly
money.
right. I mean, they were hemorrhaging money, and now the big question is, do we bring these guys back? And I think you got to take a look at what is the Live roster and who should be able to come back? Well, in my opinion, everybody should be given the opportunity to come back.
Right.
But that doesn't mean everybody deserves it.
Right.
Not everybody on the Live Tour deserves to play PGA Tour golf.
Sure, they should be good enough.
Exactly. I mean,
Correct.
you got your obvious. Yeah, I mean, I kind of split these up in the categories. You've got your Bryson Rahm, Terrell Hatton, Cam Smith, Joaquin Neiman. I mean, those guys could win a major now.
Right.
Like all those guys could win a major now. Those guys need to come back the same way Brooks Koepka did. Pay your fine. You don't get equity for 5 years. Do the same Brooks Koepka deal with those dudes. The old dudes should just go. I mean, the Phils, the Bubbas, the DJs, Poulters, Lee Westwood, Sergio Garcia, those type of guys. I mean, they can go to the senior tour.
So my question to you before the show was, how many guys from the Live Tour could replace players on the PGA Tour and make the PGA Tour better right now?
I think there's about 15 to 20.
Okay. Then those guys should all come back.
Yes.
All of
Because
them.
there's the five that I mentioned that are elite.
Right.
And there's a group of 10 to 12 guys. Now, not all of these guys would go to the PGA Tour because some of these guys like Thomas Dietrich, Thomas Peters, Adrian Maronk, those guys were DP World Tour guys that went to Live.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't PGA players. So would they go to the PGA after never being a PGA Tour player, or would they just go back to the DP World Tour? They'd probably go back there.
I just think that the PGA Tour should be about, like, how many players are on the PGA Tour? Ballpark.
2-ish.
200. Let's just say 200 for giggles.
Yeah.
The top 200 players in the world should be on the PGA Tour. I don't care what tour they came from, what tour they went to and came back from. If they're good enough, they should be there. So if there's 15 to 20 guys that can jump ship right now, and might have to because the ship might be sinking,
right,
and go to the PGA, then they should be allowed to come back. And I made the analogy earlier today to the USFL. Imagine if the NFL told Steve Young, Reggie White, Herschel Walker, Doug Flutie, Jim Kelly, sorry, you can't play for us. Are you kidding me?
Right.
How stupid is that? So these guys should get to come back and they should get to play. And this idea that they should be punished, if that's what you want to do and they agree to it, hey, great. Good for you if you can milk some extra money out of them. But guys, again, they were doing what they thought was best for them financially, for their family, which is nothing different than anybody else would have done. This idea that, blood money, they took blood money. I mean, give me a break.
Right. I mean,
give me a break. Guys, come on. Honestly, if the PIF came to the States and said, we're going to start an American sports podcast network, and we're going to hire one person from every major market town in America. We want to hire Dick Fane, give him $5 million a month to work for us. You'd say, hello.
Mm-hmm.
And you wouldn't give a damn where it's coming from, nor would you care.
And if you're a rank and file PGA Tour member that is just getting by the skin of your teeth, let's say David Lipsky, for example, he's ranked 150th in the world.
Right.
If Joaquin Neiman comes back, there's nobody in the world that doesn't think Joaquin Neiman's a better golfer than David Lipsky is.
Yeah.
I mean, he is just going to be able to walk into the PGA Tour, and if it replaces David Lipsky, well, then David Lipsky's got to qualify again.
He's got to earn it. He's got to earn it. Yeah. I mean, I just, what we talked about earlier in the first segment of the show is that I think a lot of people work for organizations or companies, and the bigger they are, the more this could potentially be in play, where they do things and say things and support things that maybe you don't, right? Like we talked about Google and Meta and Apple, Microsoft. Hell, this company might do some things and believe in some things and say some things and support some things that I don't necessarily agree with. And that's okay. When you're dealing with a major corporation that employs hundreds of thousands of people, you're bound to be able to get to a point sooner or later where people that work for you don't align with every single thing you believe in. And there's nothing wrong with that. You don't need to believe in every single thing your company stands for, but you do need to make a living. Right? All of us need to make a living. And you can argue that, well, PGA players and professional golfers, they have enough money where they can kind of pick and choose. Well, again,
not all of them.
I have no idea what's happening in their personal lives, what kind of bills they've got, what kind of investments they have to live up to, what kind of partners they've got in their business investments, what kind of relatives rely on them. I don't have any idea.
There's a lot of PGA Tour players that just
don't make any
barely
money. Right.
make it.
Well, Harold Varner III was the perfect example because he was the guy who went to live and said, I would never make this money on the PGA Tour, ever.
Yep.
So sue me. I added the sue me, but he's exactly right. So again, I just, look, man, you want to work for a company that believes in exactly everything you do, and there's never going to be a disagreement, and there's never going to be anything that will be done at the corporate level that will turn you off. Good luck finding
That's
that company.
impossible.
And the bigger the company is, the more a problem that's going to be. So you can spend your whole life trying to do something like that, or you can just have your own morals, your own values, live your own damn life, and make as good a living as you can for you and your family. That's what I believe, and whatever. Okay, I'm done. I feel like I'm on a soapbox, by the way. Apologize for that. Brett Boone at 5. Textimonials next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Coming to you live from the Elliott Avenue studios of Sports Radio KJR. This is Textimonials. Take it away, Dave Softy Muller and Dick Fahey.
Hey, Brett Boone's going to join us at 5 o'clock tonight. We'll ask Booney for his thoughts on what the plan should be with Luis Castillo when Bryce Miller comes back at 5. Hear a little bit from Jadarian Price, his press conference, right? 6 p.m. hour coming up. The rookie met with the media today, so we got all that coming up. 49451. Tacoma Dodge text line. Every day, Textimonials, your chance to sound off. Just shoot us a text, 49451. And if you're lucky to clear it with the committee, which means Jackson Felch, you may hear your text on the air. What do you got?
What the power?
Take the Oregon State baseball team.
They're pretty good.
The College World Series is great.
How about we take Autzen Stadium and turn it into a garbage dump? How's that? Just bring the whole thing up here. I mean, we need places to, unload our crap, right?
Well, Everett needs a new place, right? So we can just dump it there. And
For a dump in Everett?
No, they need a new place for the Aqua Sox.
Yeah, didn't they just give them like $10 million to do a new baseball stadium?
They got something.
So you're saying you want to
just
take Autzen Stadium and turn it into a baseball stadium?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. As long as it's no longer Autzen Stadium, I don't give a damn what it is. Just turn it into a big toilet. It's fine. Bring it up here, man. I mean, if we're taking stuff from Portland besides the Blazers, what else do you want?
Adidas USA is headquartered in Portland, so we will take that. Columbia, too, and their strip clubs.
Columbia Sportswear.
Columbia
That's a good
Sportswear,
one. Yeah, bring them up. There's got to be a long list of stuff that we would want. Can we just take everything, so that in the end there's just nothing left? Right?
Like it's all right.
What's the movie with Will Smith? I Am Legend, right? Remember that when he's walking through Manhattan, there's nobody there. Just a bunch of crap left on the streets.
Hold on, no. We want to make sure that they have something so that people stay there because we need somebody to clown on.
Yeah, because then the people will come up here.
Well, you know what? And they can keep the Timbers because the Timbers will always suck.
Wow. He really hates the Timbers, by the way.
Really
What have they ever done to you, by the way?
That's awesome.
All right, what's next?
You are going to get an ass kicking this fall for this Oregon talk. Go Ducks.
We might get the ass kicking anyway, although I think the Huskies are closing the gap with the Ducks. I got to be totally honest with you. I mean, that game last year was a little closer than people think with Oregon.
Of course it was.
Little closer.
Until DeMont threw the interception in the fourth quarter.
That's
It was
right.
a ball game.
Look at where the game was 2 years ago versus where it was a year ago, and you can kind of project to where it's going to be this year. I mean, it's a guarantee, man. The Huskies, they're on the come. You guys are scared down there. I can feel it.
I'm also a big fan of Dan Lanning being the Oregon head coach.
Well, I'm a big fan of Dan Lanning being the Oregon head coach when they play a big bowl game or a college football playoff game because he kind of poops himself a little bit. But against us, I don't know. We'll see. All right, what's next?
I hope OKC wins the title again this year with the way you pigs are talking about taking the Blazers.
See, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. That's the kind of talk we need. I guarantee you that came from a Portland fan. Guarantee. And that's what I would say. The same stuff. That's why we need the rivalry to continue so we can talk to each other like that.
And the Blazers-Sonics rivalry was so good in the early 90s. It could be so good again. Speaking of basketball, look at the score of this game.
45-15, early second. Knicks up by 30 on Atlanta. They used to give out a trophy, by the way, in the Blazer-Sonic series, by the way. I know that because I have a poster from it. I don't remember the name of the trophy. I'll look it up in a second here, but I think we need that. Like, the Apple Cup for the Cougars and Dogs. When the Blazers come back, we need to have a trophy. All right? That year, whoever wins the game gets the Acropolis. And then it goes back and forth. Now, what's next?
Seattle fan here. This is why I cannot get excited about the Sonics coming back. I do not want the Blazers.
Well, again, like we've said before, I think the preference would be to get an expansion team. But if the option is the Blazers or nothing, give us the Blazers. You're with me on that, right?
Of course.
Okay.
Well, we just went. If expansion went poof, and you didn't have the Blazers,
right?
You'd rather have nothing than the Blazers? Are you kidding me? You'd forget in 2-3 years. You'd forget they were the Blazers anyway.
And we talk about what the hammer we could hold over them. Can you imagine the smack they would talk and how they'd run their fat mouths if the Blazers stayed there and expansion fell apart and we get nothing? You don't think we'd hear it from them? Of course we would.
It is interesting because you think about Vegas still doesn't have their situation figured out with their stadium, right?
Right.
So if the NBA monitors us over the next 3 months, John already took 1% to 30%. Could that go higher in the next 2-3 months?
It could. And, that I've been so sure that expansion was coming. But now with this, what John was saying totally passed my sniff test. It totally passes it because the NBA owners could get everything they want. Yeah. They could get out of a bad situation in Portland, and they could rectify the Seattle situation and not have to give up another team in their expansion process.
Does anybody know the name of that trophy they used to give out in the Sonic Blazers series? I swear to God, I've got a poster. It's either in my garage or it's over at Simply Seattle because I gave them a bunch of Sonic stuff to kind of loan to them. And I've got it. And I guarantee you, somebody out there is saying, you're an idiot. They never gave out a trophy. Yes, they did. I swear to God they did. And I got a poster to prove it. What's next?
Yes, I want a super wealthy owner to buy the Seahawks. Just win, baby. And the Seahawks have no chance of moving.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say no chance, but I would say it's very, very slim, right? Very slim. If I would have told you, leaving the Coliseum or Key Arena, Game 7, 96 conference finals, we're all fired up. We're going to Chicago's across the street, which is New York, Vinny said. During the finals, they should have named it Seattle's. They should have changed the name to Seattle's of Chicago's. Remember that? And I told you, this is great, but in 12 years, they're going to Oklahoma. You would have said, you're freaking high.
Of course.
You're high as a rock. You're on crack. There's no way that's happening. So you'd never say zero, but yeah.
My friend at ChatGPT says you are correct.
What was the name of the trophy?
The I-5 Rivalry Trophy.
Yeah. I mean, I remember I had a poster, and I still have it somewhere. I'll bring it in for you. I'll show it to you. All right, what's next?
I do not care which guy buys the team. I just want them to get a bundle deal and take the Mariners too. Deep pocket owners and no salary cap. Yes, please.
Well, that's what I was going to say about Zuckerberg. If he wants to buy a team, buying the Mariners would be pretty sweet. You kidding me? For a guy that's worth $100 trillion or whatever it is. That's why I've always said I love Paul Allen, but he bought the wrong team. If he would have owned the Mariners, are you kidding me?
I wish
they
you
have
could
the highest payroll in baseball.
I wish you could just snap your fingers and win games with payroll, though. Ask the Phillies and the Mets and the Red Sox what's going on right now.
Phillies won a World Series like 4 years ago.
This again?
Well, I know, but
the Red Sox have won championships, as have the Mets. I mean, it's not happening now.
The Dodgers won 2 straight.
Right? It's not happening now.
But it's not automatic, is what I'm saying.
We're not doing this again, are we?
Will you take this for a second? I gotta look something up. Go ahead.
What are you looking up?
Jackson, get out. Come on.
Let's just play this.
Go ahead.
With Zuckerberg or Cook, it's like the revenge of the nerds. I know Paul Allen was the tech guy as well, but he was a passionate sports fan.
All right, let me go back to what you just said. So the last 50 years, which is how long the Mariners have been in business for, right? How many times did we make the playoffs total? Is it 6 now? Is it 5? Whatever. Okay, Red Sox in that time span have been at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 12, 13, 16, 18 times in that time span. They've been to the World Series 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, and they've won it 1, 2, 3 times. So, yes, I would rather have the Red Sox and their payroll over a 50-year history. You're exactly right to say they're struggling today, but over the course of 50 years, they beat our ass to a pulp.
The first team I brought up was the Mets, and they've been stinky for a long time.
Let's see the Mets. Let's look at the Mets. Because you're really making me do this now, by the way. We're going to be late for Booney.
1969,
I'm just going back to when the Mariners were a franchise in the mid-'70s. World Series
86.
appearances for the New York Mets. They've been there twice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 playoff appearances and a title. Still better than us. They win.
Okay.
We lose.
All right.
Wouldn't you rather have that?
Well, it's pretty fun. I mean, you can't really use... I don't think Mets fans would be like, boy, yeah, you're using us as the example of greatness over the last 50 years.
Dick, I'm just saying it's better than us. Okay. That's the point.
Okay.
Jackson, what am I missing here?
I don't know. We're doing this again.
All I said was an unlimited payroll doesn't guarantee that you win. That's all I said. And you guys both went,
This is way more likely.
Well, first of all, nothing guarantees anything, right? There's no such thing as a guarantee. But as Jackson said, does it increase your odds over the course of 50 years? Abso-stinking-lutely.
I mean, the team who spent in the stratosphere of money has won back-to-back World Series.
Right.
Worked out pretty well for them.
Yeah.
But the point is, it's who you have running the organization, not necessarily how much money money you pump into the organization.
Phillies
is what I'm
since the
saying.
mid-'70s have made the playoffs 16 times. They've made the World Series 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and they've got 3 world titles. 2, sorry.
Well, but they haven't
Better
had
than
this,
us.
But they haven't had this owner. I mean, Phillies haven't always been a top 5 franchise as far as money's spent, right?
But you mentioned how the Phillies are playing now. They did make the playoffs 4 years in a row before this and got to the World Series. So give me the money. All right, we'll get a break. Brett Boone next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All right, boys and girls, here we go. Headlines on Softy Dick Jackson this Thursday night, brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
He should be behind bars.
Who wants to check the NBA scoreboard?
Me.
Raise your hand. Well, the New York Knicks are leading the Atlanta Hawks right now, believe it or not, by 41 points.
41 yards.
6:48 to go, second quarter, 60-19. 40-15 after one, and then New York is on a 20-4 run to begin the second quarter in that game. Boston, Philadelphia coming up at 5. Celtics looking to close out Philly in Philly, and the Nuggets looking to stay alive down 3-2 at Minnesota tonight.
The Carolina Panthers have picked up the fifth-year option on Bryce Young and will pay him $26 million fully guaranteed in 2027.
Juicy. The old Minnesota team is playing the new Minnesota team in the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. The Wild lead the Stars 1-0, 6:53 in the first, with Minnesota looking to close out that series tonight. Edmonton and the Ducks coming up at 7 o'clock tonight. Anaheim also leading 3-2.
We have a break in the sports ratings trends.
Really?
3-day TV ratings of the NFL draft fell by over 1 million viewers compared to last year.
And what you mean by that is with the new system, everything's going up.
Everything's going up.
Imagine being that piss poor where everybody is getting good ratings with this new rating system, and you can't even do it.
How bad the
It's
draft
like getting busted for an NIL-related violation right now in 2026
That's right.
in college football. Mariners, by the way, day off. They're back home tomorrow against Kansas City. Randy Johnson getting his number 51 retired on Saturday. Brian Wu, Emerson Hancock, Luis Castillo over the weekend. You ready? Brett Boone right now.
Coming to you live from our Elliott Avenue studios of Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It's time for our weekly conversation with former Mariners All-Star Brett Boone. Brought to you by Venue Kings. Visit VenueKings.com for all your ticket needs. Now with Booney, here's Softy and Dick.
I am looking at VenueKings.com right now to see what the ticket prices look like for Saturday's game. You want to go see the big unit get his number 51 retired on Saturday night against Kansas City. Plenty of tickets available on the website at VenueKings.com. Be sure and use code SOFTY for a little discount. You can get in the door for $23, Dick Fane, by the way, for that game right now.
Good. That's good.
For VenueKings.com and use code SOFTY. You can sit right behind the first base bag for $90 if you want to be down low, by the way, for the game on Saturday. So take the kids, take the family, fun for everybody. Randy Johnson getting his number 51 retired on Saturday night. I think Felix is going to be there. Edgar Martinez, all those guys. I know Mill Creek Sports has a big signing with those guys, I think, tomorrow at their shop, by the way. So that tells me they'll also be in town Saturday for Randy's deal. I wonder if our next guest is going to be in town for Randy's deal on Saturday. Brett Boone joining us.
Hi, Softy. What's happening? I will not be there. I will see you later in the summer. I'll be up in a couple months for a couple of the events. So, no, I will not be here for Randy's getting his number retired. Well deserved. Obviously, it's Randy Johnson.
Yeah.
Greatest lefty I've ever faced. Greatest lefty I've ever faced.
Booney, time out for a second because your connection sounds like crap. I don't know if you're on a computer, cell phone, whatever, but whatever it is, it just sounds terrible. I'm gonna put him on. Just hold for a second, Jackson. Why don't you figure it out and talk to him and see if we can make that sound better? Because that sounds like he's on a speakerphone from about 50 feet away. By the way, and that's going to annoy the piss out of me. You guys know that, so we'll see if we can get that figured out. But yeah, I mean, there's going to be a good crowd. I'm hearing that we might have some sellouts this weekend for Friday and Saturday, and I think the Mariner fans are going to give Randy Johnson a phenomenal reaction.
No, I think they are too. And I mean, you couldn't beat the weather. I mean, it's 70 degrees in the first day of May tomorrow. I mean, it's going to be unbelievable. And then you saw what happened in Minnesota this last week. There was like 8,000 people there for each one of those games.
Right.
So, I mean, I think the weather had something to do with that too, but I think it just shows you where Mariner fans are right now with this baseball team, because even I think on a crappy weather weekend, we would still get 30 plus.
Oh, for sure. For Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. I mean, look, I've said it before, and I know Howard Lincoln was criticized, as he probably should have been, by a lot of people for saying that the ballpark is what's going to be the star. The ballpark will draw fans. And he's kind of right about that.
Yes.
That you look at a baseball team that, up until the last couple of years has been struggling a bit overall. We know that, going back to 2001. And they still were always like middle of the pack, Dick, to like right below average in attendance when they had every reason to be near the bottom, and they never were.
I still think if this team is bad for a long stretch of time, like they were in the kind of the mid 2000s, like 2004 to 2012, 13, they were horrible, and they were still probably averaging 27, 28,000 fans a game.
I'll look that up right now. 2005. Let's just pick a random year. 2005, right? Major League Baseball attendance. The Mariners drew 33,000 fans a game, which was 3, 6, 9, 10, 13th in baseball. I mean, again, it's not phenomenal.
How far
but in
did
the
they,
context of where they should be, it's great.
Right. How far did they drop to when they got bad, like for a stretch of like 2010, when they were like they had been bad for like 6 years in a row.
Okay,
in 2000.
2010, their average per game, they drew 25,000, which was right below average in baseball.
Yeah, still 25. That's your absolute low point.
There were 11 teams that drew fewer fans than them. And again, I'm not saying it's great, but for as horrible as you are, you probably should have been in the high 20s, right, in attendance, or the low 20s, and they were never there. We got Booney back, by the way. All right, Brett Boone rejoins us. I think we put another quarter in the machine, and we're all good to go. Brett, you were talking about Randy Johnson. He's getting his number 51 retired Saturday. What do you remember about him as a teammate? What do you remember about him when you were facing him, man?
He was a teammate. I played with him briefly. Well, I came up in 92, played a little bit, played with him in 93. I do remember I was there now that was Bosio. I remember playing behind him defensively, and through, from then on the rest of my career, when Randy was on, it was the most dominant that with my eyes from second base, a pitcher can possibly be. I don't care if you stack the team with righties, put the all-star team out there. If Randy had his good stuff, it was just, you're just sitting out there looking at your shortstop going, this is ridiculous. I'm glad I'm on this team. Now, fast forward, playing against him, didn't get any easier when he got in the box. He was tough. He turned into a pitcher. Everybody thinks, oh, Randy's this big, tall guy that throws 100. It was much more. He'd flip you a 2-0 slider, 6-0. And it was almost like, come on, Randy, it's 6-0. Can you give me a heater? I worked the count to 2-0. And he wouldn't. He'd front door you with a 2. I mean, he was out there pitching, and he had the stuff that he had. Best lefty I've ever faced. And he's Randy Johnson. He's Hall of Famer. He's getting his number retired. But, yeah, that's what I remember about Randy, just dominant.
What was he like to be around, whether he was pitching that day or not pitching that day?
He was fine. I had my personality kind of worked with him because I'd kind of give him a look like, really? Oh, are you going to play the serious role today because you're pitching? And a lot of pitchers are like that. It's like, oh, today I'm pitching. I got my game face on. And yeah, for the most part, you do stay away from a starting pitcher on the day that they're pitching. Most guys are pretty normal, go about their day, and you just kind of leave them alone a little bit. And some guys have that, I'm pitching today, nobody talks to me. It's more of a shtick than anything else. I think Randy had that mean look the day he was pitching, but he was deep down, he was a softie. But when he got on that hill, he was about as intimidating as any pitcher probably ever pitch.
Yeah. What was you like as a teammate? Nice guy, cranky guy? I mean, tell me about, because you played with him for 2 years, right? 92, 93, I think is when you had Randy.
Right. And so it's different when you're a rookie and you don't know whether you're coming or going. When I first got called up, I was on that shuttle. They call it the shuttle when you're going from AAA to the big leagues, back to AAA to the big leagues. So you're just kind of you're at the yard. You're just trying to survive. You don't have time to really interact with guys. You're just trying to get a hit tonight so Lou doesn't send you to the minor leagues again. So he was a good teammate. Once I got a little more accustomed and a little more established where I kind of know I'm here to stay now, well, then it was a little bit different. Then I could interact with teammates like we were peers. But when you're first coming up, especially in that time, it's different now in today's game. But in that time, man, when you were a rookie, it was out of sight. You shut up and you don't talk to anybody. Nobody talks to you. And, that was my little bit of interaction. But, yeah, once you establish yourself a little bit, I was able to be kind of one of the guys a little bit more. And I got to, and nothing big with Randy, but he was great. He was great. And especially when he took the mound, we knew we were probably going to win tonight.
We had the conversation yesterday about just the greatest baseball player that's played for the Mariners. And Softy said maybe Randy is better than Griffey. And I know that's blasphemy in some people's minds, but I could at least go there with him. I don't know if I'd agree with it, but I could go there with him.
I just wonder if he's a better pitcher than Griffey was a position player.
What do you think, Brett?
Hitter? I think, well, if you put it in that context, I think that's fair. I think Randy Johnson, and I say the greatest lefty I've ever faced. Yes, he is. I like to categorize him because then I go to the other side and go a Maddox and I go a Pedro as the greatest righties I've ever faced. But when it comes down to it, I mean, you're talking the greatest. There's an argument for Randy Johnson is the greatest left-handed pitcher in the history of baseball. Now, people are going to come up Carlton, Koufax. But, Randy, there's an argument for it. So, is he as great of a pitcher as Griffey was a player? Absolutely.
Yeah. That
being said, I can never compare a pitcher to a great player because all they do is pitch once every 5 days.
Well, look, I mean, there's no doubt, at least I think, that Griffey had the bigger impact. Bigger star, bigger name, bigger impact, all that stuff. But if we're just talking baseball, one guy was honored as the best pitcher in the game 5 times, and one guy was honored as the best player in the league 1 time, right? I mean, the WAR numbers, all that stuff. But whatever. But Booney's with us. Brett Boone, courtesy of VenueKings.com. Got tickets for Saturday to get in the door. Go watch Randy's number get retired on Saturday night against Kansas City. Luis Castillo, man, his last 4 starts, he's been putting runners on base at a rapid rate. He's got an almost 2 whip. And for those that don't know, that means he's putting almost 2 guys on base every single inning, which is bananas for Luis Castillo. So, look, I know what you'll say. He'll figure it out, blah, blah, blah. But in a couple weeks, Bryce Miller is going to be ready, right, Dick, to be activated and come back up. What is your plan when Bryce Miller is ready to go? Luis Castillo, Emerson Hancock, the rotation. What are you doing if you're Jerry?
Well, I think the luxury is you got a couple of weeks to worry about it, and things will. You never know what's going to happen in this game. I think a couple of weeks ago we talked about it. It's a hell of a problem to have when you got that many talented arms that we don't have room. Well, there's 20 other teams out there going, well, we wish we had the problem that the Mariners have. If they don't know what to do with Miller, who to replace him with. So I think things like that, they have a way of working working their way out. And Castillo off to a tough start. Out of all the pitchers on that staff, Castillo has the biggest track record, the biggest body of work. But like you said, he's been off to a tough start. He's struggling. You're not going to take Wu out of the rotation. Gilbert, Kirby, and like you said, Hancock's fine. I've watched Hancock the last 2 years. He's been that swing guy, that sixth starter that's plugged a hole for him, but has never got to the level. I think this year, watching him, he's finally turned the corner and became that pitcher that they've been expecting the last 2 years. In 2 weeks from now, we'll see where we're at. We'll see if Castillo finds something, maybe something in his delivery. Maybe they work something out behind the scenes, and we're talking here 2 weeks from now, and Castillo's had 2 great starts. And then you have another problem. Now what do we do? Maybe do you go to a 6-man rotation? I think this early in the year, probably not. But I think this has a way of working its way out. Yeah, if you want me to just crystal ball it, Softy, 2 weeks from now, if Castillo's pitching like he has so far, and Hancock is pitching as he has so far, then Castillo's going to be out of the rotation. That's the way it is.
Okay. All right.
What about the idea of the phantom IL, Brett? And is that something that potentially pisses off a player, pisses off an agent? Do you have to get him to agree to it? Or can you just say, hey, you know what, there's something wrong with your arm. We're putting you on the injured list.
Usually you have to get them to agree to it. I tried to, I saw it a little bit last year, and I try to put myself in that player position. And it's case by case. It's who's the player, what kind of integrity. It becomes an integrity thing. Like, wait a minute. You're going to do this. Yes. Does it better the ball club? What's the situation of the team? I don't know. I was never put in a position where I had to make that decision as a player. But I don't think it's an easy one, as much as we always want to do well. And I mean, it's a pretty bad feeling when your general manager comes up to you, hey, Booney, we'd like to put you on the fake DL. We know you're not hurt, but you really stink right now. So could you take a back seat? I think today with the salaries and the position that people are in, They're getting that paycheck, and it's like, hey, take one for the team right here. We're going to phantom DL you. I think it's a case by case, depending on who it is and pretty much the status of the player you're going to ask to do that.
Right. Well, Brett Boone's with us, and just going back to Castillo for a second. I mean, I'm assuming you haven't watched every pitch of his starts the last month or so, but when you hear about a guy like Luis Castillo that has put 44 runners on base in his last 22 and a third, because whip doesn't count hit batters. He's got 2 of those, by the way. 44 hitters in his last 22 innings. What is generally wrong with a guy? Is it his velocity, his location? What do you think is going on with Luis Castillo?
It's always location, and it's usually a mechanical thing. That being a hitter, I'm not well enough versed on the mechanics of pitching, but it's always a mechanic. Just talking to pitchers over the years, when they can't locate, if one pitch isn't working, they go crazy like we do in the cage. And it's usually a location thing. The velocity, we love to talk about velocity. It's sexy. It's the thing to talk about. But as long as this game's been going on, the great pitchers live on the edges, and they throw strikes to the corner. They don't throw strikes in the middle of the plate. And it's always going to come down to location, no matter the velocity, no matter what's going on with the pitcher. It's never going to be anything other than that. It's location, always has been, always will be.
Talking about this second baseman now, he's looking like Brett Boone. Cole Young's got an OPS of 940 against left-handed pitching, and he's got one of the highest WARs in the American League.
He looks like you too. He's 5'4".
Oh wow! See, did you have to do that?
I'll tell you what. I saw Young last year. He almost.
Come on, man!
Remember
Come on!
that
was funny. Come on, laugh, damn it!
Softy, the Jolly Green Giant over there throwing out daggers. Okay, when Young first caught my eye last year, we come to town and we're playing the Mariners. Young hit one almost in the upper deck. Now, as a Mariner, I know Mo Vaughn hit one up there. I know in the home run derby in 01 when it was in town, some people hit some up there, but those balls are all juiced up. He almost hit one in the upper tank in right field, Young. And I said, who is this guy? This young second baseman. I look, he's 22 years old. I watched the game yesterday. He gets the big hit to tie it, and then has that great at bat in the ninth, gets the knock again to put him ahead. 22 years old. That says it for me, because I look at that and I say 22. That's not normal things for a 22-year-old to be doing. You're usually not coming up. You're clutch. You're usually in the minor leagues, but if you're in the big leagues, this is kind of your learning process. You're kind of getting your ego handed to you a little bit, having some humble pie. The fact that he's coming up big early in the season,
right,
in those situations says something about it. And I know he's got big time pop, so I think sky's the limit for this guy. I think he's going to be a really good player for a long time. But right now, let's enjoy he's playing a good second base for the Mariners. It's been interesting watching these guys with the the pitching's been consistent, the bullpen's been great. With a couple exceptions, but those will get worked out. But the big guys haven't been the guys, the Julios, the Raleighs. Naylor had a big week this week at the big grand slam, but the Canzones, the Rayleighs, and the Youngs have been the guys that've been coming through. And, Donovan's a huge addition when he's in there. Left, I think he's hitting over 300, but he'll be back tomorrow from what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
So he'll be back for you guys. The good thing about this team, and I've been watching everybody in that division. And the A's, by the way, are better. You had to convince me. It took a couple weeks of watching their games. But they're a better team. They're a talented team. I don't think they're going to the World Series this year, but they're going to be a headache in that division. The good thing about that division is these Mariners, it's like they played their worst baseball they could possibly play. They just got back to 500. And from what I'm seeing, you're in a pretty weak division. I think good things to come as the weather starts to heat up here. Now I'm a meteorologist.
I love it. Just spreading your wings, man, showing your versatility. Booney, you're the man.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Triple threat.
Great stuff. We'll tell Randy you said hello, and we'll talk next week, all right?
Thanks, man.
How many 51s are there going to be? 2 51s now hanging in the rafters?
Well, Yankees have 2 8s. Why can't we have 2 51s?
Yeah.
Right?
2 51s. I love it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it works for the Yankees, then it must work for everybody because they're the gold standard, right?
Yes, they are.
All right, man. You're the best. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, man.
See you guys.
All right, Brett Boone with us on the radio show. God, man, unbelievable. It's just You imagine facing Randy Johnson. I mean, you and I would piss our pants.
Oh,
Major League Baseball players were scared to face him.
I'd have like one foot in the box and the other foot so far. I would be leaning so far away that if I even thought a pitch was going to be on the inside corner, I'd just bail.
You'd bail out every time.
Oh,
every
my
time.
God.
That slider, holy crap. Well, we'll talk about this more tomorrow. We got an interview with Randy that we have rediscovered. We're going to air some of that tomorrow on the radio show. Jadarian Price, Seahawks rookie running back, spoke today. We're going to hear from him at 6 p.m. on 93.3 KJR FM. up?
Oblique.
Okay, I'm going groin pull.
Okay.
Groin.
All right.
Jackson, how about you?
Yeah, something with the
Elbow
oblique on the
tendonitis,
side,
maybe?
yeah.
No? Okay,
Just
so
stretch the side.
No elbow that'll freak people
No.
out.
Yeah,
if it's
no,
an
it's gotta
elbow
be something-
thing.
right,
Yeah,
right.
like an oblique or a hammy or a groin.
You'd
maybe.
say he tripped up the escalator.
Yeah, like Sasaki did.
Sasaki, yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
How about he slipped in the shower like Junior did, right? You can do something like that. How about somebody actually comes to his house and Galuli's the guy? Sorry. You're done. You're done for a month.
How many people don't know that reference anymore?
The Jeff Galooly reference?
Yeah, I don't
Do you
know.
know what I'm talking about?
No.
Oh, he does. See,
Jesus.
look at the shit.
Unbelievable, man.
Just explain the damn thing.
Tanya Harding?
Oh. I know that.
Tanya Harding
Galooly.
hired
I know
Jeff Galooly to take Nancy Kerrigan out with a bat.
I know those names. I don't know the Galooly. Honestly, I think 90% of the people driving right now.
Really?
No, Tanya Harding. I know those names rather than Galooly.
49451. If I say Galooly, do you guys
That's
know
not
out there
gonna give an
who
accurate
I'm talking about?
representation.
Do you know? I'll make you a deal. If the first 10 texts come in and more than 7 or more, I win. 6 or less, you win. All right? You on?
I said. Okay.
Gentleman's bet. Okay?
Sure.
Because I know you hate making bets.
I don't bet.
All right?
Yeah.
Well, if he did bet and he won, he'd make me pay him between now and the end of this show.
No, I only make
Give me
you
my
pay
damn Julian
when
Love
you say-
jersey.
When you say
Which I did.
Did
I not buy that
when
for
you
you?
commit to money, when you
Yeah.
commit to stuff, I hold you to it.
Okay, so what is the
So,
the
I would
injury
say-
is not it's not a shoulder or an elbow.
No.
All right, got it.
So first step, Phantom IL.
Yes.
Oblique.
Yes.
Second step, come off the IL.
Right.
Go to the bullpen. Maybe become kind of if somebody gets hammered in the second inning and we're down 5-1.
Long relief.
Long relief,
Got it.
garbage reliever.
Ooh,
See
man.
how he does. See how he does.
Man, that's disrespectful.
Well, but you got to work your way back,
get
right?
it.
You
I
see
get
how
it.
he does. If he
Yeah.
does well,
Yeah.
then you make the decision. All right, is somebody struggling more than that in the starting rotation? Do we put him back in? Does Hancock go down? Or do we make him a high leverage reliever?
Yeah, which I don't know if he can handle that or not. He's
I don't
never
know.
done it, right?
That's
I
right.
mean, first of all, my first reaction, and I'm not saying that I'm in this for feelings, right? You got to win games, whatever. Like Chuck said the other day, we're not doing this. Is not about hurting and satisfying people's feelings, for God's sakes. But to go to Luis Castillo and say, you're going to be a long reliever if one of our guys gets killed. That's hard for him to swallow.
Of course.
That would be a really, really tough pill for him to swallow. But I don't know what else you can do. I think the IL stint is an obvious one. And again, I think you also could probably assume that there's also a chance that he really is hurt, that something is going on, that maybe he is dealing with something. I would think that if it was reality, that by now they would have figured that out and we would have heard something
Maybe it's
about it.
tired arm. Didn't they say his velocity's
dead
down?
arm, right?
Down
Whatever.
a few miles an hour.
That seems to make the most sense because let's face it, we want this guy back, right?
course, I like
we
him.
need him back to where he was in September last year.
No, there's no question. And since it hasn't been that long since he's been successful, so he's not that far gone yet. And maybe we can still salvage a year to. Unfortunately, we got $72 more million or something.
No,
like that in his
it's
career?
this year and
his
next year, and then
contract.
there's an option in 2028.
Oh, with the option, it's like 70. I think I read 72.
Yeah.
With the option, it's 72.
Yeah.
So it's more like 40. It was at 2
40,
years,
28,
24.
50, whatever. Yeah, there's an option for 28 that's based on innings pitched between now and then and all that. So he's probably, there's a chance he gets it, obviously. But yeah, there's a lot of money on the hook. There's a lot of money, right? At some point they may have to cano this guy, right?
Well,
and throw in some money to get rid of him.
I hope that ownership doesn't see Luis Castillo and say, well, see, we signed a pitcher to a long-term contract. We gave him a bunch of money, and it's backfiring on us. Does that prevent them from doing it again?
No, I don't think so. I
hope not.
I don't think they're not that stupid anymore. They're not that cheap anymore. By the way, the first 10 texters, 7-3, knew who Galooly was, by the way. Now we're looking at guys playing with chickens on TV. I don't think they are like that anymore. And if they are, shame on them, right? Do we really want the Seahawks to say no to trades because they got burned by Jamal Adams and Jimmy Graham and Percy Harvin? Look, we can be sensible about it and say, hey, like Max Crosby. You asked yesterday, Jackson, about Max Crosby on the radio show. I don't think I'd give up 2 first-rounders for him, but I would certainly talk to the Raiders about him. I mean, I think they'll be fine. I think he
no harm
wants to
in
be
talking.
there. They want to keep him. But
we know that price tag is now lower.
Right, exactly. I mean, is it a first and a third? Is it 2 seconds? I might consider giving up 2 seconds. If I had 2 seconds, I might think about giving up the equivalent of 2 seconds to get Max Crosby, because I don't want us to fall into, as we transition now to the Seahawks, I don't want us to fall into a trap of thinking, well, we won it last year, so of course we're going to win it again this year. So this team doesn't need any help. Nonsense. Right. They absolutely need help. How come nobody's done it except for Brady and Mahomes since Elway in the late 90s?
The reason I brought it up with the Mariners is because we know what the Mariners system is. It's develop and pay the guys that you developed. They didn't develop Luis Castillo. They traded for Luis Castillo, then they decided to pay him. Right. So maybe they did,
which was smart.
And maybe they're like, hey, this went away from what our system is, and it didn't work. If it doesn't work, I'm not saying it's not going to work.
The Castillo thing you're talking about, but can't you argue it already has worked?
I think you can, but then there's so much money on the back end that is going to be worthless. That I'm just trying to think like Mariner ownership.
Wow. Okay.
Right?
I just think it's already done. It's already a success. I mean, the guy's been here for 5 years with a 3.59 ERA. And he's, he's 40 and 33.
But do you think Mariner ownership is fine with sunk costs, knowing that if you're going to pay a veteran player, particularly a veteran pitcher, and you're not going to get $25 million worth every single year, do you think they're okay with sunk costs of 4th and 5th years on contracts?
I don't think they're okay with it, but I think they know it's part of the game. I think it's a necessary evil if you want to sign these guys. And if they don't think that, then they're morons.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't own the baseball team. I mean, this stuff happens, right? Like, look at the amount of money the Angels owe Mike Trout right now. You think the Mike Trout thing was a success for the Angels? Of course it was. The guy's one of the best players ever in the history of baseball. I mean, hell, the Dodgers in the end may end up having a couple years where they have to pay Shohei Ohtani a lot of money, but they've already won.
Like in 2052.
Yes, they've already won. Okay? So do I think that the Mariner ownership, what you're asking me, I think, is this. Do the Mariner owners sit around and say, my God, look at the money we got to pay Luis Castillo. That's going to preclude us and keep us from making long-term offers to other veterans because of what we just had to eat for Luis. Is that what you're saying to me?
That is part A. Part B is 2 years down the road when Luis Castillo is not on this team, still making $24 million. Is it going to preclude them from dipping into the money to get a guy at the trade deadline?
I hope not. I mean, the Mariners had to pay $20 million to the Mets as part of the Cano deal. And Edwin Diaz, I mean, that's part of it. That sometimes you got to trade guys to get rid of guys. And I mean, it just depends on where you're at. I mean, when did they trade Cano? 2018, 2019. They weren't where they are now in 2019. This is a World Series ready baseball team. So, God, I mean, now I'm getting pissed off. Now I'm thinking about this becoming a reality. You drive me nuts. If they're thinking the same way now in 2026 that they were in December of 2018 when they stunk, that's brutal. And they're not. I don't want to give myself an aneurysm.
Okay.
They're not. They're not thinking like that because that would be a shame. Would it not?
Yeah, but we've spent 15 years talking about the Mariner ownership and them being cheap, right? That was the criticism of them.
Well,
so I'm just bringing up that possibility because that's been the criticism for 15 years.
I think to say that there's no chance that if they do have to pay off Luis Castillo, for example, and let's say he doesn't hit his innings mark and the option for 2028 does not come into play. Okay, so I'm looking at his contract right now. So they owe him for next season, where is it? They owe him $24 million for next year. There's a $25 million vesting option in 2028 that is dependent on time injured between 2005 and 2027 and 2027 innings pitched. I don't know what the time injured is, but so far he's been great because he's been healthy. Another reason why he might fight the IL stint, by the way.
I've got the information here. It says,
what is it?
If Castillo misses 130 plus days, doesn't say games,
right?
130 plus days,
which he won't do.
2025 to 2027 due to a UCL injury. It's a specific injury.
So he's fine.
It becomes just
He's
a
fine.
$5 million team option.
Right. So it looks like the option is probably going to hit in 2028, and they'll be on the hook for 25. So that's $49 million they owe him at the end of this year. But let's also assume the possibility, guys, that Luis Castillo spends a little bit of time on the shelf, comes back, and he's good.
Right.
And he's a guy you want on the team next year. Or maybe you have an easier time trading him, and then maybe you pick up some of that contract. Maybe you throw somebody $15 million of the remaining $49 million, whatever it is, and you get a young guy in return, and you trade Luis Castillo. All of a sudden, the $50 million becomes 15 or 20, and you have a young guy like a Hancock or a Kate Anderson that takes his spot in the rotation. So I don't think this is anything financially that should really impact them at all.
I wouldn't
It's
hope
just
so.
not. And if it is, then we got a problem. Again, we'll get a break. Jadarian Price spoke at the VMAC today with the Seahawk media. We're going to hear some of that coming up at 6 on 93.3 KJR FM.
It's now time for Softy and Dick's Fun with Audio.
Jimmy G, porn star Jimmy, Mr. Garoppolo.
Now, let's have some fun with audio.
Jadarian Price. Jadarian. Mike Denbrock came on the air and called him Jadarian. Other people have called him Jadarian. How about we just call him JP?
I like JP.
JP is good. We already have a JP playing shortstop.
No, so they actually call him JD, and John even mentioned saying in his press conference the cool kids call him JD.
I'm not cool. I'm calling him JP. This is going to be like the Dylan Morris thing all over again. All right, I say JP. You have no idea who the hell I'm talking about.
So you think he'll be known as JD? Like when they show a stat on the screen, will it say JD Price or will it say Jadarian Price?
Yeah. What number is he wearing? 8? Ocho. The Ocho. There goes the Ocho.
We had K9, now we got the Ocho.
Why not?
It's JD or Jadarian, and that's what's going to be. I'm just telling you.
Well, says who?
Says John
Making
Schneider.
the rules? Well, you know what? How about this? We'll call him whatever the hell we damn well want.
That's right.
All right, you say you won't pronounce Jared Kelenick's name properly unless he's hitting 270? How about we call him whatever we want until the guy scores his first touchdown?
I've been giving Jackson updates on this basketball game. Jackson, it's now 93-36.
With 10:38 to go in the third quarter.
See, all right, this is why
this is not a great promotion for the return of the NBA.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Oh, the Knicks look great.
This is not a good promotion for the quality Dick of NBA basketball.
I've been watching the Knicks. They look very quality.
In the first round. Hey, you'll never guess, by the way, what the New York Knicks are shooting right now from the floor in this game.
69.
Anybody want to guess what they're shooting? I can't find my drop. Here it is.
69.
All right, hey, let's do a little fun with audio. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
Oh, Jesus.
What's that, Dick?
On Monday, Cleveland baseball fan Max Quinn stole a home run ball from Evelyn, an 11-year-old girl in the crowd at the Guardians-Rays game. Quinn has since gone viral online and is getting ripped apart for what happened. So this morning, he went on Fox 8 News in Cleveland to publicly apologize.
This all kind of just happened in the heat of the moment.
Tell us your side of the story. Now, how did that unfold?
I mean, first of all, I want to just put out an apology and just say I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the family. I'm sorry to the parents, the little girl, her brother. I'm so utterly sorry for everything that's transpired. I made a really bad decision, a lot of bad decisions, and I'm paying for it online. And there was no malintent, and I did give it back to her, but I didn't do it in a timely fashion. And if I could do it all over again, I would have just grabbed it, given it to her, and been done with it.
Well, Evelyn, she wants to say something to you right now.
Hi, Max. Thanks for giving us the ball back. We forgive you for it. Oh. We know the internet has been going wild over this. We hope they forgive you.
I appreciate that from Evelyn. Thank you so much for saying that, and thank you to their whole family.
You think this will stop the Twitter mob from harassing this guy?
I think it'll limit the Twitter mob. It won't. Nothing stops the Twitter mob because the Twitter mob is unstoppable.
Well, the problem is not everybody will see this apology, right? They'll just, it's like the old retraction in the newspaper.
Yes.
They put the story on page A1, the retractions in section D. Nobody reads it, right? It's like a coupon. Are you kidding me? But so I didn't see the video.
I haven't either.
What did he do? Did you see the video?
I should turn my mic on. He took the ball from the girl, and he didn't say he ripped it from her hands, but it was very clearly sort of like it was between the two of them.
Okay,
and, come on, buddy.
Because here's what I would do. If I were sitting in the stands and a home run's coming my way and I'm fighting for the ball, first of all, I don't know who I'm fighting with for the ball.
I would do the same thing.
I would grab the ball and whoever's hand is there, I'm taking it.
Right, but then
when you realize that it was a kid, it's like, oh, here you go. I just give him the ball. To me, it's not even keeping the ball; it's catching the ball. That's what I want. Because I've caught one home run ball in my life, and it was a Henry Cotto home run. I have the video of it on Fox 11's news or KCBQ, whatever it was, KSDW actually. Their newscast. I have the whole thing. And the fact that I have that is great, but I was like 14. I'm 52 now. If I caught a home run ball and a little kid was fighting me for it, I would win the battle, but I would let him win the war.
I agree with you. It's all about catching the ball. I mean, I caught a ball off the arm of Randy Johnson and the bat of Ricky Henderson.
Wow.
So at some point, I want to get those two guys to sign the ball. But even if I don't, I can just give. I wouldn't.
Well, Ricky's no longer with us, so that's
that's
not
right.
possible.
Ricky's no longer with us. I forgot about
this.
that.
Yeah, Ricky's not here. Yeah.
I think going in, you already look around. I mean, I don't know about you guys. When I sit down in any sports event, I pretty much clock like who's around me. Just to, like,
to do what? If there's a home run ball coming your way, you let a kid get.
Just generally, because I'm interested in the people sitting around me, and people watching is very fun to do. So if I were him, you clock. There's a kid next to me, and if anything happens, you know in the back of your head there's a kid next to me.
Right.
So you should know there's a kid who's going to get this ball.
Okay, that's fair. My issue with that would be I've got a much better chance of catching the ball likely than she does. She might have it bounce off her head, for God's sakes. So I will fight for the ball. I mean, honestly.
I'm not thinking about protecting.
I will fight for the ball. I will go to catch the ball always, 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 always. And then if I realize that I beat a kid out for it, the kid's getting the ball.
Yeah, I
100%.
mean, the ball was on the ground, so like painting the picture, I just watched the video. It's not like he reached over and said,
"It's not
give me that."
Yeah,
the ball was on the ground. He went down. She was kind of reaching over for it.
All right.
So, I mean, it was like a 50-50, but yet, even if it is a 50-50, you give the ball to the girl.
Well, that was fun. That was a fun little exchange, and I'm glad it all worked out. All right, let's go right to 4, Jackson. I want to make sure we get this one in.
Yeah.
Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
Earlier this week during a charity event, Patriot quarterback Drake May spoke to Channel 7 News in Boston about the ongoing situation with his head coach, Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, we're here for Coach. We love Coach. You know, what he does for us, what he's done for us this past year. You can't speak into words, and just, thankful he's our head coach, and I know he's doing some stuff off the field and out of the coaching world, but we're here for him, and I know he's going to come back.
No, Drake, what are you talking about? What are you referring to?
I haven't heard anything. What happened to Mike Vrabel?
What stuff are you talking about, man? I mean, I don't have any doubt the Patriot players love this guy. I have no doubt that the fan base probably gives him a break because he won the conference and almost won the damn Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. So if it was a guy that was 4-13 last year, probably a lot tougher to keep your gig. Although what we've heard from people that cover Boston is that Mike Vrabel he's not the same guy as he was a couple of weeks ago. And I don't blame him at all. He's got this big, giant thing, this dark cloud hanging over his head when they go to New York to play the Jets or Buffalo, by the way. What kind of reaction is he going to get? They throw sex toys on the field in Buffalo already.
And I'm here for all of it. I'm just wondering if this really went on for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't understand.
You feel bad for Diana at all?
Yes.
And the way she's getting beat up?
Yes.
I mean, I'm glad. I am, though, glad that the focus, remember, it was all on Diana first.
That's what I'm saying.
But the focus has really gone on Vrabel now.
Yes.
So, at least he's getting his.
Right, because Diana's done. Diana's out of the picture. Now Vrabel's the one facing the media.
That's right.
Vrabel's the one that's going to be on the practice field for rookie camp this week with the Patriots, mini camp coming up. I mean, he's going to have a lot more time in the spotlight now, Jackson, than Diana will.
I'm still seeing a lot on social media
certainly.
Going towards her, and I still think she's taking the majority of the brunt on social media, and that's why I feel bad, is because Vrabel deserves some social media here, and he's just not getting nearly as much.
Twitter is absolutely trending towards Diana.
Instagram, too.
Yeah, you guys saw this story that came out today about this J.P. Morgan executive, by the way, and people are saying how similar she looks to Diana Rossini. It's unbelievable. Like, she can't go one day without getting beat to death on social media. It's unbelievable, man. I mean, I thought there was a shelf life on this thing that would expire. It's just as bad now as it was 3 weeks ago.
Well, and as soon as training camp, it's going to stick with Vrabel because there's going to be training camp. Like you said, he's going into he's going to go into the Jets Stadium.
We have time for one more.
Number 2.
All right. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
Last night in the NBA playoffs, the Cavaliers won Game 5 against Toronto. Take a 3-2 first-round lead. However, at halftime last night, the Raptors led by 7. Here's what Charles Barkley said about the Cavs on ESPN's halftime show.
I just got to say, man, I just want to apologize for picking the Cavs to get to the final.
Man, you're halfway through Game 5.
Ernie, what you see, no team's going to get to the championship playing like the last 3 games. They don't value the basketball. There's no sense of urgency with this Cavs team.
Who are you apologizing to, though?
Oh, America, I've been bamboozled, hoodwinked, led astray.
Yeah, well, that's what you've done to America, too.
The series was tied at 2 at halftime, and the Raptors were up by 7.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like,
and he does
relax.
that.
It was still a game.
Right?
I can't imagine what he said at halftime of this game when it was a 50-point game.
Maybe he thought it was 3-0. Maybe he thought the Raptors led 3-0. I don't know, man. I mean, look, I get his point, though, that and I haven't watched a lot of the Cavaliers-Toronto series. I apologize for that. Okay? Aren't you a sports guy? Yeah, I don't care. All right?
That series is a nothing.
Wake me up for the conference finals, especially in the East.
If you're in the NBA playoffs and you have zero chance of going to the finals, then I really don't have a lot of time to watch your games.
Well, but Barkley could be right that the Cavaliers were playing crappy basketball, and they still could have tied the series at 2 because they're just that much better than Toronto, but they were playing so terribly that they allowed the Raptors back in the series to tie it up at 2 games apiece. So, I don't know, but just back to Jackson's point, what we talked about, was it yesterday on the radio show or 2 days ago, about the quality of play? The NBA playoffs first round, there's been a couple of decent series, but man, some of these games, Dick, have just been turds.
Well, yeah, but the series have been unexpectedly close.
Boy.
Like, who saw 3-2 Orlando over Detroit?
Well, where is this series right now? 3-2 Knicks.
3-2
And
Knicks.
This is a garbage game. They're up by 53 in the third quarter. This is terrible basketball. All right, we're going to break. Jadarian Price, JD, or JP, spoke to the media. We'll hear from the Seahawks first-round pick next.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Here we go. Headlines on a Thursday night right here on 93.3 KJR FM are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies, baby. Sorry about that. No. That was your fault.
That was.
How about that? Remember this day,
Yes.
6:02, April 30th, 2026.
Jackson screwed up.
I just want to take a...
You're verklempt.
Headlines are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies, baby.
Does it make any sense?
It does not.
All right, NBA scores. The Hawks have cried uncle. 111-57, New York. Up on Atlanta, 2:45, third quarter. Celtics and Sixers in a pivotal Game 6. Boston looking for the series win. They're down 7 late second quarter at Philly. Nuggets, Wolves, 6:30 with Denver looking to stave off elimination to Minnesota.
Name that you brought up yesterday, just kind of randomly. Remember the 7'9" center from Florida you brought up?
Yeah, Oliver Ryu.
Yeah, Olivier Ryu.
Is that his name? Is it
Yeah.
Olivier or Oliver?
Well, it's spelled Olivier.
Okay.
Olivier.
Yeah.
He's transferring. He's no longer in Florida.
Wow.
He's heading to the West Coast. We can go down in Irvine and watch him see him play at UC Irvine.
So he's going from Florida on the SEC to UC Irvine to the Anteaters.
Because I think he played like 5 minutes a game.
How about they just say, you know what, come down to Irvine and see the freak every night. What is he, 7'6"? Is that right? 7'9". I mean, you know what? Hey, look, if there's a NIL promotion potentially involved for him, I would go for it. Why not? Stanley Cup playoffs, Dallas, Minnesota, 1-1. 6:02 to go second, with Minnesota leading the series 3-2. And the Oilers looking to stay alive. They're down 3-2 at the Ducks tonight.
Local stadium/arena news. City of Kirkland announcing plans for a new team ice complex that could serve as the future training site for the Torrent. And the Everett City Council, as you mentioned earlier today, approving over $10 million in funding for a new ballpark downtown for the Aqua Sox.
Speaking of the Kraken, Jessica Campbell, who was the first women's coach in the history of the National Hockey League, the team announcing today that she is moving on to pursue other coaching opportunities. All right, Jadarian Price, JD, JP, Jadarian. Guy's got 4 names, by the way. You pick whatever you want. Number 8, the Ocho. Today with the media for the first time after getting drafted number 32 overall. Starts with a question from our good friend Jen Mueller.
At what point did everything start sinking in for you after last week?
The person I am, like, as soon as something good happens, I'm like, okay, on to the next. Like, how can I get better from this point on? So it didn't sink in until like a couple days after I had the draft parties and all that stuff. And when I'm really sitting down and meeting with Coach Hammond and going over the playbook and stuff, and I'm like, okay, it's a real deal now.
Did you just pick number 8 because that was one of the numbers available, or is there some significance to that number for you?
It was multiple factors. One of the numbers available, but also I wanted a little change, a new chapter in my life. Haven't done single digits since I was like a little league, so a new change. I thought it would be nice.
John joked about Jadarian Price Day, but there actually is a Jadarian Price Day in Denison. Is that right?
That's true. Yeah.
January 20th. How did that come about? Did you ever expect to have a day named after yourself?
Yes. So the mayor of my town, he called me like a week before, and he's like, "Hey, we're trying to figure out when we're gonna get you a day for you." And I'm like, "I don't think I need a day. Like, it's not that serious." But everyone was all like, "Nah, you need a day." So it was a random Tuesday during Combine prep. I drove down from Dallas down to my hometown, and they did the little ceremony, and it was cool. Took some pictures, and I got a little plaque, so that's nice.
Jadarian, what is Denison, Texas like? What was it like growing up there, and how do you feel like it shaped you?
Yeah, Denison is very, it's a big football town. Not many people know this, but it's the longest running rivalry between our rivals, Sherman, Texas, and all of the state of Texas. So, just being a part of that program, and I don't know how much you know about Texas high school football, but they put a lot of money and effort into, getting guys to the next level. So I had a great support system. Have a huge family, extended family, and friends and coaches who, supported me and got me to where I am today.
Jadarian, what was the year like when you had the Achilles injury? You kind of had to miss a lot of that, and I guess how did you kind of go from that?
Yeah, I early enrolled to Notre Dame in that spring. Had a great spring ball, was battling for the starting job, actually, and then unfortunately I tore my Achilles that summer in OTAs, and just had to figure out to find a new passion outside of football. even though I wasn't on the field as much. And I just started lifting weights more. I got bigger, toned up my frame, and then once I got on the field and got healthy, I haven't come back since.
What's the last week been like for you? Just kind of settling into what's next for you, kind of having people reach out to you. Anyone in particular reach out of note that you kind of got taken back by? Any teammates or anything like that?
Yeah, it was really nice hearing from some of the teammates. I know some of these guys got so much going on, and they got their own off-season program to worry about. But to reach out to me and with open arms, like, got any questions, things like that. Guys like Cooper Kupp, I think of off the bat, I really appreciate that, and that just goes to show, I'm coming into a winning culture, so I'm excited.
You've got guys that want to prove themselves and they want to make an impression, but what do you want them to take out of rookie minicamp? What's reasonable?
Well, it's multifaceted. I mean, with the guys that we know are going to be here, we definitely want them to. It's an introduction to how we do things here in Seattle, and it's such a great opportunity to see some of the trial guys as well. And we have a pretty good history of to find some of these players. And when you talk about being 70, 90, 105 people deep, it's going to be needed. Whether we want them to stick with us right now or be in the bullpen, so to speak, where they're one of the first guys we call. So, I think of guys like Jamie Sheriff and, that are still with us now. So, this is a great weekend. You're finally back on the grass. So a lot of things to be fired up for.
Your running backs coach told me outside zone is your love language. Maybe wishes for you they would have run more Notre Dame. What about outside zone do you like? What fits you most?
Yeah, I like the options it gives me as a runner. Just being able to stretch the defense and puncture, as they say, and just allow the linemen to do what they do and get up to the second level on the double teams. I really like to see it develop, and I'm pretty good at keeping my shoulders square once I get to the line of scrimmage. So I love all the run plays, but it just happens to be, at Notre Dame we did a little mixture of mid-zone and outside zone, and that just was what I was pretty good at. So,
Mike, John, did you have to project him into your outside zone system, or did you see enough at Notre Dame to see that fit?
I've seen him run a lot of different runs, but you're not really. I'm not looking at it through the lens of he's run this scheme X amount of times or anything like that. You see the movement, the person, the competitor. That's what our coaches talked about. So, yeah.
When he talks about puncturing it, I mean, you could tell, the patience. You can tell him staying on track, and then his cutback abilities. Are, in my opinion, it was clearly the best in the draft.
How do you your whole running back core? It seems like you got some different styles there with him, and Jadarian and Emmanuel, maybe being a bigger guy and stuff like that. How do you just kind of assess that whole group right now?
Yeah, we're excited. We're excited about it. It's a cool group to work with, and Thomas is excited to be working with these guys, and we're glad that Thomas is with us as well.
You've got some time to decide, but rookie talent show. Any talents you want to let us know might be coming down the pipe?
In my free time, I'll be thinking about things and practicing. Yeah.
I liked how you said, you're in one of your Zooms, you're like, I like music, I just can't play music.
Oh, yeah. I wish I could. Yeah. But I actually took a couple music classes at Notre Dame. But
when it comes to evaluating players, you guys talk a lot about getting to know the person, the competitor. In the evaluation of Jadarian, what stood out to you in that?
Yeah, just class. He talks about, being a pro. Just a classy person. Obviously was raised well. Yeah, I felt bad for him during the process, kind of in the background watching all these Zoom calls and everything, how many times he had to answer the question about why he stayed at Notre Dame. And, the guy's there's 32 teams in the National Football League, and we asked him several times. I'm sure he had to answer it, with all the other clubs as well, and he just handled it just with ease and God rest his soul. Ted Thompson would say this is a class act, this is a classy pro right here, and that just really stood out throughout the spring.
Jadarian, when it comes to pass protection for a running back spot, what's important to be good at it, and where do you think you need to improve at it to be successful at this level?
It's all about mentality and will. Can you show up to the line, meet them at the line of scrimmage? Don't fold back or catch. That's the big thing. Use your hands, striking them at the line of scrimmage. But that comes with preparation. That's how you get more confident, knowing where guys are going to be at, studying defense, knowing what the O-line is doing. So it really comes with preparation.
All right, a couple things strike me about Jadarian Price. Number one, reminder how much he sounds like Doug Baldwin, which is unbelievable. Number two, you know what number he wore in college? 24.
24, yeah.
Right. So there's been 3 guys that have worn 24 since Marshawn took off in Seattle. I mean, if he wanted to wear number 24, would we be okay with him wearing 24? Or does that number one day, I don't think it's getting retired, but Ring of Honor for sure,
Yeah,
right?
I'd be okay with it, but I'm glad he's not.
Right.
I want him to establish something on his own.
I think this is pretty clear what happened. And honestly, we talked about Ty Simpson staying on script. I think Price did a great job staying on script there. Here's what I think just happened. I think that they didn't allow 24 to be. Is anybody wearing 24 right now?
No, nobody's wearing it now, but 3 guys have since.
Yeah. So nobody's wearing 24 right now. And he said 8 was one of the numbers available. I don't think they made 24 available because I think here's what the Seahawks are foreseeing.
I'm sorry, Rodney Thomas has it right now.
Well, son of a... There goes my whole theory.
Shoot your
Rodney Thomas has it right now.
I had a whole theory that because I looked at the roster and I'm like, oh, nobody has 24, but the new guy does. Because I was thinking they're anticipating Marshawn Lynch could go to the Hall of Fame. We don't want this guy Price, who's might be with us for a decade. We don't want him wearing number 24, then Marshawn to go in and have to tell him, hey, dude, we're retiring it. Switch your number.
Who the hell is Rodney Thomas, and why is he wearing 24?
Seriously.
I mean, come on, man.
Well, that kind of just shows
I know
you
he played a few games for us last year, but good grief.
The Seahawks just are not going to retire a number unless you're with them almost all. Like Bobby Wagner.
Nobody's worn 54.
Yeah, Bobby Wagner is going to be, even though he played for Washington, Bobby Wagner is going to be retired.
And he should get his number retired, and he'll be a first ballot Hall of Famer. You would think.
He's probably the only one.
Right. Of the guys that left and took off and played for other teams. Well, Cam never did. If he makes the Hall of Fame, he never played for anybody else.
Right.
DJ Dallas wore 31, though. We know that. There's been 4 guys that have worn 29. Earl Thomas might be a Hall of Famer. I mean, so far, it's the way they've done it is players that played their whole career there and made the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
But at some point, with so many guys, you're going to have to make an exception every now and then.
The
Bobby's
Seahawks,
one of them.
The Seahawks retired jerseys are the elite of the elite of the elite.
Right.
And really only Bobby Wagner fits that criteria.
Of the guys that played on the LOB team?
Yes. He's like a 6 or 7 time first team
I know
All-Pro.
that. I know that.
None of the other guys are close to that.
Yeah.
But I guess we're talking about jersey retirements, right?
Yes. But when you're talking elite of the elite, I mean, again, Cortez Kenny easily made the Hall of Fame, and they're not considered the elite of the elite.
Yeah.
They're there's a difference between a Hall of Famer and a first ballot Hall of Famer. I think we all get that.
Right, but what I'm saying is that the Seahawks criteria for retired jerseys is much more stringent than a lot of teams' criteria.
I just told you what it is. It's obvious. Play your whole team, your whole career here, and make the Hall of Fame.
And I think
that's it. You don't need to be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
But that first one is going to change.
Right.
Yeah,
Bobby will change that, and then I think other guys may. I mean, what if Cam Chancellor makes the Hall of Fame? And he played his whole career in Seattle. Yeah,
that's easy.
I mean, he would be in some ways.
Is Cam Chancellor going to make the Hall of Fame?
He might.
But guys,
who knows, dude? Dick, you know some of the bums that are making the Hall of Fame, and some of the guys that aren't making the Hall of Fame. You know this.
I just don't remember Cam making a lot of first team all pros.
Dick, look at me. Who cares? These people are clowns. We've had this conversation for years about the Hall of Fame. I mean, there's guys that belong in the Hall of Fame that aren't in, and there's guys that don't belong in the Hall of Fame that are in.
So
who knows what they'll do?
Here's what's going to be the very interesting conversation. Bobby will go in before Russell Wilson.
Right.
So then once the rule has changed that you don't need to have only played with the Seahawks, if Russell goes to the Hall of Fame,
I don't think he will go to the Hall of Fame.
But no, but
I don't
I'm
think
saying
he will. But who knows?
He's fringe. Like I think he's right, probably below the line. But again, they're idiots. They might put Russell Wilson in the Hall of Fame. If he does, 3 is going to be an interesting conversation.
Well, who's got a better case, Russ or Cam Chancellor?
Probably Cam. But Earl Thomas is a 5-time All-Pro. 3-time second team, 2-time second team, 7-time Pro Bowler. Andy was on the 2010s All-Decade team, by the way.
Yeah, Earl's got a better case than Cam does.
Earl Thomas has a great case to make the Hall of Fame. But again, you're talking about, Dick, you were talking about logic. You've been sitting next to me for a long time now. There's no logic when it comes to picking these guys for Canton, Ohio. We have had this conversation over and over and over again. Some of these bums that are going into the Hall of Fame before Mike Holmgren. It's unbelievable. So who knows what these guys will pull out of their backside before it's all said and done, and that might benefit a guy like a Cam Chancellor. But, the number thing, and then the other thing that struck me too, I just thought of this. When he starts week 1, which he will, right?
Yeah, I believe
you
so.
see Wilbon said he thinks it's the Bears coming to town for week 1 on Wednesday Night Football. That will be his first start since high school.
That's crazy.
He has not started a game since his last year at Denison.
Now, I think
Texas.
He'll get the first rush, but I think he'll be really supplemented. I think Emmanuel Wilson's probably going to get double-digit carries in the game. Don't you?
What's the point of that? I'm not saying you're wrong.
Well, because somebody's got it. Because we're going to run the ball 40 to 45 times, so somebody's got to get
double-digit. I think double-digit touches. I don't know about carries.
Well,
you're saying that Emmanuel Wilson gets more carries than Jadarian Price?
No.
I don't know what you're saying.
No. I'm saying that it's going to be more of a Ken Walker, Zach Charbonnet split than it's going to be Jadarian Price getting 80% of the carries.
But he's your starting running back, and
yes.
he might get 60% of the carries. He might get 55% of the carries. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how they view this thing. Maybe they viewed the Kenny Walker, Zach Charbonnet thing like they did because they could. Maybe they don't have that luxury with Emmanuel Wilson or whoever wins that number 2 spot. I have no idea. I mean, I'm just thinking to myself that if you're going to make this guy a bit player, then what the hell was the point of drafting him at number 32? Make him a bit player when Charbonnet comes back.
They can't possibly give Emmanuel Wilson 10-plus carries. If you want to put him in there as and pass catcher and he gets 10-plus touches because he catches 4 passes.
How many games?
Running backs carried the ball about 26 times a game for the Seahawks last year.
How many games did they have where they had 45? Because you mentioned 45 carries among the. How many games?
I said 40 rushing attempts.
40,
but Rashid Shaheed's get some. JSN gets some occasionally. But 26 rushing attempts from running backs.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how many games they had where they had 40 rushing attempts last year. That seems like a lot.
So give me 18 for JD and give me 8 for Wilson.
If you're telling me that they're going to split it up and he doesn't get 80% of the carries, I can go with that. Yeah.
But if they do 16 carries, I could see, or 26 carries, I could see him only getting 15.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they split the other 10 amongst 2 or 3 guys, with Emmanuel Wilson being the number 2.
Either way, the point is he's the starting running back. He'll be the starting running back. The first couple drives will be his, and he'll be making his first start since he was a senior in Denison, Texas, in high school. I mean, he mentioned the rivalry there. Dave Smoke, our buddy from down there in Waco, texted me all that stuff that he was talking about. Longest continuous rivalry in Texas high school football history with arch rival Sherman going back to 1901. He says this guy ran for 5,000 yards and scored 55 touchdowns during his career in high school. 2 playoff teams in 4 years, but didn't do a lot. So, yeah, I mean, he's getting his first start since he was 18 years old.
Yeah, I just don't know if I would be surprised, personally, if they just dump the rushing load on his shoulders. That's all I'm saying.
No, I think you're right. I mean, I think giving him 90% of the carries or 25 carries in week 1. First of all, when was the last time the guy had 20 carries in a game?
Exactly.
Honestly, right? But yeah, they'll have a complimentary guy. Obviously, he's not going to take every snap at running back and play 60 snaps on offense, but I would hope that he'd be the featured guy.
Yes.
Right? Whatever that looks like.
If they are within 3 carries of each other and it's something like 13 to 12 or whatever.
Right. Yeah,
I'm gonna be very concerned of come on, guys. It's Emmanuel Wilson. Can we please just make him a bit player?
And it depends on how the game goes. Maybe one of those carries is a 75-yard touchdown. The guy's winded and needs to come out.
Let's hope we have that next drive.